guys, you know what time it is. It's your boy David at the Irish Hotspur, Ireland's #1 Spurs fan, bringing you the Tottenham fan call-in show where we get you guys to come on and share your opinions on yesterday's game and all things Tottenham Hotspur, our fantastic, great club. I hope everyone is still enjoying that winning wave. This is the winner's corner only, so only Spurs fans are allowed in here today. And look, guys, you know, it was a great win yesterday. You know, not all the money in the world can't even buy 3 points. You know, that's what that shows to me, that, you know, you can't just take over a club and expect to go and win games. You know, there's a process you have to go through, you know, which is bring in someone like Don Paratici, you know, to change around the squad, bring in some good players and stuff like that. No, look, you know, easy pickings. Of course, Tottenham 3, you know, Camel FC, Checkbook United 2, you know, easy win. Absolutely loving life. Jack, how are you, my man?
Easy peasy it was, David. And honestly, it just made it a bit more exciting, you know, by a certain defender of ours. You know, he probably just got a bit bored, and that's why it just went down, to be honest. You know, we kind of all knew we could, you know, face the potential of going 1-0 down, but the way that we responded so quickly, you know, there was just no issue with that. And also, honestly, this is one of the best performances we've seen this season, if not the best one. But I actually really want to see what the Harris Army, as always, wants to say. They enlighten me in a lot of things as well. Pretty sure we're going to have a few laughs as well for this one. So it is just going to be a fantastic show. And I'm looking forward to it, David. They love to educate me on this type of show because we don't get to keep up with them during the weekend. And then this is our time, you know, to catch back with the Harris Army, with the whole fan base, and see how they're still feeling.
No, it definitely is. And guys, you know, channel members obviously take priority. If you are a channel member, simply click the community section on the YouTube page. The link is up there. Click the link. Come on and have your say. This is what this is all about. Anyone that's not a channel member, feel free to grab the channel membership. Just simply click that join button, grab that white membership. And we will be looking to bring out more fan shows where you guys can come on and have your say on some hot news when it drops and all that sort of stuff. You know, get you guys more and more involved. The more we can, that's the aim. And of course, even if you're not, look, you know, if we have time at the end, we will drop the link into the chat. And, you know, hopefully 1 or 2 years will come on, make use of it and come on and have your say, guys. But look, Jack, today, you know, it's like we're winning in that, we're basking in that winning feeling. You know, I even treated myself this morning. I took out the Manscaped, you know, performance package, Jack. You know, I treated them babies to some deodorant, some toner, you know, and just gave it that quick up tidy, keeping that 6-yard box nice and smooth for Harry Kane to play another phenomenal pass across the sun to tap in, you know. And look, Manscaped only want to help you be a winner, not only on the pitch, but also in the bedroom. Isn't that right, Jack?
No, certainly. You know, personally, David, you know, I just like to stay well groomed. And, you know, kind of like I said, you know, with Højbjerg, you know, you don't have to tell him twice, especially Harry Kane as well. You don't have to tell them twice to be well groomed. Pretty sure they already have the full performance package. In fact, when they're even on the pitch, you know, David, we see them have the full performance package out there. But also, I would say, everybody, if you haven't already, please, please, please check out this link for Manscaped. They are very, very kind to have sponsored us for this month and this month only, unless, you know, we keep the relationship going with them. And that only would count on you guys, you know, if you're willing, if you're able, and also if you want to be a well-groomed playmaker like the likes of Harry Kane and Højbjerg, and just be able to maybe get that full performance package using the code FLATCAP. And like I said, it was a full performance package from the boys yesterday, but we're about to deliver one you here with this promo for Manscaped.
Give it to them, Jacko. Let's play it. Enjoy, guys.
Very much, Manscaped, for sending us the full performance package.
Gentlemen of the Irish Hotspur, we have bought you the flat caps, and since you trusted us and started rocking that flat cap look, you just cannot seem to keep them ladies away.
So now it's time to bring you the next installment in creating the perfect man.
Now, gentlemen, in order to become the perfect man, the Irish Hotspur and Manscaped have teamed up, and we present you the latest in high-tech precision engineered grooming.
Fans of the Irish Hotspur, Manscaped brings you the 4th generation trimmer, the Lawn Mower 4.0.
Harris Army, as I always say, a well-groomed pitch can make all the difference to your game.
And David, we all know a well-kept pitch can add a few extra inches onto your pass. This 4th generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. That means no more cuts and no more bruises, people. As I found out last night, David, it leaves with a nice, clean, smooth landing strip that added a few extra inches onto my pass.
Well, I know last night my missus wasn't thanking me for the few extra inches. She was thanking Manscaped. And look, it's like having a reliable goalkeeper. With Manscaped, your trophies, they're always in a safe pair of hands.
And speaking of a safe pair of hands, the Lawnmower 4.0's upgraded trimmers 4000K LED spotlight will now allow me to be able to groom areas of my pitch, David, that the floodlights, I promise you people, have never shined a light on. And the Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize areas of your pitch to whatever length that special someone in your life desires with its additional guard lengths with the sizes 1 through 4.
No matter the look, Manscaped has you covered, whether it's that bald, hard man look or that well-groomed playmaker.
I always try to look like a clean, well-groomed playmaker, David, a number 10, if you will. But did I mention wireless charging? The new wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last even longer. And admit it, people, an unspoken truth of the common man is that a lot of us have been shaving our crown jewels with the same trimmer we use on our face.
Okay, you caught me, Jack. I'll hold my hands up. But from my experience, Jack, even when you are traveling away from home, whether it's that romantic weekend away with the missus or that big weekend out on the town with the boys, Manscaped has got you covered with this lovely leather travel bag.
Ladies and gentlemen, Manscaped have truly gone above and beyond this time. I never would have thought I would have needed these goodies until now, but I promise it's a must-have. And ladies, why not treat your special man with his 2 boys and Manscaped's specially scented ball deodorant, hand toner, and gentlemen, can't tell you how crucial it is to keeping those boys down there smelling nice and fresh.
You've already bought the flat cap to enhance your confidence, and Manscaped only wants to help you even further. So why not take that one extra step and treat that special lady in your life with some nice, smooth boys?
Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code FLATCAP at manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping with the code FLATCAP at manscaped.com. Your balls will thank you.
What are you waiting for? Get yours today. Do not miss out on this deal of the century. Your balls will thank you. Thanks again, Manscaped, for the performance package. There you have it, guys. There you have it. You know, everybody get that 20% off, guys. You know, Christmas is around the corner. Long winter nights in. It's going to be cold out there, so you'll have to spend the nights in with the missus. So why not, you know, treat yourself and her and use that 20% off. But look, Jack, let's see what Harris Army we have in the building here as well before we get going. We do have the regular. Just big up you guys for the content. Come on, you Spurs. Big up regular. Really appreciate that, my man. Really do appreciate that. Shamu Van Spurs says, we'll be out fishing today, so get your likes in, Harris Army. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. On your best behavior. On your best behavior for General Harris and Captain Jack. Big yourself up, my man. Sanuska Ramchunder says, evening all. Hope everyone is doing well. Still buzzing that we won yesterday. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. Big up, Sanuska. Good to see you in. Good to see you in. We have Mary McGee. Good to see you, Mary McGee. Says, good evening, lads. Come on, you Spurs. Big yourself up, Mary. Hope things are well. Jack, you just take over 1 second. I need to take a drink.
No problem. Mary McGee, though, it's really good to see you as well, though. Really good to see you. Brad Matthews, of course, who we will be seeing later. He's saying, hello, Flat Cap Army. Hope we're all well. Also, big yourself up. And he's saying Harris Army as well. Big yourself up, Brad Matthews. Tottenham Tantrum saying, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's the Irish Hotspur duo saving Tottenham from evil Newcastle. Big up, you guys. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. Come on, you Spurs. Big yourself up, Dermit.
Big up, Dermit.
Good to have you, Dermit. We'll be seeing you later as well, Dermit.
We will be. Kuva99. Kuva, I see the membership badge beside your name. Same as Mary McGee. Why aren't you coming on, guys? Why aren't you coming on? Come on and have your say. He says, evening all. Still laughing at a few tear-soaked tea towels today. Big yourself up, my man. Absolutely love that. Our man Amazia's back in the building. Good to see you, our man. Good to see you, my man. He says, January window, 2 decent signings and a couple out. And we will be fine, I guess. Come on, you Spurs. Yeah, look, there's definitely potential there. Definitely potential there, my man. Big yourself up. Look, if we can keep this going until January, and then hopefully, get in 1 or 2 players, 1 or 2 bodies in to help. Who knows what can happen this season.
Big up him on, legend.
Paro Miguel Escobardo says, hello, fam. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Paro Miguel. I hope things are well.
Legend.
Mac is in the building. Says, come on, you Spurs. Week always goes better with a win to start. It definitely does, my man. It definitely does, Mac. Nothing better than riding that winning wave. I hope everyone was up early with the surfboards out, riding that baby today. Lightwork says, oi, big up, Lightwork. Hope things are well. Chris is in the building. You can guarantee we'll be seeing this guy today anyway, that's for sure. Derek Hutchinson is in and says, big up the Harris Army. Big up, Derek. Hope things are well, my man. Ken the long shots in, says, big up, boys. Always a great Monday to see the Flat Cap Army after win. No better time, Ken the long shot. No better time, my man, Look, it's all about winning. That's what football's about. Everybody just wants to win week in, week out. We're back-to-back victories. We've got West Ham coming up. We have a few wrongs to put right there. Let's get that done, and then we'll worry about United. Let's take it one game at a time. Ken the long shot, another guy with a badge beside his name who I would like to meet and would like to come on. He's been a great supporter of the channel, so I would love to see you come on, Ken the long shot. Big yourself up. Phil is in the building, exactly. Arsenal is the gift that just keeps on giving, my man. It's 1-1 right now. Christian Benteke scores about 4 a season. And, of course, one of them is today against Arsenal to equalise. Absolutely love it. Jordan Stevens says, anyone know if the reports on Jaffa are true? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that, to be honest with you, Jordan. I'm not 100% sure what is going on. I'm not really going to repeat it either until I know exactly what is going on. But I'm not 100% sure, Jordan. Jordan, my man, another guy. Haven't seen you in a long time, buddy. I hope you're keeping well. I hope you're enjoying going to the games. I know you got off for the season ticket, so I hope you did take it up and you're going and enjoying the games. And I'd like to see you come on again, my man. Look, you have the channel membership. Come on and have your say, my man. It'd be good to see you. We have Starsky says, get in there, Palace. Come on, Starsky. Big yourself up, my man. Derek Hutchinson, he's in again. Big up, Derek, my man. He says, evening, David and Jack. Big yourself up, Derek. Hope things are well. Seb Shah is in. He says, big boys in the house. David and Jack, big yourself up, my man. I hope you're keeping well, buddy. I hope you are keeping well. It's good to see you. Aaron Dove, another guy with a channel membership. I'd like to see him come on. He says, all right, lads, is there a StreamYard link to hop on? Aaron, it is in the community section, my man. If you have a white membership, if you don't, just let me know, my man. Just let me know and I'll sort you out. Don't worry about that. But big up, Aaron Dove. Hope things are well. It's good to see you, buddy. D-Trex Ken is in the house laughing at Arsenal. Big yourself up, man. Hope things are well. You have American Tough. It's good to see you in. Welcome in after the international break. Says, I hope Jaffa didn't get arrested. Oh, yeah, that's what it's about. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. See, that's the thing. I don't really want to talk about it, my man, until I know if it's true. But big up. It's good to see you. Don Anthony, big yourself up. It's good to see you in, my man. It's good to see you in. Who else have we got here? Let me see. Jesus, absolutely fine. We have loads in today. Big up. We have loads in today. Jordan Stevens says, I think I've tuned into teleshopping. Great promo, though. Big yourself up, my man. Big Papa, it's good to see you in the house. Says that's how you get pink eye.
There you go, Big Papa. There you go. So might as well avoid it. And then also before, I think it's a better promo than you would find on the teleshop. And, that's why you probably just stick around here because you're going to get that beautiful 3-minute ad. And then after that, in that time period as well, if you've seen it before, might as well just click on that link and, get it all taken care of down below. Anna Cat Mitra, look, we got to do what we got to do to survive out here, my man. Hope you appreciate that. Big up, Emily Dunn's in the building. Big up, Emily Dunn. Good to see you in. Hope things are well. Also, 53 is with us tonight. Good to see you in. Says, big up, lads and ladies. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. Another one back in the building. Carl Simpson. Evening, my man. Says, evening, Chaos. Hope you are well. Evening, guys. I hope you are well. Yeah, look, we're all good, Carl. We are absolutely loving life. I hope you're well, my man. I hope you are keeping well. It's good to see you in. Dave Tyson as well. It's good to see you in, buddy. Evening, lads. Good evening, my man. I hope things are well with you, man. Andrew Bailey as well. Another one. It's great to see. Come on, you Spurs. Hope you're keeping well, brother. We have William Kelly. Go the boys. Big yourself up, William.
Hope you didn't work too hard yesterday, my man. You know, I hope you really enjoyed that winning feeling. Actually, I hope. Well, you are your boss, so I hope you actually sent yourself home early after only getting an hour's sleep between the game and having to go to work. Big yourself up, William. Another guy with a badge beside his name who I would like to see surprise us and come on.
Get on here, William. We want to talk to you.
Letice is in the building. Big up, Letice. What a man, what a man. He's a good man. He is brilliant, Letice. I like him. We have Catman Jess. Big up,
I haven't seen him.
Jess. Good to see you. It's good to see you in after the international break. My man says hello and big up David, Jack and the Harris Army, Flat Cap Army. Tottenham till I die. We're on a streak. Woo! Yes, we are. Big yourself up. It's good to see you in. It is good to see you in. We have Lunatic Vert says, why did Nuno not make any subs yesterday? Look, my thinking behind it, lad, would be that he's going to give them all a rest this week. And, you know, the players that were on the bench and players that didn't make the bench, they'll all be playing midweek. And I'll be honest with you, when the team were in that form, that mood, I would have done the same thing. I would have kept them all out there, let them enjoy it, let the winning feeling, the confidence flow through them. That's just me, but I can see why people will question it also. Big yourself up, my man, though. I hope things are well. Catman Jess, another one with a badge beside the name. I want to see. Come on, though. Spurs 72 is another one. Come on. You have that badge, man. Come on. He says, evening, Jack and David. Hope you guys are well. Chat, big up yourselves. P.S. Everywhere we go, big yourself up, my man. Big yourself up. It's good to see you in Spurs 72. Hope things are good. Golden Cock says, hi, all. Big up, Golden Cock.
Big up. Big up, Golden Cock. Good to see you.
Genius YT, best Spurs channel on YouTube. Good to see you in, my man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Look, we're nowhere near the best. We're trying to be, but we're nowhere near it yet.
Big up, Genius.
It's Aaron. If you click on the YouTube page, you'll see like videos and the headings. Just scroll across. You see one for community. Click on it, my man. Click on it. Claude Murphy says, guys, you all started without me. Nah, Claude, we didn't. We haven't started anything yet. Don't worry about that. Big up, Claude. Good to see you in. Good to see you in. It's good to see you, though. Everybody, make sure you do absolutely smash that like button. Make sure you absolutely obliterate that subscribe button. We're on the big push for 4.5K. We're getting closer and closer. My knees are getting weak, guys. So make my week and just smash that subscribe button. And, guys, look, you know, if sometimes there's just that one donut left, it has the jam, it has that lovely sprinkling of sugar all around it. You know, there's a guy in front of you talking about it to his wife. That's the one I want. Can't wait to get it. You know, you got to do something to skip that queue. You know, sometimes you pull out an extra tenner out your pocket, pay it to them. Look, buddy, please pick something else. You know, that chocolate Claire is calling you, but that jam donut is mine. You know, so basically what I'm saying, guys, is if you do want to skip the queue, why not send in a super chat? And plus, it is a great way to help support myself and Jack. And it just means as well, you know, we will get straight to your comment. We will address it. And look, we do take time also, you know, discussing your comment. And usually they are absolutely great conversation starters as well, guys. You know, so if look, we know not everybody is in a position to do that. So do not worry. Look, I know, you know, that sometimes that last fiver, you know, it is for bread and milk to get you through a Tuesday and a Wednesday, you know, so do not worry. Yep. Just do the basics and smash that like button. And I promise you, I will do my best to bring up all of your comments. Do not worry about that. I've got.
But also, yeah, well said, David. And that's actually, you know, that's how we want to stress it. You know, if it's, you know, if you can't, you know, if you need to save, we absolutely understand. But if you have maybe a certain panelist or maybe a certain fan that'll be coming on tonight that you really want to speak to, get your point across to them, you know, maybe ask them something. I know in the past I used to love ask Chris things. I used to love, you know, to ask, you know, Brad Matthews things and whatnot in the chat. You know, maybe as well just throw it in a super chat because then you force them to answer it as well, and that can be a bit of fun. But like David, you know, I would say, you know, it's kind of also as well, if you really do want to get your point across, you know, maybe to the panel, you know, it'd be kind of like skipping Tongi in the Uber Eats queue. You know, you just kind of pay that extra little $5, the actual, you know, $3 just to know that, you know, you're going to get your Uber Eats right before Tongi does. And I know Tongi probably pays for that as well. That's why you probably was paying so well, is because like Chris is going to say, they took away the loyalty card from him. And, you know, now it means his Uber Eats can't come as quickly. And so that's why I would say to you guys, but everybody, again, we do absolutely understand. But again, if you want to get your point across, if you really want to, you know, maybe have your point heard, you know, for the panel, feel free to throw it in a super chat.
100%. And big up Rasta County, our country as well. Says, good to see you guys. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. And if anybody wants a reason to subscribe, Old Soul 53 is telling you here, it's the best THFC channel. No doom, no gloom. Through all the jigs and reels, positivity, encouragement, great community. Big up, David and Jack. Big yourself up, my man. Big yourself up. Guys, as well, we are always looking to improve. We are always looking to be better on the content. So, guys, feel free to get your suggestions in on where we can improve, what you guys would like to see us put out, because it's all about you at the end of the day. So feel free, to let us know. But look, Jack, I think it's probably time to start getting on some guests. I'd say people are sick of listening to us rambling over the weekend. So, will we start bringing them on?
Yeah, I think we got to bring on the big man. It is the one that we know will start it off with a bang. It is the one and the only. It is the Philip.
It's time to bring on the big dog. Ooh, ooh. How you going, Philip?
Well, boys, how you doing tonight?
Flying form, just still riding that winning wave. I was out 7 o'clock this morning with my airboard riding that wave, my man. Absolutely loving life.
Lovely. Yeah. Monday mornings are so good after a win. It doesn't matter if there's 6 inches of snow on the ground. The sun is shining. It's brilliant.
No better day to win on the Lord's Day as well.
The northeast of England now, which is in a deep depression this morning. And we put them there.
Too many brown ales were probably consumed after that defeat, and hopefully they're all right. Hopefully they didn't have, to clean themselves up after with the tea towels, because I know there's a big shortage there, Philip.
I'd say the Newcastle brown ale was working overtime for the weekend and for the next few nights, just to stock up with the demand. But no, it's great. Two Sundays in a row now we've won. It just completely makes you forget about the 3 in a row that we lost, which were just,
painful.
Just painful is the very word. I never want to go through that again. Not this season, not any season. So
would you say maybe a win against the Hammers would just make you almost have, almost amnesia then, with the losses of before? I would be probably way too excited if we were to beat the Hammers as well.
I absolutely, beating the Hammers is nearly as good as beating Arsenal. Because the Hammers think they're a big team. They think they're on level with us. But the only problem with the Hammers is the both games against Spurs in the season, they regard them as their cup finals. Yeah. Because they never get to cup finals. So that's what they regard as cup finals. And unfortunately, the 3-3 last season was the start of our downfall, to be honest with you. If Harry Winks hadn't pulled out of that tackle on Lanzini, and we'd have won that game, we would have had we would probably be in the least the Europa League, if not the Champions League this season. So we owe West Ham one. They beat us then at their ground. And, we really owe them one. I know they're in good form at the minute, but so are we. And God help them on Sunday. Because Harry Kane is back.
Oh, he is. Please, Philip, speak to me about him. Please, humor me. Speak to me.
It's. I just watched the match of the day there, the highlights, and they analysed his play. And it just shows you that the runs, he made one run that's when he was hacked down, going down the left-hand side. If he'd got away, it was a bit like the Reguilon one, but just slightly further back. If he'd got away there, let's put it like this: 3-2 yesterday was the most flattering scoreline Newcastle will have all season. That should have been 6-1. Should have been 6-1, really. And if Eric Dyer hadn't bent down to tie up his shoelaces at that corner and scored the goal, we were so dominant. It was just, it's men against boys really at some stage.
For all the dominance, Philip, are you concerned that maybe we didn't kill the game? We don't have that killer instinct.
Probably there was a couple of times in the second half where we were nearly 2-on-2 and we didn't make the right pass. I know it's not allowed to criticize Pierre Højbjerg, but there's one time when he went through there, he passed it to Sonny. If he passed to Kane, Kane was clean through and would have scored.
Yes.
But no, it will come. Let's face it. If we had to sit through what we sat through against Palace, Arsenal, and Chelsea for the last couple of games, we'd be really depressed. The last 2 games we've shown we're getting there slowly but surely, and each game the confidence is growing. Each game, the understanding is getting there, and some teams soon, and I hope to God it's West Ham on Sunday, are going to feel the wrath of Harry Kane and Son, and we are going to bury them.
Yeah.
The next Monday night show will probably be the most happy one we've had all season.
Do you know what, Philip? I absolutely can't wait to spank them. Because honestly, they put my pants down last season. I was giving it the big one before the game, as they always do, and they really embarrassed me. Because I went extra hard for the spammers. But look, I really want to overcome this with them this week. Do you think that Harry Kane is finding form at the perfect time for us right now?
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's face it, the perfect time would have been the first game back, but that just didn't happen. Look at that. It's getting better all the time, lads.
Christmas is coming early.
This gets better, Philip.
And I believe Palace are all over them like a rash tonight.
Good. I love it.
That's brilliant. I mean,
what
better weekend could you have? Spurs winning and Arsenal losing.
Vieira doing it against his old side as well is probably a much better, the better midfielder than, the cone man himself.
Yeah. Well, that's great. It's great now. Anyway, back to Spurs. I mean, as you're saying, David, West Ham last season, they've annoyed me every time we play them because they could be playing absolute rubbish, but they'll always turn up for the Spurs game.
Yeah, always.
I'm just saying that Brad was saying he was going to the match. He'd probably be getting the results from the Olympic Games that will come through to the back of the stand next Sunday. He's so far away from the pitch.
He'll have to bring his binoculars. He'll have to double up as a bird watcher and a fan on the same time.
Exactly. Yeah. No. Let's put those boys back in their place where they belong. As the fourth team in London. I mean, I put them even behind Palace at this stage.
100%. Just quickly, big up William McKenzie in the building, and it's good to see David in as well. And big up, really appreciate the super chat, brother. You have no idea how much it really helps us out. He says, I don't get Nuno's game management.
Yeah.
Not using any subs after all the South American drama. Games every 3 days now, not even time wasting sub in injury time. Now, that is a fair one, the time wasting sub in the injury time. That is a fair argument, to be fair. Philip.
Yeah, the few claps and the walk.
Yeah, it's a good point. But the thing about it is, normally when we get to injury time and we're winning by 1 goal, I'm behind the couch because they'll do something stupid. They'll give the ball away on the halfway line with no cover. But yesterday, we learned how to control the ball. We kept that ball for nearly the entire 4 minutes of injury time.
Yeah.
And we didn't give them any sniff of a goal, any sniff of getting near our goal. So
we did against Villa as well.
Point there. I would normally be on for making subs to run down the clock, but the only thing that would have done yesterday was added 30 seconds for each substitution on, which would have meant there could have been 5.5 to 6 minutes played. And no, on our luck, one of the subs would have been not warmed up properly, gave the ball away, and they score an equaliser, which would have been the most undeserved equaliser in the history of football. So, well, I would normally go for subs. I think yesterday Nuno got it right. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So he kept it right. Although I'd say it's probably the only game this season we won't see substitutes coming on.
Well, Dave, let us know in the comments, my man. Let us know if you agree with what Philip has to say. Jack, do you want to say that to David?
I mean, I think I would normally say yes. I love a good time-wasting sub, especially, if they don't, just walk off the sidelines. They walk the full length of the pitch, towards the manager and everything. I love that kind of, play. At the same time, though, I kind of agree with Philip, and I think it's been mentioned a lot where if it ain't broke, you don't fix it. And also as well, you kind of think about the momentum that some of those players had. So many of them didn't even really put a foot wrong that match. Do you really want to corrupt that? With maybe someone who's not ready. We've seen that before with the likes of Davies. We saw, Mr. Catastrophe, Harry Winks was on the bench, Mr. Easy Pass. I mean, who's going to really come on? I guess maybe Gio would come on. But apart from that, there are not too many subs that I probably would have made, and so when you think about it that way as well, it speaks to the fact that we don't have a very deep bench. But as well, if they're all are playing well and if they've had plenty of rest apart from our South Americans, they should be able to play the full 90, especially players like Tanguy, especially players like Moon Boots as well. If they are available, and they've been, not out on international break, they've just had time to recover and just, kind of train, then they should be able to do the full 90. But I see where the concern is coming from, David, because, the Conference League is coming up, and that probably means then a lot of those players can't play because they do need to rest up for the game against the wet Spam.
Yeah, 100%. Well, there you are, David. I hope you enjoyed them answers, my man. Big yourself up and a great talking point, brother. Really appreciate that, man. You have no idea how much it really helps. But look, Philip, what else do you want to talk about?
Oh, I suppose, the Conference League game against Vitesse on Thursday is going to be tricky,
Harder than we might think, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think another reason for maybe not making subs. Yes, was keeping the players on the bench fresh for what's going to happen on, because there's going to be a lot of changes. I did read somewhere that he was going to do another Paco Ferreira there and leave the entire senior squad at home. I hope he doesn't do that, because Vitesse are a step above Paco Ferreira or Ferrero Rocher, whatever they were called. So it's going to be a mix of experience and the big boys next on Thursday night. And I see tonight Niall John scored twice for under 23s tonight, so he'll probably be involved. And Alfie Devine scored as well. Unfortunately, they still lost to the team we were just discussing a minute ago. But the first team will make get revenge for them on Sunday, I hope. It's going to be a tough enough game, especially as we play them twice. We played them on Thursday and then 2 weeks later at home. So just like to get a win, because a win on Thursday should secure our spot in the next round, in the next whatever they call it.
That's a good point, actually.
So
That's a good point.
It's going to be tough. I don't see Harry Kane being involved. Maybe on the bench, but that's about it. I think Dane Scarlett. Or Scarlett Mbappe, I think that's the name you've given him, should get a chance. I think he needs a few minutes on in the first team, and I think a Gio will come in for Ndombele. I think that'll be one of the other switches they'll do. And after that, anyone's guess. Harry Winks will probably play. I know what we all think of that, but he's still a squad player, and Dele Alli as well will probably play. So it's hard to know any. I would leave a couple of the back four in. I would leave probably bring Brian Hill in for Lucas Moura as well. That's just when you face it, like, we're still going to put out a strong team. Hopefully, just don't want to take this game seriously, because lose this one and we're this pressure is on us.
Would you bring Stevie B? Maybe considering he's returning from injury, he kind of needs to a degree, the minutes to kind of get back into shape of things. Also, he's not, he's played against Vitesse, obviously, a little while ago, but it is also his home nation. Maybe to a degree he might want to go there.
Yeah, I think he deserves it. He deserves to get some minutes. He deserves a good game too, to be honest. He's been on the fringes really for a good few matches he's played, and I suppose Brian Hill as well. It's hard to play. You can't play the two of them, but maybe give each of them a half each or something like that. Just to get the legs back. Like, I don't know what that story with that positive negative positive as it was with Brian Hill and Sonny. But just one thing I would just like to go back to the club's PR department. The statement they issued was there have been 2 false positives. Now, they could have added 5 words to that and put everybody might have slept on Saturday night. All they had to say was, and are available for selection. Yeah. So what they did was they left that statement half cocked. So really, you did, unless you're a medical person, you might know what a false positive is.
Available for. Yeah.
You know what I mean? They should have just added 5 words to it. We were all wondering Saturday night, Sunday morning, is Song going to play? I know I would have slept better if I'd known he was.
Yeah.
Just a little note to the PR department. They do cock up things sometimes. Really do.
Yeah, not everybody's well versed on it, and they shouldn't be, because especially in their case, they live in such a bubble, some of these players, and have access to everything there is. And I think my only explanation would be quickly, Philip, is there are those rapid tests, and sometimes those rapid tests, they're nowhere near as accurate as it is actually taking your blood. I think is what the real test can actually be, and things like that. And I think that's all it is. They just put a little, Q-tip up the nose, and sometimes you can have the false positive, I guess.
Yeah.
That'd be my only explanation, but it's not entirely accurate all the time.
Unless the doctor they used for the first one was a Newcastle fan.
Yeah.
I know, but still, it was great that Sonny was playing, and we are a different team when he's knocking on the door like he was yesterday.
Who would be your man of the match for the last match?
I think I had to go for Ndombele, but with Reguilon a very close second.
Reguilon is a close second.
They're brilliant, really. And I think Reguilon and Eric Dyer will probably get some kind of award from Newcastle for the way they reacted to the poor man that had the heart attack.
Yeah.
That was. I think that comes from the Christian Eriksen experience. I think a lot of players are more aware of what's going on around them now. And when they heard the crowd noise changing over in that corner, they looked over and they saw the guy stretched out. Fair dues to him. He really, he reacted far quicker than the referee did. The referee didn't seem to know what was going on until Reguilon went over and mentioned it to him, you know. And Eric Dyer, I thought he was going to jump into the crowd and hit somebody again, but he was going over to the doctor to get the defibrillator, you know.
Yeah.
The fair news to them, it got Spurs a whole lot of good publicity, you know. And which brings me on to another. Sorry, I'm ranting on a bit here, but
work away. This is what it's about.
Somebody put up a tweet today. Thank you, Tottenham Hotspur, by beating Newcastle yesterday and sparing us a day of Newcastle isms from both Sky Sports and Talk Sports. Thank you again. You saved the nation from a boring Monday morning.
They don't even like to give us praise for it as well. Like, it's still just even in matches like this. I would even argue, Philip, just quickly, that there have been teams before us, you know, that played Newcastle and to a degree struggled more than we did. And that was before the takeover. Also, some of those matches, you know, the other team that won it were at home. You know, you would say, of course, they've also had 3 draws as well. You actually consider to a degree, apart from Eric Dyer maybe trying his best, you know, to bring them back into the game, we actually had one of the strongest performances against Newcastle this season.
It was very good. It was excellent, you know. And as I said last night, it absolutely killed the Sky Sports agenda, because they went there with a purpose to not, you know, big up Newcastle and God help Spurs. That was the way they were going to handle it, you know. And I was told Jamie Redknapp up yours last night. I'd like to congratulate him. He actually got married today. Again, you know, and his wife is about 6 months pregnant. So it's nice to know it's not only Spurs he's been shafting, you know. So anyway, it was apparently Harry Redknapp was one of the witnesses. It was a top secret wedding in London today, you know.
I bet it was.
Yeah. But apparently the panel on Sky, they kept saying how Spurs were still not the real deal. They were still nowhere near we were 2 years ago. Which I suppose up to a point they're probably right. But they couldn't let it go without knocking Spurs, even though after such a performance that we had yesterday, you know.
I really agree with that. Maybe also, Philip, maybe you want to help me with this kind of super chat here, because I'd be interested to see what you would have to say with Faz Radfire saying, if we had gotten the Arsenal lineup right, would we be in second right now? Basically what he's saying, I think if we put Skippy in maybe instead and put the Skippy and Højbjerg connection together, we might have gotten a better result.
Yeah, I mean, you're bringing me back to a dark passage of my life at the moment. So, you know, I'll try not to I'll get over this one quick. Fez he's absolutely dead right. I mean, we should have played Skippy against Arsenal in the first. We should have started him against Arsenal. I mean, that first half against Arsenal was horrendous. It was nearly as bad as the second half against Chelsea. I don't want to see that again anywhere this season in any match. And I don't think we will, because Nuno is now learning what teams to put out for whichever team he's playing. And he got it badly wrong against Arsenal. Badly wrong, you know. I mean, we weren't calling for his head, but put it like this, I think if Nuno got the shove after the Arsenal game, we wouldn't have been surprised. You know, he's redeemed himself since that. But that was a low point. You know, I mean, Jesus, it's bad enough losing a game, but losing to Arsenal, it's just, you know, it's not good for your heart. It really isn't.
No, certainly isn't. David, you're on mute.
But anyway, no, it's good. We would be second. Imagine being second after being, you know, what we went through against those 3 London derbies. Yeah, you know, it's incredible. You know, I'm happy we're 5th. I mean, it's great to be 5th.
Look, no one expected that at the start of the season. That's the thing. No one expected us to be here right now. Everyone expected us to be in and around mid-table, maybe a bit lower. You know, fighting for our lives right now. But you know, we're 5th. We have to take note of that. And we have to give everybody credit for that. You know, the way that they've put it out of the bag. You know, we've already got a lot of tough fixtures out of the way, in my opinion. I know it's not Leicester, but a lot of the tough fixtures are out of the way. So, like, you know, come Christmas, we could be in a very good position, you know. We could be in a very nice position because we have a good run of games after that we should be winning. So it definitely is exciting times. 100% is exciting times. And we still have to see the best from Brian Hill. We still have to see the best from Ndombele. Yeah, he's coming into form. Kane's only coming into form now, you know.
Yeah. And then we have the Rock of Gibraltar in the middle of the pitch. Skippy and Højbjerg, you know. So it's great. It's great. You know, it's a good time to be a Spurs fan. It really is. It's you know, I can imagine now if the Arsenal result stays the same thing tonight, Arsenal fan TV will be well worth a watch.
Honestly, I can't wait. I can't wait. If it stays the same, I have my Ben and Jerry's cookie dough in the freezer, so I'll be whipping that bad boy out and I'll put it up on the big screen, reclined back. I'm just going to enjoy it. You know, it's what it's about.
Oh Jesus, I tell you, it's it's gas, isn't it? Really, they laugh at us when we lose. We laugh at them when they lose.
One of us is winning consistently at the end of the day. They won their cup final, for the year. Again, they can go back into hibernation until the next one, Philip, or we'll be smacking them at home.
Wait till we get them at home. It's going to be a severe revenge mission on that day, I'll tell you.
Oh, certainly will.
That. They're not going to survive it.
And hopefully they're sitting down in like 14th or 15th, you know what I mean, when they rock up. It'd be absolutely brilliant as well. Just absolutely smack them, send them crazy. It'd be brilliant.
I can see the papers the next day. Spurs put Arsenal in the relegation places.
That'd be solid. I'd go out and buy every copy, and I'd put them in a frame and put them on my wall. I really would.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
The only problem I have here where we're living now, I haven't learned out who supports who yet, so I haven't been able to slag anybody. It's kind of
just walk in with your Spurs jersey and your Spurs cap on. You see the football fans coming out of the woodwork, because if there's any other fans in there, they won't be able to hold themselves but get a dig in.
I'll go up to the local on Saturday night with it on Sunday night if they win.
There you go.
So there you go, lads. Anyway, that's it. It's a good time to be Spurs, and long may it continue. Like, we get 2 more wins this week, and then prepare ourselves for the big one against United. That is good. That's going to be a crunch match. We win that, boys, and we are back, baby. We are back in the big time.
I'll go even a step further. I would say against the wet spam, we'd be back. I knew we'd be back if we beat the wet spam. That's what I would tell you.
But you're not United, and with such a hyped up load of crap, basically. Yeah. I have a friend of mine, a United fan. He's absolutely disgusted with them. He says, "We bought Ronaldo. What for? He's put the whole team out of shape now. We don't have a midfield, and we don't have. We've got Ronaldo, who must play, it seems, but he's not. He's just not. He's not gelling. Not gelling. He might be scoring.
No, they're actually in absolute depression right now. I actually was watching a streamer that is a big Man United fan, and he and the rest of his kind of posse it was actually really sad. They actually sounded like Spurs fans after a loss. It really was. You could tell it was a new feeling for them, Philip.
The defense is crap. They really are. I mean, Leicester. If Leicester can tear them apart, I think we can as well.
Yeah. No, look, we definitely will. We definitely will. Philip, get your shoes out, because Ole Gunnar Shoe Shiner is coming to town. He's going to sparkle them babies for you.
Yeah. Let's hope. We're going our best performance last season was the 6-1 up against United up at their place.
Yeah,
and something similar at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium will be just lovely.
It'd be sweet. It'd be sweet. Look, I can sense 2 wins coming. I definitely can. Philip, we're going to rub the look of the Irish on the Tottenham jersey now, over the next couple of months. Harry Kane back in form, Ndombele looking like Gaza-esque. So it's all good. Good times are coming in. But look, Philip, thank you so much, my man. I really appreciate it. And you go and enjoy your evening, my man.
Right. See you soon, lads. And come on, you Spurs.
We'll be seeing you soon, Philip. Big yourself up. Come on.
Big up, Philip. Guys, absolutely legend. Everybody put in the comment section, hashtag Philip is a legend. I just want to welcome a few people in before we get to the super chats.
Sure.
We have Dan N in the building after his meeting. Big up, Dan N. Hope things are well. Richard Evans is in. It's good to see you in, Richard. Hope things are good with you. We have Boston Chris, who was in the building. Big up,
Boston Chris.
Hope things are well with you as well, my man. Who else have we got here? Adam Phillip, it's good to see you in, my man. I hope things are well with you. And I think that's Tango Bin Al-Sheed is in. Big yourself up. And I think that's it. So, yeah, Jacko, we'll take it away on the super chats. William Kelly says, Gunners 2-1 down. Oh, what a great day. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Now you can just go into Tuesday, even better. Arsenal losing, Tottenham are after winning. You can just get that Tuesday, you can write that Wednesday, we're going to win Thursday. You can carry that into Friday and Saturday, and then we're going to win Sunday again, so you can carry that into next week. It's a great time to be alive and to be a Spurs fan, William. It's a great day, my man.
And they're lucky they didn't lose to Brighton. They're so lucky they didn't lose to Brighton. If fucking Lewis dunked and finished whatever, it was like 2 centimeters in front of the goal, and somehow he missed it.
Yeah.
So I would just say, William Kelly, they should be. I know they're already feeling horrible, but yeah, it could be even a whole lot worse for them, which just speaks to how bad they are.
100%. Kane the long shot, big up Kane the long shot. Really appreciate the support, brother. And it says he's in with the big one. He says, speaking of the North London derby, Dyer came out and said Nuno wasn't at fault. The players didn't follow the game plan like they were supposed to. Nuno went out and fell on his sword for the squad. Thoughts? Do you know what? I was actually saying that a bit last night, Jack. You know, that Nuno, he took one for the team over them 3 games. He didn't waver. You know, he didn't throw anybody under the bus. Now that maybe he is starting to get the rewards for it now. And look, you know, he did, in fairness, you know, look, when he said that after North London Derby, Ken, a long shot, my first thought was, I've heard this one before. Jose Dundee said the exact same words before, you know. So, look, but the thing is, the tide is turning. The tide is turning. I think we have to give Nuno props. I think we have to give him a bit of credit, to be fair. You know, he stuck through all the criticism. It was all over social media, the press, you know, everyone was like, oh, you know, calling for Nuno out. I was as well. I wasn't happy, you know. And in fairness to him, he stuck through it all and he's come out the other side and now it looks like we're playing ball. And as well, he's got us through some of the toughest fixtures so far. You know, even some of the ones we won, the City game, the Wolves away one. You know, that's not a happy hunting ground for Tottenham. You know, so we've got some big victories as well on the road. And look, I think just give him time. Do I think he's here long term? No. I do think he's a bit of a caretaker. I think he'll be here for a year or 2 max. But he's doing well, and hopefully it continues, Jack.
I mean, I really think it was actually quite brave of him. As much as maybe we'd like to think that, you know, it's easy to kind of, you know, take blame, I don't think it is, because at the same time, you know, as much as I love Jose, he is quite famous for the coach of saying coach different players. And, you know, it's not something that I would say Nuno would probably say. Then again, Nuno concedes practically nothing when it comes to any sort of press conference. He is kind of just a pretty plain guy when it comes to the media and whatnot. And I think he actually did fall on the sword to a degree, and quite well, in fact. And I think he deserves all credit for that. Maybe considering, you know, if he really did feel like the players just weren't listening to his message and were just abandoning what he had instructed them to do tactically, if not, you know, also an effort to a degree, you know, he kind of took it like a champ and, you know, was able to take it in the best possible way a manager can. I would also say, though, Kane the long shot, maybe on being on the devil side of things, not a devil's advocate. On the devil side of things, I'm a bit worried that Dyer kind of comes out with these sort of comments because maybe it kind of just wins him back over onto Nuno's side when everybody's wanting a, you know, Dyer out at the moment. So it's a hard way to think about it, but I do think it's all credit to Nuno at the end of the day because he did really fall on his sword, and that's a brilliant way to put it. That is a brilliant way to put it. Really well said, Kane the long shot. And you know, it just worries me a bit though, because Dyer is a bit of a teacher's pet, and we all know that. And you know, it's a bit worrying because then that might mean he'll start again. But at the same time, I think all credit to Nuno. The man is actually class for, you know, the way that he did receive the North London derby. You know, it's easy to say, you know, oh, this went wrong. He just decided to say, look, it was my fault. I got it wrong, and you can't blame him for it. If that's how he wants to go about it, you can't blame him for it. Kane the long shot, fantastic comment.
No, absolutely brilliant comment to have to say. And look, hopefully the squad, you know, will fall on their sword for him as well, because that's what we need. We need management, you know, and players pushing in the same direction to get where we need to go. So big up Ken the long shot. I really appreciate the support, man. And a great talking point, brother. Really appreciate that. William Kelly says, oh, it's 2-2 in the Arsenal game. 94 plus minutes. It's 2-2, but it doesn't matter. I'll take 2-2. I'm still happy to see them drop points. That's all that matters. Just seeing them drop points while we gain points. That's the best out. William Kelly says, I have to say our bench really doesn't look great, guys. It worries me. It's a long season. Yeah, William, I can understand it. Look, we still have Bergwijn to come back in, Gill to come back in, Lo Celso, you know, you have Tanganga there. So, look, the bench is filling out, but I do agree with you. I think January comes around, we need another couple of bodies in, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, we've all kind of admitted this, and to a degree, it comes to these Europa Conference League matches as well. As much as we want to play the youth, as much as we'd like to, we also have to fill it with quality squad players. And, you know, to a degree, we're kind of missing those at the moment. We certainly are. And that's why I do get a bit worried sometimes, like Philip was maybe talking about with Vitesse. You know, William Kelly, it's not maybe a team that we should totally underestimate, considering how last time it went out with Rennes. And again, some of these home crowds, you know, Netherlands, France, and whatnot. To a degree, it's a bit of their cup final. You know, it's like a huge match for them, and they'll be really up for it. And that's what we also have to take into consideration. As much as maybe the quality of the other side won't be as good as ours, they're going to be really up for it. And we have to take that into consideration. So I feel like we do have to improve the bench. Obviously, we all want that backup striker. We all want that, new forward. Of course, over at our second channel, David, I've given you plenty of options, in that regard. I mean, just head on over to that channel. I even had a full length discussion with Darius from Paxton Road about players I would sign for the front line, as well as other holes in the squad, on a Levy budget. So there you go. You don't have to think about it at all. Just watch that video. But maybe William Kelly, I couldn't agree more. I think the bench is very, very weak at times, especially when the injuries start hitting, especially when the suspensions start coming in as well. The bench really does look significantly weak. And I think everybody who agrees with you, William Kelly. So big yourself up. It's a very valid concern, and it's a real concern.
Yeah, big up, William Kelly. I really appreciate the support, brother. And we have Spurs 72, big up Spurs 72 with a big one. And he says, I worry about which players we will run out in the Conference League. The Packers match leaves me kind of scared. What do you guys want to see?
Call them the usual suspects, maybe, David, and you can bounce off this here. We said this before Spurs 72 with the likes of Winks, Ellie, even other players, with the Pacho State Ferreira match. We said that, it's the usual suspect sometimes. And, to a degree, even against the Slovenians, Ellie didn't do too great. That's why he even probably got pulled off, as well. It's just kind of sad that, some of these players, we can't trust them against, some of the worst quality sides in all of Europe, really, when you think about it. And I think that just speaks to, their lack of quality. But at the same time, I've called them the usual suspects for 72. Maybe there's a better nickname for them. But I would say, you can always find, the common denominator with some of these players. You really can. But what do you think, David? I mean, could we find ourselves in a Pacho situation?
Very easily. Very, very easily. Look, I don't think Nuno's in a position where he can't not use them. You know what I mean?
He doesn't have a privilege of players to pick from, yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. Look, Winks comes in. Hopefully he has a good game. Same as Doherty, same as Davies. Look, if they step in, hopefully they'll have a good game. But you have Brian Hill there. He can add that bit of magic. Lascelles will be in. Hopefully Bergwijn will be in. I reckon you probably will see Lucas Moura again. You might see Kane or Scarlett, one or the two. So look, there is enough in that team to be able to go out there and get the job done, get the win. And look, sprinkle some youths in there, and say to some of these players, just put down the marker. Say, look, you're not playing well after half an hour. I will haul you off and I'll put on a Divine, a John, someone like that. No problem. Put it up them going out there, because if they can't deal with pressure from the manager to perform, well, then how do you expect them to deal with the pressure and perform in front of 30-odd thousand? So, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, that's what I would be doing to try and get the best out of them now. I'll just say, look, I'm not having any more of your clowning around. I'm not giving you 60, 70 minutes to feel your way into a game. You either hit the ground running and you perform, or you're being hauled off. That's what I would be doing. But we could definitely find ourselves in the Packers situation if we don't go out there with the right attitude, my man. Absolutely spot on there, Spurs 72. Big yourself up, man, and I hope you're keeping
very,
well.
very nice of you as well, Spurs 72, as well as William Kelly, of course, as always. William Kelly, you're such a huge help to us, and Kane the long shot as well with the big ones. So big yourself up, Kane the long shot. Probably just ride the vibes of also that beautiful finish you had the other night. Maybe against the wet spam, you can maybe hit one from distance for us.
No, 100%. Let's welcome a few more people in. Matt W's in the building. Good up, big up, Matt. Hope things are well, man. We have Mr. Simon, number 7. Philip is a legend. Always talking sense. Big yourself up, my man. He definitely is a legend. Who else have we got here? We have William McKenzie is back again. Big yourself up, William. Hoiberg, best Pierre in London is back. Good to see you, my man. Tottenham guy, good to see you. Hope things are well. A lot of people not happy with Palace, but look, at the end of the day, just Arsenal dropping points is all that matters. Any points is all that matters. Lucas KR says, have you seen the Scum celebrate that draw against Palace? Yeah, look, let them think they have this camaraderie and everything else, let them celebrate these draws.
Lots of people are saying they celebrate it like a Champions League final, Lucas. That's what they're saying. Lots are saying they celebrate it like a Champions League final. So, I mean, it just speaks to the lows that they're at the moment. But, lack of threat. Maybe this time, he actually was able to get, that goal that's probably to a degree, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's a bit pathetic. It's brilliant. Pathetic, Lucas.
Apocalypse Now, it's good to see you, my man. Where have you been? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. But look, it's time to bring on the next guest. He's another channel legend. Everyone loves listening to him. It's Brad Matthews. Brad, my man, played guitar last night after that win, I'd say.
The cap is still on.
Oh,
Cap
that's a
is
sleek
still
one as
on.
well. I need that one, Brad. That one looks better than mine, actually. What's even horrible, too, is, Brad, quick anecdote. Honestly, I lost my second flat cap. I don't know where it went because I would never let it go. It's like,
Maybe our boiler man's a guy came around to check my boiler today, and he had a flat cap on as well. So maybe he's got it. Although he's a Brentford fan, so maybe not. But
I know Aaron Dubb probably would say, I left it at the microbrewery or something like that, talking hipster, tactics and whatnot. But yeah, I can't find it. And, anybody that's seen a flat cap lying around, it's probably mine. So there you go.
No, it's been a good weekend. Shame Chelsea won, but you can't have it all. I think yesterday was. I've been trying to look at the season sort of and try and sort of work it out. We're either incredibly good or we're really, really crap, and it's what Spurs team are you going to get? I think will basically depend on where we're going to finish in the league this season. Now, if you look at the 3 losses, okay, Chelsea, good team. Yeah, let's forget about that one. Nuno got his selection wrong for Palace. He got his selection wrong for Arsenal, and we both lost those games badly. But he's been getting it right against Villa, and he got it right against Newcastle, and he's now playing in this 4-2-3-1 system, and it seems to be working. The players seem to know what they're doing. They seem to be used to it. And I think as I said at the start of the season, we'll have a slow start, but as the players get used to his methods and his tactics and that sort of thing, we'll have a good ending to the season. Like next year, we'll start, being consistent. I would probably say that where we are now is probably better than what I would have probably predicted at the start of the season. So if you
especially the conversations we were having maybe 3 or 4 months ago, people
exactly. I know, and that's the thing. That's the thing about Tottenham at the moment is like we're either it's like with this sort of dual personality at them. We're either incredibly brilliant or we got Tottenham are bipolar. They're bipolar. They're either absolutely wonderful and buzzing, or they're just sort of asleep. Yeah. But I was looking at the table, and I guess if you look at the table, you have to probably concede top 3 to Liverpool, Man City, Chelsea, whatever order that will be. You probably think they're going to be away from us. If you look at the 4th spot, there's no one team at the moment that are actually looking like they're going to be going for 4th spot.
Yeah.
So there's no reason why Tottenham, if we can get some consistency and get the results, there's no reason why we can't go for top spot. And we have to make sure that we get the points against the teams that we will be rivaling for top spot. I'm talking about your Man Uniteds, probably your Evertons, probably your West Hams, Leicester. These sort of teams, if we can at least get at least 4 points out of 6 against those teams, so they're not actually getting more points than us, then there's no reason why we can't do it. Obviously a lot of things come into it, like injuries and that sort of thing, and and the transfer window. But there's no reason why we can't. Now, whether we will or not is another thing. So
yeah,
it's the old cliche of take every game as it comes. So but.
I think January, Brad, will be absolutely crucial. Look, I don't think we'd be able to get top 4 because, look, if we do get injuries and stuff like that, I do think it will hamper us. So I do think January will be crucial. If we can get the squad to January and get them to play their part in what we're trying to do, well, then it's back over to the board to play their part if they really want to get us back to where we should be, because the opportunity is there. As long as we keep winning games, and the games are falling kindly for us now after this, after this month, as long as we keep winning them games, the opportunity is there for us to maybe sneak back into that top 4.
Yeah, well, we're literally just outside on goal difference, so it's and you blame 3 goal losses for that. So you're all right. Well, 3-1 against Arsenal. I thought yesterday's game. Actually, I woke up this morning and I kept thinking, it was a good 3-1 win for Tottenham. I just totally forgot about the second goal that Newcastle scored, but
because it was given to them.
It was, and it was like, I tell you what I did like about our performance yesterday was that, and I think Philip said this as well, was when they got that goal and it's danger time, we controlled the game for injury time. We totally controlled that game in injury time. We had the ball high up the pitch and we kept it there. It's what we did against Villa as well. And I thought we looked really, really comfortable. I mean, we looked comfortable all game, to be honest, apart from the first sort of 10 minutes.
Mm.
But we looked really, really comfortable. And the game plan, the way we executed our game plan at the end, I thought was very, very good. And I don't think, well, in the whole game, I don't think Lloris, well, apart from the goal, did he have any shots that he had to really pull out a save? I don't think he did.
Yeah, not really.
So
he had a few rising Phoenix moments, as David said, in the player ratings, just to make himself look beautiful, with the long arms and whatnot. But yeah exactly.
But I thought they were very. The only thing if you're going to come up with any concern, it would be that we didn't create that many chances per se. We didn't make the keeper work a lot, but we did certainly look very, very comfortable. Probably the most comfortable I've seen us look all season. Again, you have to count it and put in that Newcastle aren't very good, and they proved that yesterday. Apart from the first 10 minutes on the adrenaline rush that they got. And dear old Tottenham, conceding the goal in the first 2 minutes. It's like, yeah, okay, we've been here before. But no, I thought yesterday was very, very good. And I have to say, I was at the pub watching it, and the landlord is a real gooner. And the first thing he said to me when I went to the bar was, "Oh, sorry, we don't serve Tottenham fans here." And he's one of these guys that he's joking, but he's not.
Yeah.
Doesn't say it with a smile on his face.
Yeah,
which isn't inviting.
Yeah. But and then during the game, it's come on, Geordies, and the fake Geordie accent. But he was really quiet. So as soon as we took the lead, he was very quiet. And I have to say, it probably was the beer as well. But I have to say, when that final whistle went, I was really going, "Yeah, come on," sort of thing. Fuck you.
You're also paying him service as well,
Yeah.
So you have the right to do it. You have the right to do it. You should have just asked him, "Listen, if you have a few tea towels, I'm running a load." That's what you should have said. That's what you should have said to him. He probably wanted to wear a tea towel as well.
So yeah, I did. I was really, really sort of fuck their pie or something. But the players that the team yesterday, I think they all played well. Dyer had a reasonable game apart from that bit at the end there. That's Eric Dyer for you. I thought Romero,
it's like 30 seconds of horrible, and then the rest of it's brilliant.
I thought Romero looked good again. Although I think he might have been at fault for the goal. I thought he might have. He didn't know that Callum Davison was behind him, so I thought he might have been able to. If he'd have known that, I think he would have headed that ball away because he was in front of him at the time when the ball was coming across. He was in front, and I think if he'd have known he was there, he'd have really gone for that ball and nodded it out. But he didn't, and what's his face got in there and got the goal. But no, again, we didn't collapse. We built ourselves into the game. We didn't panic. I think that's what I think Nuno more or less said something like that in the press conference about about taking it easy, be calm, and that sort of thing. And that's exactly right. They score after 2 minutes. You've still got 88 minutes left, so you got that time to do it. Big up to Reguilon and Dyer with the incident with the fan. I mean, that was That was top, and then fair play to the Newcastle fans themselves for like sort of bringing it to everyone's attention. But that was one of those sort of awful moments, and luckily it's all ended good. So I wanted happily.
Someone who can act in the moment, Brad, because that's what I feel like is. To a degree, I don't really credit myself in that regard. I feel like I'm kind of somebody that would freeze up, somebody that wouldn't really know what to do, who to go to first. I'm not really as much a man of action in that regard. And I think that needs to be hammered home, as there are people that to a degree are kind of heroes in that regard, where they're brave enough to just think on their feet and do something right away instead of just kind of getting clammed up, as we might say.
Yeah, you're right. And I think I'm not so sure about Reguilon, but I know Dyer would have been around when what's his name had the heart attack for Bolton in that game.
Oh, Fabrice Mwamba.
Yeah, I think he was Dyer was around there. I'm not sure if he was playing that day, but I know he's at the club, and because that was pretty awful as well. But yeah, so that was good, and then we're known for not coming back after the break and starting slowly, but we came back with a vengeance after that first break, and that third goal was, that was something of beauty. It really was. Yeah. It was, and I like the way our forwards seem to be really fluid as well. And Kane playing up top where he's supposed to play, And then
what was your favorite goal, Brad? What was your favorite one? I thought they were all great goals, actually.
Well, the weird thing was, taking on bellies was like, it's back. We're back in the game. Kane's goal, I sort of celebrated, and then Of course, the flag's out, and of course, all the Arsenal fans in the pub going, oh, laughing, and then of course we had the last laugh at that. But I think that third goal, I always like goals that put you in that position where that's like the winning, not the winning goal, but we're 2 up now, and we came back, and it was just it was such a good goal. I thought the forwards, as I said before, they were very, very fluid, playing around. I mean, Lucas Moura, what a season he's having, and Ndombele, God, if he can perform like that every week, that guy is unplayable when he's like that.
Yeah.
Can't take the ball off him if you even try. Like, seriously, like you could even just violate, you could become an MMA, fighter, and you wouldn't still take the ball off him.
Oh, it's incredible. There's a clip going around on Twitter today about him when he was in our defensive corner, and he's just sort of doing all this sort of stuff, getting around all these players.
Yeah.
And it's incredible. And he played the whole
slow motion for him. Like Lucas, I feel like it's slow motion for them, at times where it's like they just, I don't understand how players can think that quickly about it. And I think Lucas, to a degree, also has that ability where he can take on 6 players at once. And like, it's as if it's like the Matrix or something where they're all just going by him so slowly.
Lucas will run at players, Ndombele will run at players, Son will run at players. You've got those 3 really good, skillful, quick players, and you got Kane as the batter around the forward, or not so much. He's more subtle than the batter around that forward,
right?
And then you had Højbjerg and Skip. Skip was brilliant yesterday. Absolutely brilliant. I think there was a tackle he got. Is it right near the end of the first half? I think it might have been when we were 3-1 up. And it's like, well, if Newcastle score, we don't want them to score before half time. And he got this absolutely brilliant tackle in on one of their attacks. But I thought that, if you've got that base behind you, you can have the forward players buzzing around and doing all that sort of thing. And I saw the comments before about the substitutions. I thought he might have made an attacking substitution. Maybe bring on Lo Celso for Ndombele in the last sort of 20 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
But he didn't have to. And I think what you said, Jack, about the substitutions is everyone goes, oh, time wasting substitutions. Well, it doesn't really, because the referee just adds another 30 seconds onto the game.
As he should.
And that's what they do. So it doesn't really waste time. It just sort of slows down the momentum. It can. The way Chelsea used it the other night is probably how you use it. It stops the momentum. When Brentford had all the momentum and then Chelsea did the substitutions, it won't actually waste time, but it will stop that momentum that Brentford had. And we had the momentum, so why will we make any changes? So so I thought that was okay. And I don't really, I know what people are saying about the bench, but our bench yesterday had Ellie, Lo Celso, Bergwijn. There's some fairly decent players on that bench yesterday. So it's not as bad as people sort of make out it is. But you're right. David, we do need players in January, just to strengthen it up a bit and do what Alex Ferguson used to do. He replace players in a strength. When you're strong, you make yourself stronger. You don't sort of wait till you've got a problem. And hopefully, I read something today that Paratici is planning a raid on Juventus or something like that. So I don't know who they are. It's one of these useless sort of team talk.
That'd be great. Honestly, there are a lot of players I'd take at the moment. Seriously, there'd be a lot of players I'd take. I'd love a good raid. Might as well. If any raid, the Irish Hotspur would ever endorse, it certainly would be a raid on Juventus.
But it was a I woke up this morning feeling tired and emotional. I think is the right word for it. But it was a good win, a good feeling to have the win under your belt. And the only problem was that I went on to our video call at work wearing my Spurs thing because but of course my colleague's a Liverpool fan and he had the full Liverpool top on, so it's
Well
done,
honestly.
It looks promising if we can play like that. If non-Bellis can play like that every week, we can do stuff. Now, as for the game against Vitesse Arnhem, that's gonna be quite a tough game in their stadium. I would
similar to Rennes, maybe.
I would. Rennes, I think, have gone up the table a bit since we played them because obviously they beat PSG as well. So, it's a game that we should win, or at least not lose. But I think if we can play the first 11 that didn't play on Sunday, and that's going to be difficult. you know, if we can get away with that, maybe have your Kanes and your Sons on the bench and then sort of bring them on if you need to. But yeah, we can hopefully get a result on Thursday, and then the West Ham game, which as you've alluded to, I'm going to on Sunday. I managed to somehow get a ticket. I had enough loyalty points to get a ticket, so
I'd say you can't wait for that.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna keep a very low profile in that game.
Wear your armor.
Yeah, those games can be quite naughty. So
just wear the flat cap. Honestly, that, like you said, you know, the flat cap, you can look like, you know, the best looking man in the stadium, but as well, it keeps a low profile as well. Brad, I'll be honest, I don't live in the best neighborhood of Brooklyn as well. Keeps a nice low profile for me sometimes. You know,
Brooklyn
allows me to, you know, just look nice and fresh though at the same time. So, you know, it just, I would say, it hits all marks. It hits all marks. The flat cap, more of an endorsement for the flat cap.
Well, I think because it's Stratford sort of. I went to Upton Park some years ago, and I worked out a train station I could walk to that was away from the ground, so I wouldn't sort of, you know, go with all the sort of supporters if there's anything kicking off. And also, I don't like crowded trains, so I thought, well, I'll do that. And I was walking along the it's dark, it's a night game, walking along the street, and the crowd's spinning as you go in, and I could sense this person coming behind me. And he got closer and closer, and he got level with me. He goes, "Oi, mate," he says, "Are you a Spurs fan?" And I thought, I'm not going to be intimidated by this. So I said, "Yeah, I'm a Spurs fan." He goes, "Oh, great. Do you know which way you're going? I am too." So yeah.
Don't judge a book by its cover. That's
Yeah, exactly. So we I went to the train station together. But it'll be an interesting game. As Philip was saying, need my binoculars, and I've never been to this Olympic Stadium before, so that'll be interesting to see how that goes. So have you noticed we haven't drawn a game this season in the league?
Yeah, actually, I have.
That's a great point. Yeah. I never noticed that.
Yeah,
I never noticed that, Brad. There you go. I never thought about it.
Yeah, because remember a couple of seasons ago at Wembley when we didn't. I think we went about. Well, I think we broke a record. We were about 20 odd games without getting a draw. I think we broke some sort of Premier League record by going the most amount of games without drawing. And I think eventually, I think it might have been Arsenal we got a 1-1 draw with, and I think that was when it all ended. But yeah, we know me, I'm a law of averages man. So the law of averages, we do a draw, but I still think we can still win on Sunday, and that will put us.
Would you just put out the same lineup? Maybe any changes you would make?
I wouldn't know. I'd keep the same lineup. I really would. I'd keep the same lineup, the same tactics. This obviously depends on the sort of team we play against Vitas Arnhem. I think someone like Ndombele, you'd probably him and Højbjerg. I think you'd try and keep out of the game on Thursday, and even Skip now. I mean, Skip's becoming, one of our must needed players. So. Yeah, I'd like to see the team, a bit of a second team play, but it's the conference is a competition that we can win, so it's that balance, isn't it? That Nuno gets paid for, so that's where he gets the money for.
Yeah, well, look, he's starting to get the balance right. Anyway, that's for sure. He's definitely starting to get the balance right. Look, all good things take time. I think the more time we give it, I think I think the more fruits from the labour we'll see. That killer instinct, that will come with time. It all starts with games like yesterday, flowing into a win next week, maybe beating or taking a point off United and building on it from there, But look, there's definitely a hell of a lot of positives going forward. Yeah. And Brad, I hope you enjoyed your beer last night, my man.
I did, yes, I definitely did. And beer followed by pizza and Ben & Jerry's, so yeah.
Ooh, that's a beautiful Sunday. That is. Maybe write it into Monday then as well. Maybe if you have a bit of Ben & Jerry's left over.
I did the walk of shame this morning where I put out the rubbish, and it's like the big rubbish bag, and you can hear all the cans of lager and all the sort of fast food containers and that. But, one thing I'd like to add about the game on Sunday was I really thought it was when the Kane goal was disallowed, and he obviously thought he was offside, and most of everyone else did. But I did really like the reaction from our players when the goal was given. It was like, they all went on top of him, and like they're all behind him, breaking his duck and that sort of thing. And I thought that was really, really good. And then I think with Son's goal as well, again, the reaction from the players I thought was very, very good. And that shows that there's a team spirit there, which which the press keeps trying to make these sort of accusations that there isn't, and they don't like Nuno's methods, blah blah blah, which is basically bullshit. So it's they do it all the time. So but I thought that was really good on Sunday. I was really pleased to see that they were sort of sharing his joy at breaking his duck.
No, 100%. I couldn't agree more. Look, Brad, thank you very much for coming on, my man. I really appreciate it.
Well done.
Don't forget to click that like button.
You tell him, Brad.
And the subscribe and hit the notification bell.
Exactly. You tell him, my man. You tell him. But Brad, big up. Great speaking to you as always, my man. And look, I'm sure I'll speak to you again before the West Ham game. But if I don't, you go and enjoy the living crap out of him, my man.
Oh, yeah, I will.
See you, Brad.
Cheers, guys.
Have a good evening. Well done, my man. Well
See
done.
You, lad. Big up, Brad. Everyone can big up Brad there in the comments. Absolutely great call. Absolutely great stuff from Brad. Guys, like you said, make sure everyone is smashing that like button. Make sure everyone you smash that subscribe button if you are new. The big push for 4.5 is on. And look, why not help support the channel with a super chat or two, guys? It is a great way to help support your favorite YouTubers. And it is, like I said, it just gets you to the very top of the queue. We'll get straight to your comment. We'll give it a good discussion on it. Let's see who else we have. See who we still have with us. We have Old Soul. Exactly, Old Soul. You tell him, my man. We have Paro Miguel Escobardo says, big up, Brad. Big up, Paro. I hope things are well. Adam Phillips says, Doherty was more proven than Regulon to warrant those wages, but he has been shit.
He's talking about how Doherty's on bigger wages, actually, apparently, than Regulon, which is just a crime. That is a crime.
Yeah. Catman Jess says, big up, Brad. Bob Squash V2 is in.
For Brad. That's good.
Big up, Bob Squash. Sinushka Ram Shooter says, great stuff, Brad. Just for loves, big up. Good to see you in. Says, separate note. Did you know Doherty is on larger wages than Regulon? I didn't know that, my man. I didn't know that. Thank you for enlightening me. Who else have we got here? Go Get It says, my guys, big up, Go Get It. Hope things are well. Good to see you in. It's great to see you in. Faz Radfar says, good to see you well, David. In top form. No, appreciate it, my man. Appreciate it, brother. Look, I was just out for a week. I'm still a bit sick, but I'm all right, man. I'm nowhere near as bad as I was. I'm not bedridden. Old Soul 73 says, New York is a 30-year London, but that was 20 years ago, so maybe different now. Look, New York is a place I'd love to go to, my man.
I think it's just two very different cities, Old Soul. That's what I would say. Just two very different cities, I would say. There's just no place like New York and no place like London. They're their own very unique places, but that's what I would say. 100%. I think you're probably right.
Golden Cock says Romero versus Antonio will be tasty. That will, my man. That definitely will. It'll be a very tasty battle. But look, let's not waste any time. Let's keep plowing through. Let's get on the next guest. And the next guest is Chris. Chris, how are you keeping?
Evening, lads. How are you doing?
All good, all good. You keeping well?
Yep, I was today. That's for sure.
Enjoyed work, I'd say.
Oh, definitely. I was going to wear the tea towel on my head, but I thought, nah, better not, just in case. Because at the moment, Dave, if I wasn't banned from Twitter, I'll be trending a new hashtag for them. Hashtag, where's my tea towel gone?
You could probably rent the tea towel maybe to others, Chris, right? Because there's I think there's a national shortage up north in Newcastle of tea towels. You could probably rent it out.
Well, you've heard about the petrol crisis all over the UK now. Up in the northeast, there's no petrol crisis, it's a tea towel crisis. Do you know what I mean? So it's all good.
And the missus, right? The missus didn't let you take out your tea towel, so you're probably the only one up there with one left.
I've had to board up my windows, Jack.
Oh, for God's sake, man. But what's your thoughts on the games yesterday, though, Chris?
Oh, do you know what? I was absolutely ecstatic. When we went kneel down, I thought, oh, shit. Don't do it. But I have to give the players credit. Their heads did not sink. They got their heads back up and they got back into that game. And they played really well. Tanga and Dumbele, do you know what? I can't even insult him.
Yeah.
I can't even insult him. He was absolutely immense for 94 minutes.
Unbelievable.
I thought maybe that Nuno's hijacked his phone and said, right, listen, you're going to do 90 minutes or you're not getting your phone back, so I don't want Uber Eats for you. So he's put the whole shift in.
He got his loyalty rewards. I saw you say that, Chris. Got his loyalty rewards taken away.
Yeah, his loyalty points, yeah. But no, he played really well. The whole team did. The mistake by Romero early on in the game was a bit, it happens. Dyer should have been there covering him, but yeah, it was a good game.
Yeah.
We should have had at least 5 or 6 against them, though. I have to say, we should have had at least 5 or 6. If in that second half, if we buried our chances, we would have been long gone. It wouldn't have been as
said that
close.
with Villa as well. I said that with Villa as well. Like, Jesus, some of the one-on-ones that we missed against Emi Martinez, like you were just thinking like any other keeper, like if it were Jack Darlow, we would have put those away.
Yeah, definitely. It was a good game. But then you have the 89th minute clanger from Eric Dyer. I wasn't sure whether he was doing a limbo dance or a salsa, bro. What the hell? It was like, I don't know what it is with Dyer, with Moon Boots, right? It's like, he has 10 minutes in the first half where he just not in the game. His head's not there. Then he'll have 70 good minutes. Then in the last 10 minutes, he just goes back to his first 10 minutes again. So whether he gets lost in the game, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know either, Chris. I haven't a clue either. It's he winds me up. William Kelly, though, Chris says, I see us winning the Conference Cup and the FA Cup also this season.
The Conference League, yeah, I would say so. The FA Cup, 50-50 on that one. Because if we can't beat the Farmers in the Conference League, there's a problem. But then again, Dave, I've just got this bad feeling that Jose might come bite us on the arse with that one with Roma.
I hope not, Chris. I hope
that's the sickening feeling, but I'm praying we don't get them. Not until at least the final.
I think they might even fix it, to make it so that it is just us two in the final, because they got to advertise it at least. They're up.
Yeah, definitely.
You can't just have those two teams, playing each other right away. It just, especially if it's going to be, a scintillating, Albanian, cup final as well. You got to be able to sell the tickets, Chris.
Definitely. I agree with that. But no, yesterday's game, good game of football. Just glad we didn't park the bus against them and just went out full attacking them.
Yeah.
Højbjerg in the middle of the pitch was Skip, immense. Romero, immense. Region, immense. Emerson, right now. There was a couple of comments last night, David, on your stream when you were doing the players rating. Now, I don't normally disagree with a lot of what your panel say, but there was one comment about Emerson and Tanganga last night I disagree wholeheartedly with. I don't believe Tanganga should be right back. He should be at centre back with Romero, not Dyer there. Emerson should keep his place as a right back. He's a better right back than what Tanganga is.
Is that because he goes forward more, maybe a bit more efficiently, and just
I wouldn't drop Emerson out of the team, not at all. I would keep him as right back, but ship Dyer out just for the cup games. Keep him in the cup games, but not in the Premiership. I would probably put Tanganga or Rodon in centre back with Romero, because the concentration with that level with Dyer, that's why he's got his name Moon Boots. Because for certain parts of the game, he just doesn't know what he's doing with the ball. He holds on to the ball too long, concedes possession. It was his mistake for the free kick, and then it was his mistake for the own goal. So it was 2 mistakes in the space of a minute. So normally I wouldn't disagree with your panel, David, but last night I actually did. I was like, nah, I don't agree with taking Emerson out. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would agree with that, to be honest with you. I don't agree with taking Emerson out either, but I think Tanganga should be given the chance, to be honest with you. I think it's harsh to take the kid out. I think he was performing well, and I think he should be given the chance beside Romero, lad.
I think, to be honest with you, at right back against the Arsenal game, it showed that he hasn't got that ability to be a right back. He's more of a centre back, not a right back.
Yeah.
You probably need to improve his technical ability, I would say. Definitely needs to improve it. But William Kelly, I would just say the FA Cup, that'd be a cup that's actually, worth remembering, especially because, of course, we all, in 2008, we had that one trophy in 20 years with Levy, but, I would say an FA Cup is actually something that's actually a lot harder to achieve nowadays. Yeah. I think it's a lot harder to achieve. I actually think it's something very noteworthy, especially we probably would celebrate it to a degree like Leicester City did, I think maybe even harder. So I think the FA Cup would be absolutely glorious. And then the Conference Cup, I think if we do win it, like I said, it'll then become the European Conference of Champions. that will be the new title for it after we win that. So we have to be the first to do it, like christening a new trophy, right, Chris?
Definitely. I would like to see us to win a trophy. I don't care if it's the Europa Conference or even the League Cup. or even the FA Cup. I wouldn't care. It's a trophy. It's silverware at the end of it. What other of 19 teams are going to win in the league apart from the Premiership?
Yeah.
So yeah, I would like to see us win it. To be honest.
Look, I'm dying to win. I want to win everything. I want to win everything. I believe. Look, we can definitely win that Europa Conference League. There's no reason why we can't. There's no reason why we can't make another stab at a League Cup or an FA Cup. Look how bad we were last year and we got to a final. No reason whatsoever why we can't put anything together and get a good run going, to be honest with you.
Agreed.
I really appreciate the support, brother.
Big up.
Agree with that.
Always.
I actually agree with that, Dave. Spot on, but I don't care what we win as long as we win something.
Yeah.
Chris, if you were to make any changes to that last starting 11, would this maybe be one of them, the 4 Rs? Would you maybe make a switch to the 4 Rs?
Look, personally, I wouldn't change it, bar Dyer. That's the only one I would change is Dyer at that team. Probably put either Rodon or Tanganga in at centre-back. I wouldn't change Emerson. I wouldn't change Romero. I wouldn't change Reguilon. I'll skip Højbjerg in the middle and Tanganga in the number 10 with Son, Lucas or Bergwijn, and then Kane. I wouldn't change. I wouldn't change any other players bar Dyer because Dyer's a liability.
Yeah.
Depends what sort of mood he's in. Because we all know. Look, David. We all know that Dyer, every single game, he's gonna make one mistake, at least one.
Yeah.
So I think that's for me. That'd be it. Just take Dyer out and put actually a centre back in, not a central defensive midfielder playing as a centre back.
Yeah.
Do you think that's maybe become the problem maybe with Eric Dyer, is that even though he kind of has those that defend him, which to a degree, I see where they're coming from sometimes, because he will have 89 minutes of decent defending, but that's where
not 89 minutes.
It's just guaranteed. It's just guaranteed. Like at this rate, it's just guaranteed. He has a moment, if not.
But Jack, I don't know which correct the stat man, but it's 89 minutes. It's 70 minutes of playing well. It's 10 minutes in the first half where you'll have to have a total clanger, and then the last 10 minutes in the second half where you'll have a total clanger. So it's 70 minutes roughly that he'll be all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You actually think about it, because then we have to recover from whatever mistake that he made, actually. So it just, it even hurts the whole flow of things.
That's why I was a bit worried yesterday when we went 1-0 down after 2 minutes. I thought, don't do it. Just don't do it. Not again. But we actually played really well. We actually put on a good performance. Since that Arsenal horror show, we've actually put a lot better performances in, and I think the players have realised what they did against Arsenal was unforgivable, and they've had to put it right. And the only way they're going to put it right is we'll win on Thursday, and then we beat West Ham on Sunday.
Yeah.
The West Ham, there you go. I'd love it. I'd love to hear it that way. Chris, especially maybe, the West Ham, is that maybe that the part where you start to maybe, we've already gotten ahead of ourselves, David and I, would that be the part where you really start to believe, that maybe there's something different about the season, that potentially, even going back to what William Kelly said, maybe a cup final, maybe something that, is to a degree, maybe we thought unachievable.
Yeah. Look, the other North London supporters, they were all celebrating for 7 days because they were above us for 7 days in the league. Right now, we're what, fifth? 2 points from the top, right? Now, we've got an opportunity to get in that top 4 and stay there. We just need to take our chances against West Ham and beat them.
Yeah.
Man United will get there when it comes. They're not that great anyway. Ollie at the wheel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but West Ham is a must-win game, and we need our revenge after last season.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
and
we own them.
In that rental stadium where they're going to be having the Athletics at the same time as again, we need to beat them.
Might as well, actually, maybe when Sonny scores, maybe do a pole jump, maybe, just throw a bar in there,
The pole vault and the long jump are reserved for Lucas.
He has this big sand pit to jump into.
The 100 meters will go. The 100 meters will go to Sonny.
Maybe a bubble bath, they have enough space for it, with all the bubbles that they probably won't be using, for that match. Might as well just jump into a big bubble bath.
Don't say that in front of Ellie. He'll be straight in there first.
100% he will be. Pete from the Lane says, big up, guys. Great performance yesterday. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Pete from the Lane. I hope things are well, brother. I hope things are well, my man.
Good to see you, too.
Yeah. And I hope you're enjoying going to the games and that, my man. But it's good to see you, Pete from the Lane. Good to see you in Let's welcome a few more people in. We have Daniel Field. Big yourself up, Daniel. I hope things are well. Brian Socrates. We have Brian Daigle. Big up, Brian Daigle. I hope things are well, my man. Good to see
The
you.
man called Brian Daigle, big up.
Big up Socrates as well. Big up Socrates. Good to see Socrates back in the building.
It is. But Chris, look, my man, thank you very much for your time and for coming on. I really appreciate
all right, man.
it. A blast as always.
Yeah. David, I was going to wear my tea towel today, but I thought it'd be in bad taste, so I better not.
No, you should have. You should have. I would have absolutely loved it, lad. You know, you could have rubbed the Mrs. Hairband put on to keep it in place.
Held it together with the flat cap as well. You know, flat cap tea towel look. You know, I mean, Chris, you'd be blocking yourself from the sun. You know, again, you know, probably be having all the ladies running after you as well.
Flat cap into work. I did actually wear my flat cap into work today. Actually, I have to admit.
There you go.
I was gonna wear the tea towel, but I thought better not. I did ask him for the tea towels at work. I got the 2-worded answer, so.
Yeah,
I got the 2-worded answer, and I asked one of the team leaders. He's an absolute Newcastle nut. He's a season ticket holder, and he was there yesterday. And I went, "Yeah, you got a tea towel I can borrow?" He just looked at me. He goes, "I don't even want to talk to you." I went, "Got something to say?" I went, "All week you've been giving me shit." I went, "You're not talking. How are we?" I went. He goes, "I thought you weren't due in." I went, "I just came in to see your face, actually." And I just put the biggest smile on my face. I went, "Yeah, I just need a tea towel." It was just a drop of the mic there.
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. But
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, Chris. Come on, you Spurs.
Beat West Ham and have another perfect week.
Let's beat the spam. Let's beat the spam.
Come on, Spurs.
My man. See you, man.
Chris.
See you there, man.
Big yourself up.
Bye, Chris.
What a legend, guys. Everybody get in, you know, show Chris some love in the chat. We have a few people in the background, so I'm just going to give the running order. We have Dermit next, then we have Adam, then we have, Dermit, Aaron Dove, Adam, Phil, and then Mr. Daigle. That is the running order. William Kelly says, agree, Chris, Dyer is the greatest liability at fault for both goals against Newcastle, at fault against Villa, and the list is endless. Why do we persist with this guy? I don't understand it myself. I really do not understand it. Look, it's probably the Portuguese connection there. You know, teacher's pet. Look, I don't know. He must be doing something in training. He has to be doing something in training. He has to be doing something in training. That's unbelievable to be getting into the team, because the thing is, he switches off. He's always prone to that switch off, and we can't keep allowing it to happen. We have to give Sanchez a run. We have to give a Tanganga a run in there, a road, and you have to try somebody else, because he will cost you goals. We should have learned from that last year, the year before that. You know, we need to change it up. We need to get him out, William Kelly. I would much rather see someone else in there. At least I can, at least then, you know, you can accept a mistake from a Roden or a Tanganga because of their age. Not Dyer. You know, this guy's coming to the tail end of his career and he's making these mistakes. It's absolutely ridiculous. And big up Bryce. It's good to see Bryce in as well. Big yourself up. Jack, what do you want to say to William Kelly?
Completely agree, William. Sincerely, completely agree. And I think a lot of us are starting to realize this. And I kind of feel like maybe, I don't know if I'm alone in this. And I think William Kelly's helping me out here, where I thought Eric Dyer was more at fault for the first goal than even Romero was, because when you think about how much Romero had to track him across, you know, the box, where Eric Dyer was marking nothing, as we usually have seen before, just marking, you know, no one in front of him, you know, practically ball watching, as we know a lot of defenders have done in the past. And then, of course, we know that he was at fault for the second goal. I mean, that's more than obvious. I just feel like he's just more than a liability, and maybe I'm actually being way too kind to Dyer maybe earlier by saying it was 89 minutes of brilliance, and it's really actually, like Chris is saying, it's actually 70 minutes, because he hurts us that badly, William Kelly, that, you know, we have to recover, you know, from it. And it's just, he is playing like with a handicap to a degree. I felt like we even saying in the watch along, William Kelly, you probably remember, we were saying it's like defending with 3 men at times, you know, the way that he does, you know, go about things. It really is, you know, it's like playing with a hand behind your back, or even without a foot to a degree. And I just feel like, you know, we have to maybe get rid of this kind of persistence with, you know, making Dyer this like focal leader, you know, this guy that, you know, somehow like connects the squad together, you know, the morale, maybe he improves. If that's the case, then like, yeah, I would save him for the FA Cup matches, you know, maybe the Europa League and whatnot, but, you know, continued Premier League games, like, it's just not meant for him. It's just not, he's just not ready for that level. And I think you have to have people that actually get stuck in for a living for William Kelly. And that certainly is not, moon boots. And maybe my final thought on him to a degree is just the fact that it kind of connects to what Kane the long shot was saying earlier, Dave, where he kind of did a bit of a teacher's pet comment with Nuno. I just feel like that maybe is a thing also as well. William Kelly seems to be a bit of a teacher's pet with some of the managers, and you got to give credit, where credit's due. That's where he gets his way into the squad. William Kelly is a clever man in that regard, but I think eventually, Nuno is going to have to realize in order to even achieve anything close to top 4, it's not going to be achieved with Eric Dyer at back 4.
No, 100%. I couldn't agree more with that. William Kelly, I hope you enjoyed them answers, my man. I really appreciate the support, brother. Big yourself up. What a hero. Jack, I just need to run to the Jacks, so I'll let you and Dermot take it away, my man.
It's just me and Dermot. I'm liking this one then. Dermot, how are we keeping?
Not too bad, Jack. How are you? Great win yesterday. What a performance.
I'm still riding the waves. How about you? I'm still we're not spoiled enough, and that's what I think we're starting to realize. We need to ride, the positivity, and it's the positivity cult over here, as you might say. So, we're just going to continue to ride the waves, ride the vibes.
Absolutely brilliant from start to finish. The first 5-10 minutes were a bit dodgy, and then after that, we just clicked into gear.
Were you kind of expecting? A lot of people were expecting that, though. They were saying, they weren't going to be surprised if we conceded first. Which, to a degree, maybe when I think about it, maybe I could have thought about it that way. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think the first 10 minutes, the tails were going to be up because of the crowd and everything. But they're Newcastle. They're nothing special. So we're a better team than them. So if we had lost to Newcastle, there have to be questions asked. But thank God we didn't.
So we don't have to ask some questions.
Dombele, I thought he was a new signing. I actually didn't recognize him. I thought, who's this player?
No one did.
And
they've never seen it.
It's taken him 2 years to settle in. Well, he's had his settling in period now. We want decent performances. I mean, It was like watching Gaza yesterday. Gaza and a bit of Glenn Hoddle and all damn Flair, bit of Platini as well.
That's the biggest of compliments. I wish Tanguy was listening right now, because then he would know that's what he needs to do in order to receive the respect. Because to a degree, as you know, Dermot, as a very wise fan yourself, you've seen plenty of beautiful number 10s, before him, and to a degree, that's what he's kind of living up to. He's living up to those expectations, as he should.
Yeah, I mean, Glenn Hoddle was my hero. I mean, he really was my hero. I mean, that man could spin a ball on the sixpence. And then you had Gaza afterwards. I mean, Gaza's Gaza. I mean, that fella could. I mean, he took us to the 91 Cup final singing on him by himself, basically.
At least in Hoddle's case, too. So I'm told he could play anywhere in the park. He didn't even have to play.
I mean, Glenn Hoddle could play anywhere. I mean, that man was a football genius. He really was. And he should have won more international caps than he did. But, do you know what I mean? Yesterday was brilliant. And we beat the Saudi boys, which is a great feeling, and we've just got to carry it on now. We've got the Conference League on Thursday, which I'm dreading that we're gonna play Dyer, Winks, and all the rest of the Cowboys. But we'll be on David's Boston train on Sunday, going straight into West Ham, do them over, and then bust a few bubbles while we're there, and then get out with the 3 points.
I love it. Get me too excited, Dermot. But just want to say there's a lot of love for you in the chat here, coming from Chris here, saying, big up Dermot, legend. Zanuska, which honestly as well, that's very high compliments. She's saying, great to see you, Dermot. She honestly, especially, Zanuska, she knows good talent when she sees it. And so she sees it in you, Dermot, as well. And Par Miguel Escobardo, also a man that knows his talent as well, saying, big up Dermot. Derek Hutchinson saying, big up Dermot. And then Cody Mack saying, show Dermot some love. He's clearly being shown some love. Even Adam here as well is showing Dermot the love. It's good to see, Dermot. It really is good to see.
Very humbled.
Brian C., the Socrates as well. You're getting love from a philosopher as well. So there you are. Dermot.
Very humbled. Very humbled and thankful.
You deserve it. Maybe break down the super chat with me from William Kelly. William Kelly saying, he kind of agreed with me where I kind of thought Moon Boots to a degree was at fault for that first goal, where he's saying exactly, Jack, his positioning was awful, marking, nothing, just no marking at all. I mean, for you, maybe I'm wrong. What do you think? Like, was Moon Boots maybe more at fault for that first goal than Romero maybe was?
He was totally at fault for the first goal. I mean, he should have dealt with it. If Romero couldn't deal with it, he should be there to deal with it. That's his job. As a centre-back partnership, he should be there to mop up. If one doesn't get there, the other one should be there to mop up. And the second goal, I mean, I watched it. I hid behind my pillow. I put a pillow across. I just couldn't watch the last few minutes because I thought we're going to blow it now.
Yeah.
It was I had to watch it again last night and today. The own goal, I still can't believe he scored an own goal. I mean, David's right. He was playing the air guitar on the ground. He must have been doing a bit of Van Halen or something.
Honestly, some are saying the salsa, some are saying, it was the tango. I guess the air guitar seems to be the common denominator. That must have been what he was going for as well. He couldn't even hit it off his own head into the goal. He hit it off his knee, which just then made it harder for Lloris to save. And he also finished it from like 10 or 12 yards out. I mean, clearly the guy's just made it concrete. Like I said, Eric Dyer, because I don't even know how he generated that much power off his knee.
I mean, if he was there, if he scored at the other end, that'd be goal of the season or goal of the month. It was that good of a header. Do you know what I mean? And the position he was in. But you see Nuno at the end, he wasn't giving a pep talk. He was telling him, you're walking home. Right? We're driving back. You're getting the train home. Don't come home with us. Because it was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, that fella shouldn't be playing. And how he's still playing and getting picked. He must be bribing Nuno on the Thursday or Friday here. Here's a couple of £100. Blame me.
I mean, do you feel like he's just a bit of, I don't know. I mean, with this rate, I just feel like, he's just becoming a bit of a teacher's pet at this point. It's becoming a bit of a common denominator. Yeah. I mean, as much as then again, though, we are kind of criticizing the footballer because maybe let's take it on to brighter news. I mean, the way that he also, though, could stand up in a way that maybe no one else would stand up. I mean, me personally, I said before, Dermit, I feel like he is kind of he is to a degree the person that, doesn't freeze up in moments when you're needed. He is a man of action when it comes to being a human being, and same with Reguilón. And I think that is a very quality attribute to have. So maybe apart from, the defending, kind of diabolicalness, as Derek Hutchinson is saying, I feel like to a degree, though, we still can, stand by the fact that he is a world-class human being in the regard of,
I mean, I said it yesterday. I was proud of him and Reguilón, both of them, for what they did. I mean, Reguilón was quick enough off the mark in the first place to notice what was going on, and to see Dyer trying to get the doctor on and trying to get him over there. I mean, fair play to the both. I mean, you can't, as Spurs fans, we've got to be proud of them for that. They saved a man's life. So, fair play to them. And, it was lovely to see them doing that. And that makes good for our club. That shows everyone that we've got decent human beings in our club that are willing to, something goes on, right, look, this needs to be done.
Yeah.
Just a shame you can't defend. But
it's a shame he's not as good at football, but to a degree, he is a very good human being in that regard. And I really do think you said that very well. William Kelly, big yourself up, though. We really do appreciate the support. The support goes a very long way, William Kelly, and really do appreciate it. You don't know how much it does help David and I. And also, I couldn't agree more, really couldn't agree more. Yeah. But Dermot, in regards then to just before David gets his question in, because I know he wants to speak to you, I just wanted to maybe get my thoughts on, maybe what you thought of Harry Kane's performance, and then David can give his thoughts and bounce back and forth with you with it. What was different maybe about Harry Kane's performance this time?
I've just got to say 2 words. He's back, baby. That's all you got to say. That's all you got to say. Class is permanent.
Yeah.
He was played in the right position. He was played with Moura and Son on the wings, or as the front three. Ndombele was just, as I said before, playing like a Platini, Hoddle, Gaza type player. So he was getting the service. I mean, the first goal was brilliant. The way he dinked it over the goalkeeper, absolutely brilliant. And he'll go being top scorer this season, guarantee it.
I fully agree with you. I fully agree with you. Look, everyone always wants to criticize Kane. Every season, everyone's looking for a reason to drag him down. Absolutely everyone, even our own fan base. We're always looking for a reason to drag him down. And look, my support never wavers, because at the end of the day, I know class is permanent, and I know he's going to get the goals. Yeah, look, I don't agree with what he tried to do with this summer. I can understand it. Yes, I can fully understand it. But to say that he doesn't care about this club anymore, I thought it was nonsense in the first place, to be honest with you. Calling for him to be dropped and putting Bergwijn in, who who's had chances and can nowhere near rack up goals and assists. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, to be honest with you. You know, you're taking out a guy that gets you 20-odd goals, up to 30 goals a season, about 10 assists per season on average. And we're talking about dropping him and bringing in Bergwijn and all this sort of crazy stuff. Look, I just knew he was going to come back to form. It's similar to 2015-16. We also have to remember this guy has barely had a break since he broke into the Tottenham first team. And nearly every summer he's been at tournaments. You know what I mean? He's our man. He plays week in, week out. He's just starting slow. It's a blessing in disguise that he's coming into form now. It really is. It really is. But look, Dermot, another player I want to talk about is Ndombele. How good was Ndombele's performance yesterday?
I said to Jack, he reminded me of Hoddle, Gaza, Platini. You know, he was that. I mean, in the corner flag, he was on one leg, dancing around with the ball on one leg. I mean, that was
making a mockery.
That was a mockery. I mean, I said to Jack, I said to myself, "Who's this new player playing?" I didn't recognise him. I thought it was a new signing making his debut. And do you know what I mean? He was outstanding.
Yeah,
absolutely outstanding. May it continue, because when he's playing well, we play well.
Yeah,
he's the engine that gets us going.
He's the X factor. I've called him that before, you know, and I completely agree. And Cody Mack, as an update, I wish I could be going tonight because I actually really want to go tonight. It's just like I said before, maybe living in New York, you kind of have people that, you know, family and whatnot coming over, you know, to stay the night. So I actually have last weekend, it was, you know, the missus's kind of sister staying over with us. This weekend, it's my sister who's coming in very, very late tonight around like 10 p.m. So unfortunately, that would be prime time FIFA time. And as you know that, so they're just holding back Jacko Kanikolenko. They're just holding them back. They don't want him to play that next match because they know the damage that he can cause. And maybe as well, you know, just maybe, you know, further time for Ben and Sim to train. That's all I would say. Just further time for them to train, because I know when me and David are be matched together, as you've seen before, the teamwork, there's no better teamwork than David and I together, really. I mean, there's no better pair that holds each other higher accountable. You know, they're just not ready. They're just not ready, Cody. They really aren't.
Honestly, I feel like I've won the lotto managing to sucker them into this game, to be honest with you, because I just know we're going to win. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that they're ever winning this game. Look, you know, they need to practice. They just need to practice. Look, if Ben and Sim are watching, I just say to you, please, guys, every spare moment you get, please start practicing together. You need to play together to be able to form a good partnership. And look, me and Jack are the ones that have formed it, to be honest with you. You know, me and Jack are the ones that have formed it. We formed a formidable duo, and it can't be taken down. I challenge anybody out there, any duo out there that wants to play me and Jack, just get in contact. We'll prove to you how good we are. And
we could do duo battles, yeah.
We're going to start on the big stage. Look, we're going to start on the biggest of them all, the We Are Tottenham TV stage. We'll start there and then see what other duos rear their heads. But look, maybe we can make this a long-running thing with We Are Tottenham TV. You know, a couple of games every week at the end of the season. You know, someone gets a prize or something like that. We'll wait and see, Cody. Look, I have to speak to them more, and we have to put something in place. But one thing I do want to say is, guys, please do put your forfeits into the group, into the chat here, or in the group chat, that if anybody actually wants to be a part of it as well, guys, email us, Twitter me, you know, I'll add you into the Irish Hotspur group chat as well. But guys, put your forfeits in. What you want to see Ben and Sim do once they lose to me and Jack, put the forfeits in. Dermot, who do you think is going to win this game of FIFA?
There's only one, you two. I mean, you two. I mean, I couldn't say anything less, could I?
What have you seen, maybe? You know, is it just the teamwork? Because David and I have actually, you know, we played against each other before, but even when we had that stream, you know, we've never really played together. And, you know, we smacked Bayern, Dave, we smacked Chelsea, we gave Atalanta a big old smacking as well. You know, the only team we couldn't beat, David, was PSG, and that just makes sense because they're just broken. But maybe Dermot, you know, is it just the teamwork? Is it the camaraderie? I mean, what is it?
It's everything. I mean, you've got the X factor, the pair of you. I mean, there's no stopping you.
Oh, love it.
No, there's not.
Great push and run. You're the great push and run side of FIFA. That's what
I'm telling you, they're going to be calling us huddle and waddle by the time they're finished. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Well, look, as long as you don't start singing Diamond Lights, we'll be okay.
I'll definitely sing a few songs. See, it's all about mind games too. You have to put the mind games in there too. You know, that's a big part of winning. You know, the dirty side of the game. But look, Dermot, looking forward to this week. we have the Dutch side there Thursday.
Yeah.
And I think it's Vitesse Arnhem. And then we have West Ham at the weekend, of course, the big one.
Yeah.
Imagine this fully grown men that like to stand there and blow bubbles that you give to your kids. It's absolutely ridiculous. But, Dermot, what do you want to see from this week?
I want to see good performances. Continue on from the Newcastle game. And then continue on Thursday. Don't lose. If I have to take a point, take a point. Just don't lose. And then Sunday, we're rolling on the Irish hotspot train, burst a few bubbles while we're there, grab the 3 points and leave. We'll just leave them crying. Leave them crying in the stands and eating into their pie and mash and into their whatever. We'll just leave them crying and we'll go back to North London triumphantly.
That's what I like to hear. 100%. James Watson, look, get in contact if you're on Xbox. I'll prove to you it's my day job, man. Big yourself up. And Socrates, big up, man. He says, forfeit. The losers have to shave their face with the winner's Manscaped lawnmower too.
Big up, Brad. Big up, Brad.
I also big up Brian for the protest yesterday at Tottenham. I think only 30 turned up, but big up. I mean, they're putting a big effort into them. Him and the We Are Tottenham TV boys and Bob Spur TV and Brian. I mean, fair play to them and everyone at the next home game. Get behind them and let's get this protest going because they're putting a lot of work into it and they deserve all the credit going.
Well said.
Yeah,
well said,
100%.
Well
I couldn't agree more. But look, Dermot, big yourself up, my man. I really appreciate your time. Really appreciate you coming on. I'm going to see
Thank
you again.
Thank you for having me on.
No,
and come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
We'll be seeing you soon too, Dermot. We'll be seeing you soon.
Yeah,
Dermot, you get out that airboard and keep riding that winning wave, my man.
I will. Don't worry.
I'll see you again soon. But
see you later, lads.
Bye. See you,
big up, my man. Big up, brother.
What an absolute legend. But look, we'll keep cracking on. With 4 more guests. We have Aaron Dove, then Adam, then Philip, and then Mr. Daigle, guys. Mr. Daigle there. So look, let's get in Aaron Dove. Aaron, my man, you there?
I'm here, boys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Loud and clear.
All right, yeah. Sorry, I'm not going to have the camera on because I was doing a bit of furniture work with my dad there on Thursday and he smashed me with a tube before in the nose, so I got a big cut over it. But don't worry, I got the flat cap on.
It covers up all cuts and bruises.
First of all, man, it's good to have you on.
Yeah, nice to talk to you, Kildare boy. Couldn't talk to Buko.
Couldn't talk to my man. Couldn't talk to. No, look, it's very good to have you on. You're always in the comments. You've been a big supporter of the channel, my man. So it's very good to have you on. Look, what do you think of yesterday's game, Aaron?
Well, I've got to be honest here, right? For the first time in about 15 years, I missed 45 minutes of football. And I only saw the second half. And I was on with the two Brians, Daigle and Brian Ireland last night. And they were telling me that the first half was actually better than the second half. And can I use colourful language here? Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, just no C word.
Yeah, cool. Okay, well, I had a boner in the second half.
We use that plenty here, don't worry.
I use the word hard on every second sentence, to be honest with you.
All right, don't worry. Well, as Oscar Wilde said, there's no such thing as bad language, only good language used badly. But I thought the fucking second half was fantastic. And sorry, and just very quickly in the comments. The guys in the comments, fantastic. How can I follow up with the likes of Chris, Brad, all the guys just been on? They've covered every point I was about to make. But
look,
delighted.
Making points, lad. People want to hear you, man. You're always in the comments. Now that you're on, now it's your time to shine. So just say whatever you want.
Okay, I like Dyer. I'm old school. I'm 1980s. I like a big nugget like Dyer. I like that. That's the type of lad I'd want backing me up, and honestly, one of the best OGs I've ever seen in my life, man. I was cracking up laughing at that one. It's you got to have a bit of humor when it comes to it.
Better than Regions for you, maybe.
Oh, Dyers was fantastic. I mean, how do you do that with nobody near you? look,
He's from 12 yards out, I swear.
He was practicing
I
the
know,
Brad
it's
Matthews
nuts.
air guitar.
You know, I sent me mate, by the way, a text message when John Joe Shelby came on saying red card incoming. And what was it? 10 minutes, 2 yellows, man. Oh dear. But look, Brycey's back on. Myself and Bryce were arranging a fight last night between him and another Aussie guy. Don't worry, off topic. No, but lads, I mean, what can you? I mean, we're up into 5th. We had 3 fluky 1-0 wins at the start of the season. Then, conceded 9 goals in 3 games.
Can you really call like a win of the 3-1-0 wins fluky wins though, Aaron?
Well, City was a fantastic. The first game of the season was a fantastic performance against City, but I thought we were lucky. You know, I thought we were we got away with the next couple of wins after that. But look, I'm not. I know there's a lot of people who like Marcelo, etc., who want Nuno out. But I think the guy's really he's had a raw deal. He, he came in late. There wasn't a proper transfer window for him. He's had the COVID issues to deal with. And I mean, even 2 days ago or 3 days ago, we didn't think the South Americans were going to be available. We thought Hill and Sonny had COVID. It's just been one thing after the other for Nuno. So I like you, David. I'll always give a manager a chance.
Disappointed. There's no point in crying about. Well, there is. You can still cry about it because especially if you feel he shouldn't be in this sort of job. But when he's here, you have to give him a chance, Aaron. You have to give every man.
He got it right. He got it right. Okay. I mean, we've all been screaming for the 4-2-3-1. I think with Højbjerg and Skippy, right? And to be able to. I've been critical of Ndombele for since day one.
As you probably should.
He rubbed me up the wrong way, man. When he loses the ball and sits on his ass for 2 minutes, we might as well be playing with 10 men. But I think with Skojberg, as I called them last night, Skippy and Højbjerg.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, it just gives Ndombele a chance to, the freedom to do what we all know he can do, because that guy's got some fucking ability. I never want to see Ndombele and Dele Alli playing on the same pitch together. I just think that's just a fucking disaster. Like they're too similar, but Dele's kind of lost the ability at this point, obviously, as we all know.
They try to do the same things, but one is clearly maybe a bit more tolerable at this rate than the other.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
So, look fantastic. I mean, there's nothing more, than I love than a high-scoring game, a bit of drama, and yesterday had everything. It really did for me. So, and I don't give 2 fucks, by the way, about the Europa thing. I really don't give a shit about that. I'd rather us win an FA Cup.
Yeah.
I like the FA Cup push, actually. That's clever, Aaron. I like the FA Cup push. I like that.
Lads, like my first, the day I fell in love with Tottenham because of my uncle, was 1981. We're playing Ozzy's Dream, that song on his record player, and it was 1981, the FA Cup replay, and it's 40 years ago, man. So for me, FA Cups, they do kind of have a bit of nostalgia. Yeah, it's
Yeah, you're old school. 100%.
I'm not an old man, dude. I'm old school.
What do you think of Harry Kane's performance yesterday? Would you go as far as saying he's back?
Yeah, look, again, myself and Marcelo debated Will and Stelios about this on Will's channel, and myself and Marcelo were saying, look, Harry always takes time to get going. And like you said earlier, man, he takes time. He's been burnt out. He's been our only forward for how many years now? He's been playing for England, captain of England. I mean, so much shit going on. He's back, man. He's back. Fucking Eminem, guess who's back? Man, like fantastic.
He's like an old car, actually. I feel like, Aaron, where it's just like you know, it takes a few ignition turns. You know, you just got to, once it gets going though, then the car just doesn't stop. I used to have a horrible Hyundai, but once you turned it on, I mean, it was an absolute beast once it got going.
Oh, those Korean cars, man, stick to Germans. But trust me. But hey, come on, Højbjerg. I mean, what a Glenn Hoddle pass to put Harry Kane in, and the movement from Harry Kane to be able. He's not the fastest dude on the pitch, but to be able to get like 3 yards of space in front of the entire back line, having tracked back onto onside. And Højbjerg to pick that out, it was just that was a thing of beauty to me, man. That should, that should be in what's that fucking art museum in Paris?
Is that your favorite goal of the match?
Well, I did like Sonny's goal. I thought the team play for that one was fantastic as well. Yeah, but no, I have to say again, as a guy who grew up with Glenn Hoddle and guys like Gaza and stuff like that, watching them. I thought that was fantastic from Højbjerg, and Harry just getting back into the right position and casually just nonchalantly, knocking it over the keeper. That was it's boner stuff, man.
If I could ever get time to stand still, it would have been yesterday watching that one hit the back of the net. It was just great to see. I was so happy to see him back. Look. The movement was there, the link-up play was there, the running in behind was there. He just looked up for it. He made other runs where the ball didn't come, and you would have argued that he would have been the better option. You should have given it to him. So, no, look, it's very good to have him back. And look, Aaron, do you think maybe him and Ndombele, especially the two of them, that they're hitting form at the right time, especially where we are in the league right now? We've got some
of course.
A lot of tough fixtures out the way. We have a couple more this month, but after that, then it should be an easy ride. Then,
look, it's looking at the table, we got the likes of Brighton ahead of us. I think Liverpool and Chelsea obviously are going to run away. But West Ham, by the way, I know everybody hates Arsenal and Chelsea, but for me, it's West Ham. I've had a few scuffles with their fans in the past. Won't go into too much detail about that. But look, fuck, man. Harry and Ndombele. Ndombele needs, like we said, Skippy and Højbjerg, to allow him that freedom. And Harry, I mean, even after a shit game for against Hungary for England and everything he's gone through, the guy he's not lost his ability. I mean, he's still able to find the back of the net. And and I really honestly hope and think that guy is going to go on to break every record for Tottenham and England. I think he'll be top scorers of both.
I couldn't agree more. I definitely think so too. Look, Aaron, the week coming up, we have the Europa Conference League, and then we have West Ham. What do you want to see from this team this week?
Against Vitesse Arnhem, I put out the B team, man. Get the likes of Bergwijn Hill, integrated again. I mean Roden, Galini. I don't know if I'd be putting Scarlett in ahead of Kane, because if Kane's kind of just getting back on track, I'd probably keep Kane in. But I would like to see, and I'd keep Ndombele in as well after his performance there against the Toon. But I'd probably Ndombele and Kane would probably be the only couple of lads that I'd want to start against Vitesse Arnhem. West Ham, all guns blazing, mate. That's a war. That's that's a proper.
Be ready for it then. We better be ready for that war, especially. And
William Kelly with the super chat says, "Spammers are a good team if Dyer is playing. My worry will be Antonio will tear him to bits." Yeah, that is a huge concern. That is a worry. I'm not going to lie. Look, just put Tanganga there. Let Tanganga absolutely maul him. I think it's a simple solution. Tanganga will match him for pace. He'll match him for strength. I think it'll be a very good battle to watch. But who knows? Maybe Dyer could surprise us. Maybe Dyer could surprise us and put in a world of a performance. But look, it's just the whole team owes us against West Ham. That's the thing. The whole team owes us. What went on last year was unforgivable. The 3-3, and then the one at the stadium, at West Ham Stadium, really hurt me. You know, the fact that they were absolutely shocking first half, and then second half it was like, oh yeah, we're trying. You know what I mean? It's like, well, where was that in the first half? We wouldn't be in this position. It was absolutely shocking. So we 100% we owe them a spanking, Aaron.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, man. And like I said, I know me and you, spent a lot of our life. We both lived in different countries and that, but Ireland, Man U, Liverpool, right? But for me, it's fucking West Ham, man. I've just got this inbuilt hatred for the team. It's the fixture I look at. Everybody else looks at, when are we playing Arsenal away? I look at West Ham and I'm like, oh God, yeah, this is it. So fuck, I hope we stuff them. I'm not overly confident about that we will, but
yeah.
Oh Jesus, you can only pray. You know what I mean?
I like that.
Look,
I
it's
like
coming.
that.
It's coming. Be confident. Always live life with the glass half full, my man. Always live life with the glass half full, Aaron.
Yeah, I know your positivity, Harris. So don't know how you have it when you live in Kildare, by the way, but only because.
Look, it's a lovely county, Kildare. There's plenty of fields for me to go out there and get some fresh air, my man. You know, so it's
I know Kildare well, mate. I've a bunch of friends down there or over there, and I'm often in Kildare. But and Shamu's got a hard on to go there as well. By the way, he's starting to get to Kildare.
Yeah, he loves sheep. Shamu loves sheep. That's why he wants to come here.
Yeah, definitely New Zealand.
Kiwis, man, Kiwis and their fetishes.
But look, Aaron, my man, it was absolutely brilliant to have you on, brother, and hopefully we see you on again.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me on, boys. Sorry, just very quickly, David. Whenever you need to go for a piss, you say you have to go to the Jacks. I think that's an Irish expression. I think in America they say the John. So in case
that's actually
Jack
true, but I understand the reference. But you're exactly right, Aaron. Actually, you're exactly right.
Yeah, it's because I always think when David says he's going to the Jacks, you get freaked out and run away or something, man. But yeah.
I think half of them expect me to walk into Jack Street, into where Jack is, and stand behind him.
Yeah, grab my shoulders.
Yank. All right, that's great banter. Like I said, fantastic guys in the comments there. Celery Agent, Daigle, Adam, so many fantastic legends in there in the comments, and you two boys and the guests you had on earlier, brilliant. So thanks. Keep it up, boys.
You're legend.
Enoch out, Levy out. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Levy out. Legend as well, though, Dub. Big yourself
Absolutely up. Brilliant by Aaron Dove. It was good to have him on. William Kelly, hope you enjoyed the answer there to the West Ham coming up, with Tanganga. William Kelly, would you agree? Put Tanganga on Antonio. Would you be happy with that? Do let me know, my man. Do let me know. But look, we're going to keep rolling, keep going. The next guest on is Adam. Let's get him on. Adam, turn on your camera if you're ready, buddy. Here he is. Big old Adam.
There he is.
After so much waiting,
I know. So many people on today, lads. So many people on today. Sorry about the wait, my man. How are you keeping?
Thanks for the invite, man. Been wanting to get on one of these streams for ages now. This is one of the main places to be.
No, I appreciate it. It's good to have you on, brother. It's good to have you on. You excited? You delighted with yesterday's game, man?
I am, for the first time in God knows how long, we've won 2 consecutive games now. So hopefully we'll be able to keep that form going on to the next few, especially against West Ham. I think Aaron there, big up Aaron, actually an absolute legend. He put it perfectly. Just getting one over West Ham would be great. Especially after those 2 disastrous results against them last year. My God, I'm still not over the bloody Lanzini goal.
Yeah. That one hurt. That one hurt, especially because, I'm not being funny, but the opportunity is there to take out a West Ham player and win the game. You're never, ever going to get that opportunity again. And the fact that a certain individual didn't take that opportunity, it kills me. Kills me. Especially the way we threw it away as well, those set pieces. And, as soon as they got the second, you could see the third one was coming. You knew it was coming. As a Spurs fan, you just got that feeling. You're like, oh, here we go again. Typical Tottenham, But
that awful gut feeling,
it's never a good one to have. It's never a good one to have. But look, who's your standout performers from yesterday, Aaron or Adam?
Well, thankfully, it seemed like we're spoiled for choice. But I really did like Romero in defense. Yeah, he made a couple of mistakes, especially in the first 2 minutes. he lost his man for the first goal. But like then him, like the rest of the team, he like just like I mean they rose up basically and just carried on like, and they got that win in the bag. Like, to be honest, like I mean the 3-1 on, it should have been 3-1, not 3-2. But like I mean that was just Dyer, unfortunately being Dyer. Like,
yeah.
Another fella, actually, I hate to interrupt you, Dave, but like I also liked Reggie's performance as well. Like he was getting up the pitch, like and helping with that. Well, finally, that more attacking display, like we seem to be doing lately.
We're finally kind of being a bit more sort of consistent Reggie on displays, don't you think? Where it was so inconsistent last season, and now it's being a bit more consistent.
He is, yeah. I mean, like towards the end of last season, he didn't know whether he was coming or going. Like,
yeah,
this season, he looks he's finally like coming. I didn't mean like that, Dave.
No,
David's the sicker mind. David's the sicker mind. Adam, he's just got the sicker mind. I think that's a brilliant comment, though. I think it should have been 3-1, but maybe that, again, like speaking on that squad, though, Adam, like, is that maybe what change would you make, if any, about that starting 11 going into West Ham?
So, what would I change about the starting 11?
Yeah.
Oh God, I mean, like, okay, I know Dyer showed yesterday that he's a great human being, like, especially what he did with the poor fan, like.
Yeah.
But like I said earlier, football is a cutthroat business, like. So I definitely take him out and put on maybe. Now we're playing West Ham. Would I give Rodon a chance? Like, I'd be safer with Tanganga, to be honest, like in that center back row, like partnered with Romero, of course, like. Like, I'd really love to see the two of them like go full at it, like.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting partnership, I have to say. Adam, what do you think? There's plenty of positives going forward now that we can build on. How do you see the season panning out? Because for me, look, I believe if we can stay in around where we are until January, hopefully get 2 bodies in, I think we could surprise a lot of people this season and maybe sneak top 4. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the same. Or like, I definitely hope for the same. Like, I mean, I would absolutely love it. Like, if we got top 4, like, I think now that Nuno seemed to have found his best starting lineup and his best formation, definitely in the formation, like, I think we can like definitely improve and like improve from this, like, because the Villa game there were signs of improvement. This game, like, there were definitely like this was a big improvement over the last few games, like. So yeah, I'm actually quite hopeful. Like, I was on about gut feeling earlier. I have a gut feeling like that we're going to like surprise a few people. Like, and my gut rarely fails me. I'll tell you that, lads.
No, that's what I want to hear.
Cut.
Yeah,
you get the same feelings I got when I crawled out of bed yesterday and just knew Harry Kane was going to score that.
See, proof, lad.
I'm telling you, it must be something in that Irish gut feeling, Adam.
Fact. Oh man, I loved seeing Harry Kane score that goal, and what a goal as well. Like, can I just say, that was beautiful. And also the assist for Son wasn't too bad as well. Like,
yeah, no, it was good. How good is it to have Harry Kane back? And do you think he is back? Do you think he is back now that he's finally got that goal? Like, the whole team mobbed him yesterday. The whole team, everyone was fighting for him.
Like, do you know what? I'm going to take a risk and say I think he is back. You know what? I mean, Harry Kane just is not the type of fella to just have one great game and then just go back down into the rabbit hole again. Like, he's just not that type of guy. He's too good. Like, but like, he's one of, as Bobster says, he's one of the best in Europe, if not the world. Like he's too good for that. I think he will. I think he'll get more goals, definitely. I mean, like, there's no way Harry Kane can get only like 1 goal a Premier League season. It's just, I mean, there's no universe like it's like where that happens. Like, he's definitely going to get it at like at the very least 15 this season, whether he wins like the Golden Boot or not. Like,
100%. Look, class is permanent. That's why I've always called Harry Kane the best number 10 in world football. And that's why I backed him through all of the crap. I backed him because at the end of the day, no matter where we're going as a club, this guy is going to be at the forefront, scoring you the goals to get you where you want to go to. And it's that simple. He's always going to score goals, no matter what. The problem is we weren't creating the chances. The creativity just wasn't there from the midfield. But switching to the 4-2-3-1, it's there now. You can allow an Ndombele to come in and do what he done yesterday, and not have to do so much of the donkey work in midfield. You can allow Højbjerg to push further forward. And Reguilon can push on, comfortable knowing that, his side isn't going to be exposed. Same as Emerson Royale, the other side. So how big do you think the formation has been? Not only for Harry Kane, but for Son. He looks brilliant. Lucas, Ndombele, Højbjerg, Skip. The whole team looks rejuvenated with the change of formation.
It's actually shocking how well it's worked out. The 4-4-3 just wasn't working. And as much as I'd love to I'd love to back Nuno and give him time. I have to admit I was really starting to lose my patience with him persisting with the 4-3-3. But to be fair to him, he's changed it up and he's changed it up for the better. That partnership of Højbjerg and Skip in midfield is just class, man.
Yeah.
And then Ndombele, to be fair to him, I don't want to shock anyone, but I think he lasted 90 minutes. I think he. I think
we didn't dream it.
Yeah. Well, if we're dreaming, it's a very good dream. I'm not complaining about it, that's for sure. But yeah,
That's
the
a
formation
great
is good.
Would you believe me if I told you that he ran the most out of any player on the pitch yesterday?
He did what?
He ran the most out of any other player on the pitch yesterday.
He did what?
Yeah.
I think Usain Bolt maybe I made a skin suit and then dressed up as Ndombele and then played. It's the only explanation.
My other theory is that someone, like Chris had said earlier, Adam, someone said he took away his loyalty card on Uber Eats, so he knew he had to win it back. He knew they had to win it back. That's all it was. But brilliant, Adam. That's
Cody, my man. Look, I have a list. I have a list of people I need to get round to talk to about their criticisms of Harry Kane and calling for him to be dropped and sold. I have a list, so don't worry about that. You're not on my list. You are not on the hit list because you didn't do it. You and Sim from We Are Tottenham TV. Adam, I'm going to allow you you can come into this elite club where we just never, ever wavered on Harry Kane. Maybe Jack too. Jack was a bit torn, but I know he knows I never let him go to the dark side. So big up, Cody. You're definitely not on the list, man. I know you defended him all the way, Cody. Don't worry about that.
Adam made it before I did too. He's probably right. David's caught me out. He's now caught me out. So Adam, that's a privileged club that you're in. You should take advantage of it.
Is that me or Adam Phillip you're talking about? Because I always get mixed up between the two of us.
No, you're the one.
Unless you want to be out of that club, David has his list. He can take you right off it.
Oh Jesus! The last thing I want now is the Irish Hotspur after my head.
I just have to rub out Adam Clark now next.
Thanks.
I'm only messing. Adam, I have to say I really enjoyed you coming on, my man. I think it's been a great conversation.
Yeah, breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
This week, man. What do you want to see from this Tottenham team this week? The Europa Conference League. Aaron Dubb previously said he doesn't give a crap about it. Are you the same way, or is it a trophy that you actually want to go and win?
You know what? At this point, it's a trophy I want to win. Because I'll tell you a fun fact. The day I became a Tottenham Hotspur supporter, was the very last day we won a trophy. So technically, for the whole time I've been a Tottenham fan, I've been waiting for a trophy or another trophy. So I just want to see, as expression says, I want to see Hugo Lloris's armpits, those French hairy armpits. I want to see them,
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's the Conference League or the League Cup, And you know what? Maybe actually, if we do,
I'll take another Audi Cup at this stage, for fuck's sake.
I wouldn't go that far down the line.
I'm telling you, I would. I'm spoiled. It's a drought we're on. It's a drought, man. It's not
famine we're on. Yeah. Oh man.
I love that. Hugo's sweat stained armpits. I love that.
Also, though, sorry, Dave. Even if we do win one of those small trophies, it could be a good stepping stone because we could take it one step at a time. First, I'd say, let's say Conference League, then League Cup, FA Cup, maybe, and then being a bit cheekier, maybe Premier League eventually. If everything goes right.
That's the holy grail, isn't it? The Premier League and the Champions League. That's where you want to get the holy grail.
And also, if we get Levy out as well, because we're not doing any of those. We're not winning the Premier League with Levy around. Just want to reiterate that. No,
I agree with you. Look, I'm at the point now where it's the only one I actually trust is Paratici right now. I think he is the one for fans that we should be putting our hope on because, look, we all know Levy's not going to give him massive amounts of money. And for me, whatever money he does get, he has to spend wisely. And I think he's proven he can do that. So I think he's the one that we should be looking at as our savior. And I've said this all along, you know, not to get on Paratici's back, because he's not the one to be taking your frustrations and anger out on. In fact, he's the one like we should be looking at as our savior, because he's the one spending the money. He was the one brought in to be able to get these deals across. And with some of the tricks he played this summer in the market, unbelievable. I get it. People don't like that. You know, like this whole crack of going for 10 players, but you know, like some of the deals, like people were looking over here, and then all of a sudden, Brian Hill comes in, Lamella's gone the opposite way. No one's seen that coming until a day or two before.
Exactly.
Romero one, obviously, everyone's seen that one coming. But you look at what was the other one? What's his name? Emerson. No one's seen that coming. You know, it was all Tomiyasu, and next thing Emerson Royale arrives. You know what I mean? So I have to say he's an absolute magician in the transfer market. I know he didn't get everything we all wanted, but he was never ever going to get everything done in one window. It was unrealistic. It's an unrealistic target to give him. And I just think, you know, he's the guy that we should be putting our faith in. But I agree with you. I do think we have to put the pressure on the owners where they look, even if you're not going to get them out, get them to come around to our way of thinking. Not exactly our way of thinking. I suppose that's it's not a dictatorship, but like, you know, get them to see where we're coming from and try and find that medium, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Or at least even just get Levy just to run like the business side of things there, because as like, I mean, the football side of things, he's just so bad. Like he's dreadful. He's not fit for purpose. Like, I mean, business wise, fine. Like, I mean, like, you know, even much as I hate to give him credit where it's due, he did like, you know, stop the club from like so falling down like after the whole sugar mess. Like, I mean, I don't want to go as far as to say he saved it, but like, I mean, we're not in that level of ruin anymore. Like, because I've heard stories of like from my dad of what it was like back then. Like, and it sound things
the mid-table.
Yeah.
Your dad too, yeah.
Oh yeah. So like if he hadn't turned on that Carling Cup final, like I probably would never have become a sports fan. Like if he hadn't watched that, I think he became a first sports fan in '81. When he also actually, ironically, poetically enough, like saw us win a cup final, like so he's been through it all, like he's had his ups and downs, like. But to be fair to him, he's stuck with it, like.
Yeah, wow.
Warrior. That's a warrior.
Interesting.
I think actually, sorry, Dave. I think he actually follows you on Twitter as well.
No way.
Yeah, I think so.
What's his name? What's his name?
His name is John Clark.
John Clark, big yourself up, my man. I hope things are well. Big yourself up, John.
I'll show him this clip.
You converted Adam, and that's what we need. We need more Spurs fans. Go and have more kids and turn on more finals. You know, we'll get them all to be a Spurs
one
fan.
day at a time, Dave. Only 20, like.
Yeah, but you need more. You need more. He needs a whole happy family of Spurs kids. He wants a whole starting 11. That's what he needs.
All starting 11, yeah.
What a legend. What a legend. But look, you know, Adam, is there anything else you would like to speak about, my man?
Yeah, I just want to say a huge big up to everyone in the comments, like, because like when obviously, as you know, this is my first time on the actual stream talking to the 2E legends, like, but like whenever I'm not like, so, but like up until that point, I've been like talking away with like almost every single one of these great people, like, and like I'm actually taken aback because of how good this community is here, like particularly on this stream, and you know, not just on this stream, like on other streams as well, like. And like, I mean, it's just fantastic. Like, I'm actually blown away by it. And I've been on YouTube, like, and you know, obviously, I'm Gen Z, so I'm like always on this platform, like,
yeah.
And I've been on a lot of channels. Like, I've never seen a community this tight, like this close. Like, I mean, like,
wow.
we have our own group chat for crying out loud.
Look, that's what it's about, you know. Look, Adam, my whole plan is to change the game. I'm not going to lie. I want to change the game. You know, I want to get to Goldbridge level. I want to be even bigger and better, you know. So, look, that's the plan. But that's the plan. But you know what? Absolutely amazing words, man. Absolutely amazing words.
Very
it's
nice
good to hear
that
like, sort of stuff from people like yourself who have always been in the chat and, you know, how you find the chat and everything else. And, look, I do want to clarify one thing. Me and Jack are not legends. We're just ordinary men that sit here, you know, doing Spurs content. But Adam, I have to say, I think you've been absolutely brilliant.
Breath of fresh air, Adam.
I'd love to have you on a lot more. I'd love to have you on a lot more. Everybody in the comments, let Adam know. Get in and let Adam know how good he's been. He's been a breath of fresh air, my man. But look, I'd love to have you on more if you're willing.
Oh no, yeah, I'm very much willing. Like, I mean, I'm available. Like now, granted, I'm in college and in third year, so like we're getting like halfway through the semester, so I'm going to be like the work is starting to pile up now. Like, but I'm going to try and be on these streams as much as I can still, like despite the heavy workload. I'm going to have to try and balance it out. Like, but look, I'm just going to say, if you don't see me in the chat, I am most likely listening anyway. So I'm here like in one shape or form, or I'm just looking at the videos or the streams after like they've gone live.
Yeah,
if you need that sweet distraction, Adam, you can find us here. That procrastination. There you go.
A lot of big ups for you here in the comments, man. People are really loving
what did I tell you? Legends, like big up all them as well.
Absolute legends.
Wayne Dagan as well. Brilliant man.
He is. And look, before we let you go, we'll take Brian C. Socrates super chat, and we'll let you answer it, Adam. He says, lads, Nuno, the end on baller whisperer, does he get any credit for unlocking the ability he showed yesterday for 90 minutes? What would you say to him, Adam?
That is a tough one. Like, there's Nuno, the end on baller whisperer. You know what? I mean, if Endom baller like as he was yesterday, to be honest, to be fair to him, like continues this run of form, then I'd say yes to that. Only time I can tell, really. Like, I just hope he keeps up this run of form. Obviously, he's not going to last 90 minutes for every game. Like, he's only human at the end of the day. But like, if he like even keeps close to that, and if he keeps turning in good performances 8-9 times out of 10, like, then yeah, sure, I don't see why not. Like,
couldn't agree more. Look, it's definitely a good answer. Definitely a good foundation block for him to be building on. But Brian, if you see Jack turning off his camera and you hear him screaming and smashing things in the background, it's because you didn't call him the end on baller whisperer. He's another man that stuck through this guy through thick and thin, you know. He's
it's only been one match, though. I'm just going to probably get let down maybe very soon again. Indom sex ball, Indom bad boy. That's what I love to call him. Yeah,
you know what? I actually found myself using that last night on the Twitter, and I felt a bit cringy even typing it, but there was no other way to describe it, Jack.
No, I had maybe the naughtiest of dreams of those Tongi Tuckers, because those Tuckers are so naughty that he does. I mean, Dave, it's just what he does on the ball. I mean, like I said, thank God it's a waist up issue, because again, you have a lot of cleaning up to do after every single time he performs like that, I will say. And maybe, you know, like Adam said, which was a fantastic answer, maybe he's the Nuno whisperer, Nuno, but I'd like to say that, you know, maybe if Nuno needs a bit of help in that whispering and the sweet nothings into his ear, he can find me.
100%. Absolutely love it. Jack could be getting dressed for bed next week. You know, it's up in the main meeting of a bedtime story. Do you want the light on or off end of the day? You know, absolutely love it.
Nightlight.
He's wearing Nuno pajamas.
Yeah.
Actually, can I just say one more thing as well? Actually,
of course you can.
Before I forget, I want to do a couple more, like 3 more shout outs, like to 3 great channels, like first of all, Spurs Asian TV, hosted by the great 8 men Eugene and Jamie, who actually gave me my debut, like, you know, like being physically on stream, like, because that was the first stream I went on. Second shout out is to Simon and Matt. I think his name is Matt over Fender Hotspur TV. Yep, that was the first time I actually showed my face.
Legend.
Wow.
To the world, yeah. Can't go back now.
I think you should have the confidence. I think you should do it a lot more, man, because you have good screen presence. You know, you're entertaining. You know what you're talking about, man. So there's no reason why you shouldn't do it a lot more.
I mean, self-confidence.
You're an example to people out there. If there is anybody out there that doesn't like doing this, what would you say to them? Because you're an example like that. You know, you may be nervous to turn on the camera, come on and do it, but you know, like, how well have you been received? Have you regretted it? You know, there's no point in me saying it because, you know, people say, what are you talking about there? But I hated camera before I started all of this. I hated it. I'm actually surprised I'm doing it. My friends and family are surprised I'm doing it. But what would you say to people out there that were a bit like you, Adam?
I know it's cliche to say, but like, just be brave. Like, you know, take a chance. Like, as me and the lads would say in college, like, shoot your shot. Like,
yeah.
See how it goes.
You say that on a night out, don't you?
You got to. Oh, man, you got to.
Remember when those existed? Next year, please. I can't go 2 years without out no nights out. Like, it's criminal.
It is. It is absolutely criminal. But
actually,
look,
my third shout out to Chris on from Let's Talk Tottenham, because I was on his stream earlier on at 8 o'clock. Like, and to be fair to him, he kept me on for over an hour. Like, with the rest of the lads, I was on with like Bob Sport, Tommy, and Jay, Newcastle fan. Lovely lad. Has his own channel as well.
Fair play. Tell him to hit me up, lad. Tell him to come on here and everything else, and we'll get on there and all of that. So, but Adam, big yourself up, my man, and the Harrisari. I'm sure I'll be looking forward to seeing more of you.
Breath of fresh air, Adam. You certainly were. You killed it.
Thanks, Jack.
Look,
Legend.
before we let you go, you're going to have to wake everybody up. Give us a big come on, you Spurs.
My brother was complaining earlier that I was waking him. I have my own special cap. I'm not going to regret this anyway. So I count down.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Come on, you Spurs!
Ooh, there you go. I love that.
Whoa, that's what I want.
Nuno we trust. Levy out.
He tops it off. He tops it off as well. Well done, my man. Well done, actually, with the Levy out as well and the Nuno out. Or Nuno in, and Nuno we trust. I misquoted him. Well done, Adam. Well done. There you go. Especially at the end of the evening as well, Adam. Big yourself up. Absolute legend.
It's great to see someone so full of life at 20 to midnight. Absolutely love it.
Breath of fresh air. He was a breath of fresh air having Adam on.
Brilliant call. But look, from one legend to another, made his debut on the Newcastle preview. It's still, my man, how are things?
Yeah, I'm good. Still buzzing. Tough act to follow after Adam. Great performance there.
He was good, wasn't he? He's entertaining.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah,
I had to listen to the bit of the preview though, Philip, and you killed it. Like I heard some of the predictions you made. Like he was like you were a bit of a sorcerer, I will say, in that regard, a bit of the oracle, you might say, honestly, because I was trying to clip something David said, and I wanted to just get it was more of you, honestly, with some of the things you were saying. You were absolutely predicting a lot of things to happen the next day. So well done.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't for Eric Dyer trying to head the ball, I still can't get over how he can head the ball, miss it, and it comes off his knee. I mean, it's like, what is he doing? But
from 12 yards out, I'll continue to say it as well. Like the power that he can generate with his knee from that far as well. I couldn't even dare try to hit with my knee with that much power.
Nah, not at all. But still, the win was a win. 3 points, and we're back. And we're back on the road. And it's all about momentum now. That's why Thursday, it's not the most important game of them all, but you just want that momentum.
Yeah, there you go. Well said, actually. Well said. And hopefully, do you think we can ride that momentum, maybe especially with the Europa Conference League match win? Hopefully we don't play too many of those players. But,
I kind of got a feeling there's two things I've got on Nuno at the moment. One is whether he left all 11 on because pretty much none of them are going to play any part in Thursday. There's still a few coming back now, and so you've got Bergwijn and Hill, which should Lascelles, so they could be the three in behind. I'm kind of hoping he goes with Scarlett, because Scarlett had a tough time in the last game because he didn't have the quality behind him. When they brought Kane on, they brought Son on and Mora, so you suddenly had the great three people behind him and Kane, whereas I think if Scarlett was there, it would have boosted his confidence and he could have done a little more. But I think obviously he's got to be very mindful for Sunday, and although West Ham is still playing Thursday, it's a tough game, but it's there for the taking.
Yeah, I think it would be a dream come true to see Dane Scarlett and Harry Kane playing alongside each other at one point. That would just be beautiful to watch. It really would be. But maybe then West Ham, does that match? In particular, a lot of people seem to have some real disdain for the Hammers. What about for you? Is that kind of the same feeling? You do kind of really hate that kind of. You just really look at that match on the calendar as a big one.
It is. The bit that gets me, I think Dave was talking about it earlier when he was like that last minute. And that last minute challenge, we all know it's when Harry winks, but it just goes over and over in my mind now. It's like the ball's dropped. I get it if we were 2-1 down and he needed to take it round Lanzini to go forward, but you're like, it's about the 97th minute. Just put it as high in the sky as possible away from here.
Just clean them out. Just clean them out.
We were like, what, 3 up in half an hour, and then just got worse. And you're right. You knew they got back to 3-2, and then if you remember, Bale went clean through, and you're like, this is it. He's going to slot the first one, and slotted it wide. The second that went wide, you were like, every Tottenham fan went, they're going to score now. They're going to score. But, that was last season. This is this season. The last 2 games, the best thing out of all of it is a little bit of that mentality. We conceded a goal against Villa, rolled the sleeves up, got going again. Conceded early on yesterday. However it happened, we were horrendous those first 10 minutes. But then they stepped up. They took the game by the scruff of the neck and, created some great chances. And, with your likes of Dombele and Mora and Son and Super Harry looking good, we were back in.
Yeah. And look, with Harry Kane, is he back? Is he back for good now, Philip?
Yeah, he never went away. He kind of. I think the reason he's had so much grief is because he wanted to go in the summer, and probably as deep down loyal Tottenham fans, we all want to be able to. I won't say support Man City, but we want their success. But we want that at the Lane. We want that at Tottenham, and whether Harry goes there or not. But that's why he had so much grief, because he wanted out of our club, being so close to all those records. But the flip side of that, and obviously Adam picked it up earlier, is why was he going? Because we've had, Levy and his lack of investment properly for a little while. And I don't want to make it all negative tonight at all, but, you're right. Paratici is out there doing the best he can. We're talking about, as Aaron said, Skoyberg in the middle, and then next season you've got Papa Sarr to come in there, and it's like, Jesus, Dele Alli, he's long gone, but you've got to be looking at that. And it's, if Levy's going to stay, which I hope he won't, and hopefully the next guest will do some big stuff on that, but he needs to be looking after the business side and say to Paratici, right, you've got 50 million, 60 million plus whatever you sell, that's your money. Not, I've identified this player, can I go and buy it? It's a bit like going into a sweet shop with your parents, isn't it?
Yeah,
I've seen a nice Toblerone. I've only got 20p in my pocket. Well, you can't have it.
You got one last week, Fabio.
Yeah, you're like that's why. So yeah, and what I don't want is Paratici having years of good stuff at Juventus to suddenly get pissed off with Levy and go, do you know what? I'm done here on all those transfers, all those irons in the fire that he's got ready that are brewing and coming through. They come to fruition because he's backed by him. I'm going to say him. I'm not even going to mention his name now, but
should not be named.
Yeah.
God, we'll see Brian Daigle start headbutting his phone.
Yeah.
Mention his name. It's like waving a red flag to a bull.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. I'm warming it up so he can take over, take the baton, and just keep it going. But that's it's like, yeah, I was peed with Harry for wanting to leave, because if you support a club and you get to play for them, you just do your very best. But if you're looking at it and going, we were so close 3 or 4 years ago, we were so close, and it's like that was the time to invest. That's when you wanted a Papa Sarr coming in, just as Moussa Dembele was just finishing off. You wanted the equivalent Papa Sarr just coming in to just carry on that continuity, because the concern Saturday before we did our show is when you knew that Son and Hill were out, it was like, what's our bench going to look like? And you're thinking, Dele Alli's probably going to play. You've got Ben Davis on the bench, Harry Winks on the bench. You're not looking at that thinking this is top 4. This is going to drive us forward. Yeah. It's like, where are they? Whereas you look at the bench and you're like, Bergwijn, Hill, Alli, okay, not too bad. But you've got those other players now coming through. So
yeah, some squads have have N'Golo Kante coming on off the bench, and then we have Harry Winks. I mean, it's just couldn't be further. It's just 2 different worlds practically. That's the difference. And you keep hearing, we haven't got the money Chelsea have got. We haven't got the money Chelsea have because we're not backed. Joe Lewis is not that less wealthy than Abramovich. If he wanted to invest in the club and invest in the football team rather than invest in the area for his own back pocket, then it might help us a lot more. But time will tell. We've heard a lot of good stories, but I'm confident Paratici's out there doing the business, and
hoping for a couple of sort of nice signings in January because, you know, a couple of injuries in key places and we're in trouble, you know, and that's.
If you could sign for 2 places, Phil, what positions would you sign for?
Striker, creative midfielder. That's the essential because, okay, you know, you look, you know, 3 of the back 4 that started yesterday that then nailed on the 3 R's. You need the other R, but you know, you have got Roden, Tanganga, both of those 2 players with Romero next to them will just become, well, you know, worldies. They'll just become great because he's just so good. You know, he's so good. I think we all underestimated before he came how good he was, and having watched him now, I'm like in awe of him because he just calms that whole back line down.
Yeah, he's majestic to watch, Romero. And to a degree, I thought even at points, you know, he was defending without even a partner because we know what, you know, Mr. Dyer, you know, could do to him as well. But I mean, Phil, I feel like you mentioned this. What would be your ideal back 4? Is it the 4 R's?
4 R's, yeah. All day long, I think. And primarily because I think they're the 4. I don't know if Rodon is the best defender, but if you look at all of their average age, they've got 6, 7, 8 years between them at the back. You know, so 18 months playing together, and you think they're going into the season after next, they're going to be looking like absolute quality. You know, we had the back 4, didn't we, with Toby and Jan, and then you had, you know, the rotating fullbacks, but we were the best defence for 3 years running because they built up that relationship, and that's what it needs now. And the other point I was going to say about Nuno is I'm spent a lot of today thinking about after the Arsenal game, he came out and he took it all on the chin and he was like, oh, it's all my fault. I wonder if that's kind of galvanised the players a little bit to him. Because since that game, they have stepped up, and I'm wondering if they're now thinking, do you know what? The boss had our backs for that game. It was us. We were shocking, but he's had our back. So, you know, we owe it to him as well as the fans to go and sort of step up. I don't know. We'll never know that, but it was just something I was thinking about earlier.
Fell on the sword, as someone said before, actually.
Yeah.
And also, I really liked how you brought up before, you know, the idea that this could be a 7-year sort of, you know, kind of era of defenders that are only going to get better. I mean, they're so far away from their prime, you might even say as well.
Yeah.
You know, Emerson is so young. We know Tanganga is only so young. We know Romero is still like, you know, he defends like he's, you know, just an absolute unit, and, you know, might be just like he's had years of experience, but in fact only just came off of, you know, his big breakout season. You know, it's to a degree. I loved when you said that on the match preview. It's like this could be maybe 7-8 years, maybe, of just absolute beautiful defenders.
I mean, you know, and again, I don't want to speak of him, but can you imagine if those 4 the 4 R's play together for the next 3 seasons, and then you're thinking in like the summer of 2024, how much is that back 4 worth? You know. Romero's worth way more than his 50 million that we're going to pay for him next summer. They'll have all stepped up, but it's the unit part. If you go back over the great teams, and I won't mention them, but Chelsea had a very similar back 4. You just knew, didn't he? John Terry was there all the time. Carvalho was next to him. Same as Man U, same as Man City. They've just got a solid back 4, and if you've got a solid back 4 and you don't concede, then you don't lose many games, do you?
No,
it literally is as simple as that. It's, you know, it's that's what we need to do.
But mentally strong as well. You know, like, you know, ones that, you know, like up for the battle. And maybe I think, you know, plenty have said before, some of these guys look like they're preparing for war at times. You know, the way they, you know, go into matches, especially Romero. I would say that guy, like when. But you almost feel bad for the opposition player when they're trapped on the sideline, because you almost see him. The only thing he's preventing himself doing is just throwing them into the stands at a certain rate.
Yeah, I mean, you got to that second minute yesterday, and you can imagine him cussing and cursing and everything under his breath. But he was shouting at the team around him then, and he was almost. You could get the sense it was like, right, we've done one, that's it, nothing else is getting past us. We're already worse than we should have been, and you know, we came good in the end. So you know, that's all that mattered.
Love it.
That is all that matters at the end of the day. You know, it's the 3 points is all that matters. You know, you get it's exactly what we want to see. Brian C. Socrates says, Lads,
delusional optimism.
Oh,
Yeah.
the day.
Yeah.
Paratici is getting in young elite players like Romero, Gil, Sarr. So we speak in 2 or 3 years when the top 4 are back in transition time on our run. I couldn't agree more with this. I could not agree more. Look, this is what Paratici is trying to do, is getting the young, hungry elite players, like you were saying. And then in 2 or 3 years, we could be a very, very top team. Who knows that? Look, if you can add more to it over the next couple of windows. But I think the biggest thing, like, we are starting to get on the right path. But if we want to continue this, there has to be continued investment. There can't be anything else. You can't have any breaks off of windows where you don't sign anybody. It has to be continued investment right now.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, Socrates is just, he's always coming through with also not only the rationality as maybe Socrates would, but also the delusional optimism as any philosopher should. But I would say, to a degree, you have to maybe look at some of these signings. They've all maybe hit the mark, as maybe young potential, high potential players that, could be huge players, to come. And, a lot of us, Dave, we like to come up with, little hashtags and quotes. I'm going to start using mine, which is just thinking smarter, not harder. And I think that's the case with Paratici. He's thinking smarter, not harder. I think Steve Hitchen was a guy that, you could even tell, he just practically didn't really know what he was doing behind the desk there. Now he has someone like Paratici who actually knows exactly what he's doing, exactly how to build a team. And I think he's thinking in the smartest of ways, especially when you got Levy holding you back practically, that's having your legs and your arms tied behind you. He's still able to think, in the right sort of way. That's what I love about him. And Paratici, for me, I don't know if he has another successful sort of window, especially with not a lot of money to work with. I mean, what do you think, Phil? Like, again, the guy that's maybe thinking smarter, not harder.
Yeah, I would say, he's driving it, and he's out there. He's on the phone. He looks like he's busy trying to achieve something. And yes, it's small. The bit I don't understand is why Levy's still involved. Surely he would be saying, right, Paratici, you've got 40 million plus whatever you generate or whatever that is. And then it's up to him to negotiate. And if he decides I'm going to overspend on that player because he's worth it and it will save me money, then he hasn't got the money for somewhere else. I was always under the impression that he was going to be almost like the football manager, director manager, but in charge of all footballing decisions, but you've still got Levy there doing the money. And it's like, it just doesn't add up. It's like, let him go and do what he does best, which is the business side, and let Paratici do what he does best, which is football side, talent. And he's, like you say, he's already proved that. He's absolutely proved that with 3 or 4 good signings, maybe not 100% yet, but we can all see that potential.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more.
I love this, Brian. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is the kind of transfer kind of mindset that I'm talking about. We have to think about it, in just ways of, no, we can't get the big marquee signings. Might as well look in the places that no one else are looking, because there's still, like I can tell, there are a lot of players that not a lot of people know about that aren't on the top of everybody's, mantelpieces, players that will be the big players of the future. And that's why I enjoy thinking about it that way as well. And so Paratici, I would say you're doing the Lord's work with that as well, especially if you have Levy as the guy holding you back as well. You have to think about it that way.
Yeah, I mean, of all those summer signings, it was only Emerson Royale that I'd heard of before. And, I funnily enough, watch a fair bit of football, but, I hadn't really heard or seen Brian Hill. Obviously Romero I picked up on here because he was great with reputation. But the other thing as well yesterday, going on about Tanguy, he just looked like it was the first day at his new club yesterday. He was fully fit, smiling, almost like having a little laugh and a joke and stuff. But his control and the control he had for that third goal, he just literally turned them inside out. And it's like, where's there's a part of me you could be negative and go, where the frig has that been for the last 2.5 years? But you got to go, right, let's hope that's what you're going to do. And if you want to do that to get yourself out, then so be it, because there'll be you've got Lo Celso or someone else coming through. But what a difference. Literally like his first day.
Yeah.
I actually like that comment. That was really well said, actually, Phil.
I have to say, big yourself up, my man. I really appreciate your time. I think you've been an excellent guest, and thank you so much for coming on, my man.
No worries.
Next match preview as well. We'd love to have you as well. I think you absolutely smashed it. So if you're available, we'd love to have you.
Yeah, no, that would be great. So I'll sign off in tradition of Brian. I'm going to say Levy out of football decisions.
Hey, there you
And
go,
come on,
Phil.
you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Big
Pick
up,
yourself
Phil.
up, Phil.
Absolutely.
All right.
See
Cheers,
you, my
guys.
man.
Take
What a
care.
legend.
Bye.
What a legend. Absolute great call there by Phil. Everyone get in there. Hashtag Phil is a legend. You know, show him the love. Absolutely great call, I have to say. And we got a super chat here from William Kelly. I'll pay Paratici's phone bill if he can get us more class players. Trust me. Look, you know, we shouldn't be making this guy the enemy. I don't understand why we were trying to do it in the first place. You know, at the end of the day, he's got his signings right. You know, he's got in some absolute ballers. And look, hopefully it can keep going. You know, hopefully it can keep going. Because that's what it's about. We have to put our faith in him. We have to put our faith in him. Another 1 or 2 good windows. Who knows where we can be? Who knows where we can be? At the end of the day, if he's only going to have limited funds, may as well let him spend it than anyone else, especially like Steve Hitchen. Because you look at the return for investment so far, it's a lot more than what we got from Hitchen's previous windows. You know, so.
William Kelly, you're just a saint to the Spurs.
Why we try and make this guy the guy that people want to attack all the time. You know, I don't understand that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, David. But William Kelly, you know, I would just say, like, you really do help out David and I so much. You really have to understand that. But you would be helping out Paratici as well, because he seems like a guy who just, you know, practically is on the phone with somebody at all costs. He's probably even, you know, going out, you know, shopping. David has the phone, you know, tucked in his shoulder. So I'd say William Kelly, you might not know what you're getting into, maybe with that phone bill. You might not know what you're getting into. But like I always say, William Kelly, you're an absolute legend. And if you're able to even pay for Partici's phone bill, I would just say, again, you're doing the Lord's work, William Kelly. You're doing the Lord's work, because that guy makes probably way too many calls to other directors of football. So might not know what you're getting into, but you're always trying to do it just to get this team back on track. So big yourself up, William Kelly. Big yourself up.
William Kelly. Big up, my man. And plus, I really appreciate the support, brother. Same with Socrates. You have no idea how much it actually really helps out. You have no idea, guys. So I really, really appreciate it. Everyone, make sure you do smash that like button. Make sure you smash that subscribe button if you are new to the channel. The big push for 4.5K is on. And look, like William Kelly, like Socrates, and like so many before them today, guys, why not send in your super chat and help support the channel, guys? It is a great way to support us content creators. Every content creator out there, you know, that doesn't have a big long-term partnership or sponsorship, or you know, are tied in with people that look after them. I forget what they're called. But you know, people that look after them and help them out with stuff and all. So, you know, it's literally just me and Jack on our Todd trying to do absolutely everything. So, guys, it is a massive, massive help. And Brian says, big up, William. We'll get him some Bluetooth earbuds as well for walking around on those calls. More to come in January. Big yourself up, Socrates. What a legend. And everyone else just giving Phil a bit of love. Adam loving Philip. Big up, Adam. Chris loving Philip. Carlos H is loving Philip. Philip is loving Philip. Tells is loving Philip. Just for laughs. Chris. Everybody loving him. Absolute legends. Absolute legends.
He killed it, as always.
The next guest. Let's keep this moving. Let's keep it moving. I still have to go and have me dinner. Mr. Daigle, how are you keeping, brother?
I am very, very good, lads. How are you?
Yeah, we're all good. We're all good, man. Sitting here with smiles on our faces after another win, back-to-back wins.
Correct, mate. And it was a great performance, in my opinion. All right, the score didn't reflect it, but the performance was a lot better. It's a lot more convincing and a lot more confidence going forward.
Yeah. A lot more confidence going forward. And look, Brian, you know, do you think now that there's something that may be starting to change, that maybe there's something we can get behind? But look, obviously not the owners, we know that, but in terms of like Paratici, some of the playing squad and stuff like that, do you think now there is something to get behind going forward?
So in regards to Paratici, we shall have to wait and see. Obviously, with this money that's come in from, you got to remember, it's not just from the NFL, the boxing. People are forgetting the sleeve sponsors, the trading gear sponsors. Money has been coming into the club. And now it's a case of, in January, do we get a chance to flex our muscles and do it? I think the answer is no. Not for the, we might bring players in, but not for the quality that we want. We'll have like a Tommy Esu where we'll haggle over 2 million or so. You know what I mean? We'll go for, like, let's just say, because the one keeps coming up, is Skriniar. We'll be in negotiations, and then, oh, yeah, we just can't do it. It's like, well, where's this extra money going? Paratici has definitely widened the net. Don't get me wrong. I think he has the potential to do something. And I think under a different owner, he could be incredible. But I think his hands are tied. Like, yeah, you can attract them, but if they don't come to our price, we're not. Even though this extra money's coming in, that's where I think the stumbling block is, because he can be on the phone making all these deals happen and get these great deals. But if that man doesn't say yes, it's like, well, what's the point? So Paratici has got the potential. Him and him, if we're taking Paratici as a single person, forget who the chairman is and whatever, and do I think he can do good for the club? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do I think he's going to be given the rein to do it? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
When it, you know what I mean? It's do you know how I described it? It's like with the bail money, or when we last summer our transfer window. You know, in Countdown when they do the numbers and they go, "I'll have 1 from the top and 5 from the bottom." That's what we do. We buy one big star, and then we'll buy in the cheap aisle. We'll buy that one standout thing, and then we'll just fill it up rather than buying 2 or 3 quality. It's all about numbers, quantity over quality. But when we look now at Nuno, so I would say a couple of things here. I mean, you and me are going to have a discussion about Harry Kane, because I know I'm on that list for Harry Kane. So I'm probably the head of that list. You probably got me highlighted.
Honestly, Brian, there's about 4,000 people on that list.
I'm sure I'm pretty high up.
Take him a year.
It's a long list.
But it's literally, I think there's 2 things I want to say about this squad right now. Forget Son and Kane, because they're a separate identity and what they do. I think the 4 most important people in our squad right now is Romero, Højbjerg, Skip, Mora. And the reason I say that, if you look at the Villa game and you look at the Newcastle game yesterday, all right, we conceded 1 and 2 goals, but that defence looks a lot more confident in itself. Romero and Reguilon both have had 2 good games when he's played from the start. Dyer, all right, he had his mistake yesterday. But apart from that, I think he had a good game. But I don't even know how that mistake happened. How you can go for a header and knee it. I mean, I don't even understand how that's physically possible.
It's like he was trying to start. It was like he was at the start of the conga line or something, Brian. You know, unbelievable what he done there. I couldn't believe what I was watching. I really couldn't. Honestly, it was either he was at the start of the conga line, or like I said to Brad Matthews, he was practicing the Brad Matthews air slide or something. Because I'm speechless about it. To be honest,
it was a speechless.
It upsets me talking about it, because I don't want to grate on one player because we had such a good win yesterday, but he needs to learn that it's just one player. All it takes is one player to cost us, you know, and that's the problem. But before we move on to Dyer, Brian, I just want to get the super chat from William Kelly.
Yeah, go on, buddy.
Jack, you read it out there. I need a drink.
David, take care of yourself, brother. He says Paratici is one who has made a huge difference. I'll work overtime, Jack, if that's what it takes. William Kelly, you already were getting up at ungodly hours to watch the match and then went to work the next day. If that's what it takes, William Kelly, that's what it takes. Hopefully you and Brian C can team up together and get him those Bluetooth AirPods, you know, or whatever, you know, in order to make his life a bit easier in some of those calls. Maybe even the call quality, you know, with probably all the directors of football he's talking to, you know, maybe it might be a bit better with those AirPods, so you might get him. But William Kelly, I really think, you know, to a degree, as I love, you know, the sentiment that, you know, Paratici, to a degree, if we're being tied, if the whole club is just being absolutely poisoned by Levy, to a degree, he's almost like a knight in shining armor, maybe to a degree, Paratici. And I think is maybe, you know, he still has plenty of time to work. He still has plenty of times to prove us, you know, the right way and, you know, show more. At the same time, I'm to a degree very satisfied with what I've seen, especially because we all know he has his, like I said before, his arms and his legs tied behind his back, you know, by Levy. And then when you consider that, I think he's doing pretty decent work. And when you actually consider this as well, it is kind of like in Paratici's case, it's like hiring a fantastic, I don't know, like a fantastic, like, I don't know, Dave, like a CFO or something like that. But then he's given no money at all to be a CFO for, to really manage when you think about it. So, like I said, Paratici, I'm going to use the quote again. He's the definition of someone who's thinking smarter, not harder, because, with other directors of football, they're spoiled with all the money that they have. They have all the money in the world to work with. In his case, he's accepting to a degree. Maybe Brian D might agree with me here. Probably one of the hardest jobs of top football, to take right now. And he's stepping into the fire right now to do it. And that's what I'm going to say. He's my knight in shining armor right now, Paratici. And so William Kelly, he will make all the difference. I want to believe it, William Kelly, especially with how much he's being held back. I want to believe it. I want to believe it. And big yourself up, William Kelly. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Maybe the Bluetooth AirPods for him for Christmas. We'll all chip in from the Irish Hotspur. And Fabio will have a nice present with the flat cap as well. But also William Kelly, like always, absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. David, you're on mute. You're on mute, Dave. You're on mute, Dave.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, just a couple of shout-outs before we let Brian off in his purest form. It's the best Brian. So, Spurs Squad says, preach, Brian. The hottest Spurs in the building. Big yourself up. Carlos H is still with us. My man Adam is still with us. What a legend. Tells is with us. He says, big up, lads. Great show tonight, Tells. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
I really appreciate it, man. Look, it's all for you fans out there. That's what it's for. You guys, just to have other people to talk Tottenham with. That's what it's all about, my man. GRL 58, top man Brian, big yourself, GRL. Hope things are well, my man. I hope things are well. And Aaron Dove with the super chat. Wow, big up, Aaron Dove with the big one. I really appreciate it, brother. He says, great stuff, lads. Everyone in the comments, and of course, brother Daigle. Brian, Aaron, I really, really appreciate support, and thank you so much for coming on tonight. I really enjoyed having you on, and I'd like to see you on more, my man, in the future. So big yourself up, Aaron.
Speaking sense as well. People, they called him I think I saw it more than once. Aaron, it was like they were calling you the straight talker. Someone who doesn't kind of mess around. Maybe kind of like me. Throws a bunch of pretty hipster words. When certain times. And so you're the straight talker, Aaron. You're the straight talker, and that's what's also again. Like a lot of people that came on tonight, that maybe we haven't seen in a while, a big breath of fresh air to have you on, a big breath of fresh air, just like Adam also as well, a big breath of fresh air. And it was absolutely brilliant to speak with you. And I also loved your thoughts on the game, especially someone who was satisfied with the second half, who didn't even get to see the first half, again, that's pretty brilliant. If he was satisfied watching the second half, wait till you see the first one. You'll love it even more. So again, also fantastic call-in. What
a legend. Big up, Aaron. Really appreciate the support, brother. Really, really appreciate it, man. Really do. But Brian, go on, take it away, my man.
Yeah, no. I mean, before I go on, I just want to say to everyone in the chat. I mean, Aaron, who's just left that super chat, he's got a very, very special place in my heart, and it's through great things like this, your channel, my channel, We Are Tottenham TV, and all the other channels, where we get to interact with this Spurs family that we talk about so regularly as streamers. And I heard Adam talking about it just before, and Adam's a top supporter of all the channels. And you got Chris, and you got Ellie, who I know is in the background, who's a superstar, and best have taken my number in the private chat to get in contact with me, because if I don't see her before I go back home, I'm going to be annoyed with myself. But we have such a great community, and like I say with Aaron and me have become very close friends, and it's all through this Spurs community. And everyone knows that I'm very approachable on Twitter, very approachable or whatever. I give my number out once I get to know you on WhatsApp, and I stay in contact with you. And it's just a wonderful thing that we've all created, and it's nothing without the people that obviously come in and watch these shows. So big up to absolutely everyone in the chat. But yeah, the game. Let's move past Dyer and that mistake. Højbjerg, as you know, I mean, I come on this time all the time. There's not a thing I wouldn't do for that man. He is just incredible. But I think Skip, where I need to go with Skip, I think we've seen that Dele Alli needs to get the hell out of our club, because if you look at it, and I've been very anti-Dele for a while, Skip, his positional play is outstanding. He senses danger. He's allowing Højbjerg to go forward to be more attacking. He is now, to me, he is one of the biggest names that has to start every game. And if you look at it, why I'm talking about Dele is Skip didn't start Chelsea and Arsenal, and we know what happened.
Yeah.
Dele did.
Yeah.
And you're taking Dele out Deli was in for our worst too, but Skip, whenever he's been in, it gives Højbjerg license to do more stuff. It also had a huge impact, Skip being there, on Ndombele.
Yes.
Because if you got like I said before, if you look at it, two players are liken his style of play to, not as in the exact same. If you look at Ginola and Van der Vaart, we both know they weren't going to defend. They were not going to defend. They couldn't defend, and it was like, listen, just get back into shape. Just get in whatever banker 4 or whatever formation you're playing. Leave the donkey work to us or the hard work, but when we get the ball, off you go. And I think Skip being there to help Højbjerg and vice versa is having a huge impact on Dele. I mean, Lucas, I love him. His work rate is outstanding. And he loves the club. But now, speaking about your man. Now, obviously, I've come on this channel.
Spurs squad with the super sticker, just with a cute teddy bear there, just laughing and giggling away, or a fox, even a little fox. So big yourself up, Spurs squad. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much it helps. You really don't. Thank you so much. But sorry, Brian. Let's get on to it. Harry Kane, my favorite subject.
Yeah, your favorite subject. So, as you know, I have been extremely critical of him. Extremely. I'm probably one of the biggest people that have been criticising for any kind of thing possible. Yesterday was a great performance from him. Do I think we'll go into the performance in more detail, but do I think he's back and it's good to say Harry's back? No, not just yet. But it's a start. Do you know what I mean? It's going into the next game, I'm a lot more confident we're going to see the Kane that we saw in Newcastle than obviously what we saw in previous games. His movement to stay on side for that goal was fantastic. The way he'd seen that run. And as I said, the problem I had with him, especially when I was at Chelsea and Villa, was his body language, his movement, his running, his availability. Well, it was a different Harry Kane on that pitch yesterday. It really, really was. He looked sharp. The way I think the way they celebrated the goal spoke volumes. That they all ran to him. It's like, you know, when a new player scores for the first time and they all run to him. And it was literally like that. It really was. And then in the second half, the bit on the side where he won the ball off the bounce and then got fouled on the touchline, and then his little touches and passes like reverse. That is what Harry Kane does. And I think a huge amount of it, again, is because finally we've broken this 4-3-3 and gone back to 4-2-3-1. And I've said the whole time, even on your show, Dave, I said, in a 4-3-3, he does not work. In a 4-2-3-1, he is the best in the world. Hands down. And we saw that yesterday. So I'm hoping, obviously, he'll now go on one of Harry Kane's runs and this whole thing will be forgotten. But this performance was very, very, very encouraging. But I think it's just a bit too soon to say, yeah, we've got Harry Kane back. But don't get me wrong, mate. His performance yesterday was night and day to anything I've seen all season. That's the Harry Kane we know and love.
Yeah. No, look, do you know what? It was always going to come from Harry Kane. It was always going to come. I always knew it was coming. I could sense it. I could feel it. Look, with Harry Kane, we have to remember class is permanent. You know, we disrespect this guy so much. Look, so many fans do. Year in, year out. It doesn't matter what he's done the season before. People still look for a reason to try and pull him down. And look, with Harry Kane, you can guarantee he's going to score goals. It's that simple. Like, the thing is, it's easy to say he wasn't. Look, I wasn't at the games, right? I can only say what I've seen during the True TV and stuff like that. Like, and look, it's for me. I just think it's easy to say that he's not interested, but formation didn't suit. There was no chances being created at the end of the day.
I completely agree.
You know, we can't expect him to create his own chances and take them as well. You know, people do have to provide him with the chances, and you know, since the chances are coming. You know, because we have to remember, he's already got 10 goals. He's our top scorer as we're speaking now. He's our top scorer this season. And supposedly, he's been nowhere to be seen. You know, look, the thing is, we just have to, no matter what, as long as Kane is here, we have to give him the love. He does nothing but earn it. He's done nothing.
So, David, are we sure it's 10 goals? Are we sure it's two against Pacos?
Yeah.
3 against Mura, that's 5.
Yeah, 5.
One against Wolves, that's 6.
Yeah.
And this goal. Where am I missing 3 goals?
6. Give me a minute.
Or if anyone in the chat knows.
2
Not
against
that, mate,
Pacos, 3 against Muir. That's 5.
That's-
1
yep,
against
1 against Wolves and 7.
Villa. So 7.
Still, mate, still, it's just, either way, he's still our top scorer.
Yeah.
Either way, he's still our top scorer.
7
Listen,
or 10, he's still our top scorer.
exactly. You know, it's if you play Harry, this is what I don't understand. If any of us were managers, and you walk into a brand new team, and you have the best striker in the world, who has become the best striker in the world because he plays in a 1, why do you then say, do you know what? I'm going to play him in a 3. That's where I think this mistake has gone, and that's not Harry Kane's fault. What I blamed Harry Kane on is he's world class enough and man enough to say, do you know what? I've been put here. I'm going to try and put a shift in. Don't get me wrong, that formation was never ever going to suit. And if we played 4-3-3 yesterday, probably the same thing would have happened. But I think Nuno has now he's had a team for a couple of weeks where he can play the same team, and now he can try. There's no COVID issues at the moment, thank God. There's no injuries or internationals. It's all about keeping this team fit for the Premier League. Mm-hmm. It's all about and it's game management. Like someone said on the calls before, on Thursday, I think he'll pretty much rest everyone, especially with no subs, and then he'll play this team for West Ham. Then the trick is how many does he play against? Burnley before United. But this comes down to the strength in depth, which has always been our issue. We've always said we've got a great first 11, but as soon as the bench or we get injuries, that's where things start to get watered down. And let's just hope, like we said at the beginning with Paratici, that things can improve. I doubt it. I mean, I don't. One of the things I heard, I was on a stream. I can't remember. I think it was Tommy's stream or Bob, and we're talking to some guys from Malaysia, and they're very knowledgeable. And they're talking about Liverpool and how apparently they're already in advanced talks with Basuma. So when January comes, this is just like hearsay, but they say from their sources and blah blah blah. Now, what I don't understand is as soon as we've heard this news about, I can say his name now, Jack, Vlahovic. Was that right?
I think everybody says it. You know, I don't think you can get it wrong.
I think I've got it. It's only taken me 8 months, but I've got it. So with Vlahovic, why, when he said his contract is stalling, is there nothing to say, right, we're getting him? Because what will happen is in January, it will start again. Then we'll run out of time. It's like, I know we can't sign these players, but at least you can start approaching them.
Yeah.
And getting everything ready. So when January the 1st comes, and I'm just using Vlahovic as an example, but why is it we're hearing all these people already in talks for January and there's just nothing with us? And you know that there's nothing going on because we all will, Tottenham Hotspur love to send out rumours and fake news and whatever. So it's very, very concerning for me. But we'll see. But also, just to let you know, if you want to have a look at what happens during an NFL game outside Tottenham Hotspur, on Tottenham on Tour, I recorded a few videos yesterday which Brian has put together and made like a diary of my journey on the train, where you can see it's just filled with NFL people like 3 hours before kickoff, my walk down the high road, and the great thing just apart from walking around the stadium, we walked further on down towards Bruce Grove and Seven Sisters, and when you watch the video on Tottenham on Tour, you'll see there's like an inflatable arch and there's 2 of them, one at one end, and in there, mate, it's like you're in an amusement arcade. Big screens and statues that you can, you know, those ones where you can have your face put on top and it's like a American football team, like all these things going on, whereas we don't get anything. There was, the best thing, I don't know if I got it on video, there was an inflatable goalpost like this being chased, and I do mean chased, by an inflatable football, and I mean American football, that was being chased by a helmet, which I think was Daniel Levy being the biggest helmet. Running, and they're literally running down. They're literally running down. You will see these. I don't know if I call it where they were having like a race, which was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. But you will see them floating about. But it's about a 16-minute video we just released about 2 hours ago. But if you want to see the difference of what we have and what's on offer to us, the Spurs fans are the ones that pay the money, as opposed to what a bit of money does for Mr. Levy, go check that out. But But yeah,
Just a question, and I'm only asking because I'm not in the know. Is that the NFL putting on all that stuff around the ground, or is that actual our chairman himself?
So what I do know, and I can't guarantee this is the figure, but I was speaking to someone yesterday from Change for Spurs that I was with, and he was with someone that's got someone within the club. I don't know who it is or how high he is, but apparently the NFL paid Daniel Levy an obscene amount of money, and we're talking over £20 million, to gut the Spurs shop out of all the Spurs stuff and put NFL in. So that's 20 million already in the bank for us, apparently going towards transfers. And I think it was actually more. But this is what was told. And basically what happens is the contract with the NFL, they basically paid for 10 years worth of hire in the ground. So the tickets, we don't get a penny of. The hospitality, so the food, the drink and everything inside is ours. We get a very small percentage from the club shop, and basically they own the road. But the other things,
do you know the experience itself? Everything that we've seen around the ground and all that sort. Who puts that on?
I would imagine.
I would just like to know. I'm not sure who puts it on.
I can't confirm, but I would imagine it's the NFL. But what I would imagine is that Daniel Levy has to go to Haringey Council to get all of this, like the roads closed off and everything. And then you can see he's allowing someone else to come into our home and put this spectacle on. And then obviously when we get back, nothing. And also there's a guy that was with.
It was him paying for it. If it was him paying for it and I was traveling to a game, I'd want all that fanfare before a Spurs game,
I'm going to show you something on Twitter now. I'm going to try and show you on the video. Now, this is a mate of mine who's actually at Park Lane. So he lives on the Park Lane. And he was recording this. Let me just get him up. 1 second.
Just because I was gone I'll take David's turn. I was gone at the Jacks. Big yourself up, Spurs squad, and big yourself up, John Fitzpatrick. Good to see them.
Let's see if I can find it. Here he is. So I'm not going to show his name, but this is what they were doing at. Right, tell me if you can hear this.
Right, they're making
1
noise
second.
at 12:30.
This
on
is
a Thursday morning.
Can you hear it?
Yep.
Outside the stadium, 12:38 a.m. We've told them, and they're not listening. It's 12:38, and they're making noise.
So it goes on for a few minutes, but that went on till 3 o'clock in the morning, where they're just making all this noise to get everything, where the residents are trying to sleep, and it doesn't matter because it's money. Like I said, check the diary out on Tottenham Talk, but it just goes to show what can be done and the whole thing that has been going on. And when it's Tottenham at home, it's like, off you go. There you go. Here's the stadium. Walk in, spend money, go home. They were giving away free Pepsis and there were hot dog stands everywhere and whatever. But he's closed a lot of these burger vans down because he wants everyone spending money inside the stadium. But when it's just it's nonsense. It's sad, but obviously the movement's growing. Didn't get the numbers we wanted, in all honesty, but the main thing is
how many turned out?
Yesterday, I think there's about 25 of us.
There you go.
Which is so. Do you know what it is, David? I realised I did a video with Brian Ireland last week, and after the first NFL protest, I was absolutely fucking furious. I was going absolutely mad. So I was like, everyone on social media, everyone, yeah, I'm coming. And then no one turns up. But then I started thinking, do you know what? We're getting a lot of coverage on social media, a lot, and also on media. And there's so many people that think they're so clever. Oh, we'll leave you in, and we're just going to belittle you and whatever. But then they retweet it and go, look at these idiots. And I'm like, well, you're the idiot. You've just retweeted an image I want to get out to the world. You just retweeted it to your followers. And we're making some press publications in America. It's now a social media world where everything.
That's what I've been saying the last 3 or 4 weeks on here, Brian. If anyone was tuning in, that's what I've been saying. Just use social media. Because look, in order to be able to get the numbers out at the protest, you have to have a good social media campaign behind it. It's the way all movements have started nowadays. You look back over the last 10 years, They all come from social media. You get enough people behind it, and then you get the bodies out on the street. And I do think social media is the way to go. I really do. I really believe that.
Seeing the noise as well at that time of night, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, there's a few other videos.
Maybe a bit of light humor. Sukkot just ended, and it was really, really big over here, and they were partying till like 3:30 or 4 a.m. over here, and I could tell you, it did not help me fall asleep, and I can tell you, if they were Levy instead of that, Jesus, I would have burst one open.
It's unacceptable. Like you said, David, when it comes to social media now, we all know wherever you are in the world, if you're pissed off with, let's say, your mobile phone provider, or let's say somewhere you bought your TV, or what, the first thing you do is you bitch about it on social media, because as soon as they see something happen on their social media, these companies are like, right, okay, DM, and that's basically it's the way you got to do it. And then I start thinking, Joe, it seems that there's so few of us that are willing to stand there, no matter how long it takes, or at least as long as I'm here. Is you look at it, I think a lot of people are worried about safety in numbers, thinking, this could like if people turn on us and there's only 20 of us and whatever. So I can understand with a lot of people why they don't want to be don't want to be seen, but feel intimidated to be a part of something. So, do you know what? We're not going anywhere this time. So at some point, it will come. We'll see. But listen, back to the good points. It's all about good at the moment, because we got a good 3 points. Arsenal, I can't believe they equalised in bloody injury. Do you know what?
Lack of threat as well.
Do you know what? Do you know what it was, Jack? I literally, my cousin, I haven't seen my cousin for like 3-4 years. She came around for the evening, and we went and saw my nephews and niece, and we had dinner here. We went out quickly, and it was 1-0 when I left. I think I left about half time, and then went out for a bit, and I came back, and my dad's like, "Have you seen the Arsenal score?" And I was like, "No." They're like, "Come and check the Arsenal score," and it was 2-1. I was like, 4 minutes, let me just sit down and watch this. And then I was like, you lucky.
Do you think that, Brian, I feel like you might agree with me here. I feel like sometimes, because I checked the score, and the moment I checked the score, they equalized, I swear. And I feel like I'm the kiss of death sometimes when it comes to watching the scum. Like, it's almost like if I just ignore them, they actually fail. The moment I even tune into their score, they just equalize. And it's just, I don't know. It's like maybe my, the kit is buried underneath their stadium or something, and it's like they're good.
Well, obviously, we all know about my Pierre-Emile Højbjerg story. We all know my Pierre-Emile Højbjerg story about the toilet and Aston Villa. So I'm the kiss of death or not. I'm the kiss of life for Spurs. I go to the toilet and Spurs score. It's just I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, and I was looking at it. I was like, wait a minute, they were 14th, and I was like, so we went 9 points ahead of them. Then they brought it down to 0. Then it was going back up to 5, I believe, and now it's down to 4. And it's like, oh, for God's sake, for God's sake! But listen, enough to where all we can carry on doing is, like I said, I think it's vital. Nuno now, I think I'd like to see the one thing I would like to say actually, apart from I'd like to see a bit more of Lo Celso, because apparently for Argentina he is smashing it. And I wouldn't mind, even though Ndombele did well for 90 minutes, like we said with Kane, do I think he's back? No. Do I think Ndombele is now capable of 90 minutes like that every single game? Hell no. So I think in certain games, Lo Celso would be better to bring on. And then when teams are tiring, bring Ndombele on, because then he's full of energy and he can go and rip teams to shreds if he plays like he did yesterday. Yeah. But the big one is obviously if Dye does go out, and I heard a lot of people saying Rodon, but a lot of people are forgetting about Tanganga. So I think, my ideal thing was actually like if we had gone with Nuno to a back 3, it would have been Rodon, Romero,
he'd be beautiful,
Tanganga. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen, does it, Jack? It looks more like this 4-2-3-1 now.
People want the 4 R's though. Would you maybe throw in a T in there, throw in Tanganga as maybe the other center back,
you know what it is?
keep Emerson?
So I think Tanganga is I've said it all along. I think Tanganga is a centre back. I think he's a centre back all day long that can maybe play right back. Kind of like we've had players like that, like Dyer used to go everywhere right back. He started as a right back. But I think Tanganga is 100% a central defender, and I think he's a star in the making. Rodon, Rodon, when we got him, he made a couple of games, he made a couple of mistakes, but you expect it. He's come from the Championship to the Premier League, it happens. But then just before Mourinho got sacked, he was our best defender by a country mile. A country mile. Then he just went missing. He, like literally, and I don't know what it is with managers because I think he deserves a try. I really, really. I mean, I'm
defender also with Ben Davies coming on as center back beside him. He was brilliant. He was especially defending alongside Ben Davies is almost worse than defending alongside Eric Dyer. I'll tell you that.
Well, do you know what? It's like you got to look at it on Thursday now. Does he do Rodon and Sanchez, or does he do Rodon and Tanganga, or is he going to play Tanganga at right?
Hopefully.
He'll probably play Tanganga right instead of Romero. Royale. Am I the only one that keeps calling Romero Royale or Royale Romero?
Mixed up till I do get
the
mixed
four
up.
R's.
I don't even know why.
That's why it is. That's why they call it that way.
I hope to see Tanganga ahead of Doherty at 100%. Timman007 with the super chat says, unfortunately, with this fan base, they would probably protest if we had a City type owner and have more numbers. Most undemanding fan base in history. Look, I've been saying it all along since I first started my channel. Go back and watch some of my first videos. I've been saying that this fan base is some of the most undemanding that there is. And until we change our mentality, you're going to struggle to get to the very top and you're going to struggle to get the best out of your owners. Because unfortunately, like, I'm going to say this. I don't know whether people agree with me, but maybe the fans have allowed Levy to become complacent. You know, have we put enough expectations on him? Have we demanded what we should? Super League couldn't even get good numbers out. The NFL protests against the owners couldn't get numbers out. Yeah, granted, look, there needs to be more done for the movements, I believe, you know, in terms of social media wise and including everybody and everything else, get everybody on board singing from the same hymn sheet. But look, it's I don't know.
What it is as well, what I will say is I think the NFL we thought was going to be bigger because it was so planned and everyone, but I think the Aston Villa was very, very short notice. I think the one that is going to be the telltale and we'll get a much better gauge of where we're at is the Manchester United game. Because now it's been a few weeks where we've been trying. There's people that during the NFL time or away games don't go away, so they've been doing stuff with their families or whatever. And you've got to remember the Man U game is a 5:30 kickoff. So it could build up over a long amount of time. And you've both been on streams when I was on Tottenham away. Do you remember my Canadian friend Sean Willisey? Not the one that not Sean Wellborn from the mental health, the other one. But he sent me a voice note and he's like, do you know what? If you take out the corporate of the away fans at the home games, let's just say there's 55,000 people in that stadium. Take away the away, the corporate and all that. So if you were to say 10%, just 10% want Levy out, which is a realistic, I don't think it's over-exaggerating or whatever, you're talking 5,500 people. So if 5,500 people protest, obviously it makes a huge ripple. But then even if you take 10% of that, 555 people, that makes a huge impact. But it's trying to get the people to come. But we do.
You have to remember, out of that 10%, how many of them don't live in the country? Do we have the protest?
Well, no, I'm talking about the 55 in the stadium. So I'm talking actually in the stadium. Forget worldwide. So I'm talking like if you took the corporate and the boxes out of the 62,000, let's say 55, but then 550 would make a huge difference. But we shall see. We shall see. There's more to come. But Man U will be the last one I can protest for because I'm going back on the 5th of November. So yeah, we will keep trying. But listen, as long as Spurs keep winning, that's the main thing. Because at the end of the day, all we want is a very successful Tottenham Hotspur.
That's it.
Well said.
That's all we want. Well, look, Brian, thank you so much for your time, my man. I really
always a pleasure, boys. Love you both. Like I said, go check out Tottenham on Tour and check out that video for the diary. Subscribe to us. We're trying to get to 500. We're pushing. Love everyone in the chat. Ellie's coming on. Love that woman to pieces. She's an angel. She's a superstar. Everyone in the chat is. And as always, my favourite 2 words, Levy out.
Big yourself
No,
up.
no, today, Brian.
Leanick out.
Leanick out. Okay, we'll go Leanick out.
Leanick out as well. You know, he's a man of words, though. He wants to be efficient. There you go. Big yourself up, Brian. Big yourself up, Brian.
Brilliant call. Timman007, my man. I really appreciate the support, brother. You have no idea how much it really helps us out, my man. Really appreciate
I think that's also that's a good conversation opener, Tim, man. And I wish, I think that's a really good conversation opener. In fact, maybe on that, stream we had the other night, Dave, that would have been a fantastic comment. I just feel like that is a very, very, it's opening up a very good can of worms, not a bad can of worms, a very good can of worms, very thought-provoking, actually, comment, Tin Man. I would say, actually, very interesting.
I've been saying it since I first started my YouTube. When it comes to players, when it comes to the owners, when it comes to everything, we just make excuses all the time.
It just made me think, though, Dave, just because I feel like, I'm going to hold my hand up. I like to self-criticize, I feel like I've to a degree been kind of complacent because I am a younger fan base and I probably think I have time on my side and, all these things. And, to a degree, I don't have to wake up at God knows the worst hours of the world, in order to see these games anymore. And I have become to a degree complacent, not in this last year and a half, but, those years before, David, I was in college, working jobs and whatnot. I kind of just, took every game as it was, and I think you're actually right. That's what made me think about it. It's very thought-provoking. It's very thought-provoking.
The boat was missed. The time to get out in droves was moving into the stadium to get the players in, and after the Champions League final. Look, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard, to get the owners to force the ways and everything now. It's all about timing, unfortunately, and I just think the timing has been lost, and I think it's a lot harder task for the Enoch out movement, to get off the ground, now. Hopefully another time comes where it'll be perfect timing for it to strike. Look, we'll wait and see. William Kelly says, unfortunately, Brian, you just don't have the backing. I want out just as much as you. Yeah, look. Do you know what, William? I can see what you're saying. Look, we've all had these discussions before. Look, I've shared my thoughts on it there a couple of weeks ago. On everything there, William. Look, I believe we need to take a massive social media campaign. You don't need the news and everything else. All that will follow once you have a big enough movement. Once you get because it's all social media now. Once you get the big, massive campaign and people on board, but in order to get people on board, you have to put out polls, you have to gauge, people's messages and stuff like that, and find the most common thing for the people to unite behind. That's the way I would be doing it. From look, if I was asked to help out or anything like that, that's the way I would be doing it. And look, hopefully, then you can turn that into numbers on the street and stuff like that. But William, look, it's going to be a long road, my man. It's going to be a long road. But I really appreciate the support, brother. I really
well said, William. And to a degree, I feel like I think the backing is there, actually, William. This is probably the first time I would maybe think a bit differently on this. You might be right, William, but I think the backing is there. It's just how do you really find it? It's almost like, it's like searching, and it's not easy to find, William, but it's actually a lot stronger than you think. I think it's a lot stronger than you think. It's just how do we unite under one message, not alienating each other, not kind of picking each other out and whatnot for each other's, thoughts on it. I think that's maybe been where it's gone wrong. And to a degree, some of the original ways it's been gone down with the supporters trust and things like that also made the movement a lot harder. It took steps back. But William Kelly, I think, it's actually there. It's just, finding it and finding the right way to wake it. It's almost waking it up, Dave. It's like waking up a beast, to a degree. I don't
think it is there, though. I really don't. Look, speaking to people that go to games, they've said to me, I couldn't care less. I just want to go to games. All I want to do is go with my mates, enjoy a game, and come home. You
might be on William Kelly's page then.
You look around at other YouTube channels that probably don't do any of that sort of content. They have the biggest followings, So, like, it's all right in our own bubbles. Everyone Enoch out, leave you out, but you're only seeing what people in your own bubble are saying. But when you look at some of the bigger channels and everything else, how many of them are actually, behind the movement? That's the thing. That's what. Look, that's just my thoughts on it.
I think then you agree with William Kelly. I think that's probably what William Kelly is more or less saying, actually, is, who's actually really behind it. And I think that's what William Kelly is actually saying, because you don't see as many people as passionate as William Kelly, as well as obviously Brian Daigle, of course. But, William Kelly is and we haven't, put a name to a beautiful face yet, but
yeah,
I would just say, or a face to a beautiful name, I would say. But William Kelly, I think you might be right, actually, David. That was a convincing thought. And William Kelly, I'd like to think that there is some sort of, kind of beast we can wake up in that regard.
Oh, there's a ground movement.
You're a bit wiser than me in that regard. Probably a bit wiser than me, William Kelly. But I think David definitely agrees with you.
No, look, there's definitely a ground movement there. Like, there's a ground movement there. It's about making it bigger, multiplying it, you know? That's what it's about. But look, let's bring on the last guest of the evening, guys. Last guest here, and it's a channel legend. It's Ellie, aka End on Belly. How are you keeping?
I'm all right. Do you know what? I'm so sad what's happening at our club. It's so sad. I've been reading up on what Daniel Levy's doing behind the scenes, right? And I've done a lot of research like Brian, and there's so much dirt on this man. There's so much. If you read up, lads, on Company's House, what he's doing, and he's got 75% rights to the club, so he can vote anybody off. So he's the big spider who's controlling our web, right? And he's bringing in all this crap, like that guy filmed at over 12:30 a.m. People making noise, ruining people's lives around the club. You know, people that live there and they can't even get to sleep because the NFL is on. No disrespect to the NFL, it's not their fault. It's Levy's fault for bringing them in. But then they have to have respect for our Tottenham residents. I was born and bred in Tottenham, you know that, lads. Right? And they're ruining the lives of all the people around that stadium. Old people who want to get to sleep because they're in pain. And they have to listen to that.
And
That's
just to play devil's advocate here, Ellie, what would you say to the people that were saying, like, you know, just I think this would be good, a bit of role play here, shall we say? So pretend that I'm one of these people, you know, that are saying, like, you know, I'm thinking about joining the Elite account movement, but I'm not 100% there yet. What would you say to someone that said, well, you're only saying that about the NFL because it suits your narrative, but really, if all the money was coming in, would you be saying that? What would you say to that sort of person?
No, it's not about the money. It's about respect, right? These people that live around the ground, they will be making a move. They will, because my niece and myself, we went down to the ground, right, after the NFL. What happened? They closed the whole road down prior. They don't know. They never do that for our football club. They closed the whole road. Then near the ground, right? I only live in Enfield, right? So I know it's not far for me to go. And I made that trip with my niece, who's an avid Spurs fan like me. We were both born in Beaconsfield Road in Tottenham. We're about a mile and a half away from the ground at that point. But it doesn't matter how far you are away. Now, these people living around the ground, David and Jack, their lives are getting ruined because of Daniel Levy's greed. You know what Brian said, he gets £20 million just for letting him have the Spurs shop. That's disgraceful. It's disgraceful what he's doing. And he shouldn't be allowed to get away with it. People need to know this. Yeah? And once they get to know all these people that live around the ground, they're going to be protesting. I'm going to go down there tomorrow as well, because I'm not working at the moment. I'm a freelancer. I can do what I want at the moment. But I'm going to go down there and I'm going to petition all the people. That's 100% from my heart. I will petition all the people down who live by the ground, because I'm a Tottenham lady. You know that. I've got so much passion for our club, and it makes me cry inside that they're doing it to these people. You know, there's old people who are infirm that need their sleep, and they're just opening up a ground to NFL. Nothing against the Americans. It's not their fault. It's because Daniel Levy is allowing it to go on, and it can't go. It's not fair. It's not right. It's not morally and ethically right what's happening. And I'm so passionate about it, lads. You know, I want to come on here and talk about how we beat Newcastle, which was a fabulous display. That was the best I've seen Spurs play. I was proud to be a Spurs fan, but I'm not proud what Levy's doing. No, I can't stand and let this happen. So I'm going to go down there tomorrow and do this. I'm going to get a lot of people videoed as well, telling them, getting their statements, so I can send it to the club.
Yeah,
I think that would actually do a lot of good, actually. Especially that's pretty horrible scenes at 12:30 a.m. I'll tell you that.
The people that lived around the ground who were affected, that's their lives, and it's not right. They deserve to get some sleep, don't they? They deserve a bit of honour and a lot of respect. Not a little honour, a lot of honour and a lot of respect. Because those people are probably 95% of them are Spurs fans as well, and they grew up during the war times and after war times. Some of these people, you know. Young people there as well, you know. They need their sleep as well because they got work the next day. Either they're working at home or working in the office because of COVID, you know. And some of them have probably been affected by COVID and they've got long-term COVID and they have to put up with that. So I get all their stories and compile it all and send it into the club. They'll be ashamed what they've done.
I don't think they'd care, to be honest with you, Ellie. I don't think they'd care. Look, the people with hearts that would be looking at the stuff like that would probably feel it. But like once it goes to the owner, the decision's already made. He's not going to give it to us.
I'm gonna go to Haringey Council as well because my brother Paul, he was a Haringey councillor, right, when we were younger, and I so respected my brother because we love Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. Yeah, that's our passion. Yeah, we grew up in Tottenham, loving Spurs, and now look what's happened to our club. It's like a monetary club, you know. Just about money. What Levy and Lewis can make. That's not right. People got to know. They got to know. Even if they haven't got the heart to protest yet, they should know what's happening. Now, some people are scared as well. Some people, they don't want to protest because they don't know all the facts. When I compile this video, because I love Spurs, but I love Tottenham, my area as well.
Do you know what I think though, Ellie? I fully agree with you on the the noise and stuff like that. But I think where the message gets diluted is when people start going on about the club shop and all that sort of stuff. Because I've already seen it. I've already seen people debating on it on Twitter and stuff like that. Yeah. And like I just think like when you're going on about like the club shop and Levy's being paid money to take out the jerseys and all, like I've seen a lot of people say, well, sure, the club shop's not being in use. Like, you know, it's smart business and he's made 20 million. Now, like, my problem is where that 20 million is going, of course. But I just think it's the stuff like the club shop and stuff like that that shouldn't be made such a massive issue that it has been because it's completely diluting the whole message and taking away from the football club and the footballing message of it.
I agree with you. You see, at the back of my head, there's the American flag because I respect Jack as an American, right? And he loves that flag. I love that.
Don't, but
well, what it represents.
I like the flag that you got, but you know, not as prideful about maybe the flag as the next person. But I love your flag, Ellie. It's very beautiful.
It represents liberty of the people living round the Grand, right? Liberty of people trying to get home because they've had a hard day's work and all the road is blocked, so they have to get a cab instead of a bus that they can ill afford.
It's just inconvenience, isn't it? It's pure inconvenience for the people around the ground. That probably could have been handled in a much better way, you know, in a hell of a lot better way. Just 1 second. William Kelly with the super chat says, Jack, don't say that until you see the face.
I mean, I bet it is. I'm going to stand by it, William Kelly, especially. I'm going to stand by it. I bet it is a wise face, at least. If you don't think it's a beautiful face, I know it's a wise face, William Kelly, and a very humorous, you know, also face as well, because I can tell you have a good smile. He has a good sense of humor, so that means you have a good smile as well. So big yourself up, William Kelly. Honestly, class act. I'm not going to listen to it. You know, William, I know you got a good face.
Legend. And just Brian says the Irish Hotspur, the problem is that with that is that there's absolutely no Tottenham merchandise there at all. What about the NFL fans that might want Spurs merchandise? But Brian, unfortunately, like the way I see it is that most people that actually go into the NFL game are people over here in the UK, you know, and they're the ones that want the NFL merchandise. Look, Americans coming over that want Tottenham merchandise, it's very few and far in between, I'd say, to be honest with you. Look, I get what you're saying, right? In hindsight, I do get what you're saying, but I just think something like that, me personally, this is only my personal opinion, it's diluting the message of what he's doing to the actual football side of things. I think it's just diluting it. Me personally, I actually think it's just complaining for the sake of complaining. I'll be honest with you, I do. That's what I believe. I believe it's not the right message to be putting out there in terms of getting people out to protest and stuff like that. It really isn't. That's just my belief on it.
I think the real crux of the matter is I'm going to go down to the Spurs ground and all around that area and ask people and the shopkeepers even, you know, what they think of it. You know, because they'll be making money because the NFL people are going to be buying stuff in their shop, but they might not like the fact that the roads are being closed off and their regular customers who usually use them have been overtaken. So they can't even get their fish and chips or their chicken and chips or whatever. You see, it's not all about the money with these shopkeepers. They are genuinely want to make money, obviously, because that's why they're running their business, like any business. But you see, Levy, he's running a business as a business, not a football club. He doesn't love Spurs, the football club, and he says he's a big Spurs fan. If he's a big Spurs fan, how comes he's doing this to our club? You know, and he's ruining the lives of people.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more with that.
You call a fan? What is not a fan then?
Yeah,
I'm a fan. You're a fan, David. You're a fan, Jack. You're a fan. You in your short life, Jack, you've done more for Spurs, promoting Spurs, than Daniel Levy's done in his 21-year tenure. I don't know what he was doing before he became Spurs kingpin, but who gave him this title just because he's got money?
Yeah.
It's true, Ellie. Well said.
Yeah. William Kelly with the super chat says, I'm like George Clooney on ice. George Clooney's a good looking man.
I was just going to say, William Kelly, that just means
like-
you're not only athletic, but also good looking then, William Kelly. No, maybe saying he's fallen on his face, but I also doubt it. I bet you got a good, especially David, he's probably got a good step in him. So, maybe, he's George Clooney, the hard man, hockey man.
Well, Jack, George Clooney nearly as good looking as Højbjerg, nearly.
I love it.
Comes in close second.
There you go, William Kelly.
Yeah,
You may be a George Clooney, but you're yet to reach Højbjerg's looks. That's what we'll say. You're yet to reach
William Kelly's
Højbjerg's
going
looks.
straight down to the mirror and he's just going to look in his glass. Still got it, baby.
Still got it.
We can't forget the seriousness of it all, but we try and lighten the mood, have a little bit of fun as well. Because us as Spurs fans, we're the greatest fans on earth. Equal with anybody else, if not better, right? We're greater than all the other fans because we tell the truth, all right? Yeah. There's fans that want to get behind this movement as well. Let's see if we can get George Clooney on board. He might be a Spurs fan, you never know.
If George Clooney was on board, I'd be there,
Standing right by him and Højbjerg side.
I think I'd be fighting with you for a bit of George Clooney myself, to be honest with you, Ellie.
I think you'll have Harry Kane on the other side, though, isn't it?
Well, look, if Harry Kane was there, he gets all my attention, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Brian Daigle, this is exactly what I meant to say. I'm just not good with words. You know what I'm like, man. But this is more or less exactly what I went to say. It's just a minor thing compared to everything else he does. Yeah, exactly, my man. Exactly.
Right.
William Kelly says, if Levy is a Tottenham fan, then I'm a donkey.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm the second donkey, you're the third, and Jack's the fourth then. Flipping cheap. Coming in the club and
Pick up William Kelly. Honestly, I guess, like Ellie said, we're just polar opposites to the guy.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't even know where his allegiances lie apart from obviously the what. So William Kelly, maybe we're just in different worlds than Levy is.
You know the song, My Eyes Have Seen the Glory of the Cups of White Lane? My eyes have seen the donkey at the club. Not the cup.
Absolutely
we
brilliant.
want the cups back. Don't we, lads? We don't want no donkey coming through our ground. Every time he walks into the ground, we should go, it-oh, it-oh, it-oh.
Look, that's another thing you can do is start doing stuff inside the ground. But you need mass numbers to do it. You need mass numbers to make your voices heard with Levy inside the ground. But it's another thing that can do. Big up William Kelly. Sorry, Ellie?
Look at one man, what Nelson Mandela did. One man. Yeah. So when you say you need a lot of voices, I agree with you to a point, but that one man stopped the whole apartheid movement and got people thinking. And that lady on the bus, what's her name?
Rose Parks.
That's it. She was on the bus and they tried to turf her off, saying that she's a black lady. She stood up for her rights. She said, I'm not getting off this bus. She stood up for the black people.
Yeah, but they're fighting for like racism and apartheid. Like that's completely different to an owner of a football club.
We're fighting for our club as well, because we're the people that make a difference are the people that love the cause, whatever the cause is. Their cause was to get black people rights in America, right, and in Africa, right. Our cause is to put our club back where it should be, at the top of football. We were at the top of the football. We're the first club to do the double in 64 years last century. It was 64 years. The first London club to do it, David. We mustn't forget this. This is our history. And it's been whittled away. And these people that own the club now, all they can see is dollar signs.
Oh, I know that.
Signs. They're ruining our club. Not because of the trophies. The trophies will come in time if they go. Yeah, because with them there, we will not win a trophy because they're not investing for Harry Kane. That poor lad, he grew up with Spurs. All right, he was at Watford and in about 2 days at Arsenal. And then he realised I'm not playing for these goonagits. I'm getting over to Spurs, yeah, just to make light of it. But he's given his whole life to Spurs, right? And he's got passion for Spurs. He wants to stay, but Levy sucked the blood out of him. That's a Spurs boy through and through. His family all supports Spurs, apart from Charlie, who's a gooner.
Yeah.
That tells you something, doesn't it? They all want to stay. They want him to stay. He wants to stay. But Levy's sucking the life out of him because he's not giving him the players like Heung-min Son and Højbjerg and Romero. That's free. You put another 8 in and you'll see what Spurs do. But he doesn't do it. And then he sacks the best thing that happened to us, Pochettino. He sacks him. Because he wants to rule the roost. And Pochettino asked him for money. Back me, and he didn't. It's not right.
No, it's not. It's not, and that's where I think the message should be focused on what he's done on the football side of things to our club, because that's what people ultimately care about if you're a Tottenham fan is football. You know, not the NFL and stuff like that. So that's me personally. That's what you should be doing is more parroting the football side of things, what he's done football-wise to affect our club. You know, I think that will be a good way of you know, getting a lot more people behind it. I think.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Paratici as well, because he you can see he wants to get the players that he wants, and then Levy comes along and said, "No, you can't have him. No, you can't have him. No, you can't have him, but you can have him. No, you can't have him. You can't have him. You can't have him, but you can have him." And they're usually young players or players on loan. It's true. So what is he doing? He's dictating to Paratici. So Paratici's not in charge. Levy is. He's got
I get what you're saying, but the way I believe it works is this is the amount of money you have to spend. And Paratici is going down that route because he knows it's how much money he has and what he can get for his money, and the best of what he can get for his money.
Yeah, Levy's controlling it. He is. So if Levy said tomorrow, I made 20 million from the NFL, here's another 20 million to the pot. But he's not going to do that.
Yeah.
He's going to put it in his own bank account.
Yeah.
He will.
Yeah.
He'll do it in the
Or be put into Levy land, Ellie. He'd be put into Levy land either.
Yeah, because he's got Daniel Levy Limited. If you go on Company's House, you'll see Daniel Levy Limited, and he's got 75% shares in everything that's got to do with Spurs. So that tells you something, isn't it? That 25% of the club hasn't got a voice compared to him. He can overrule everybody.
Yeah.
That's what he's been doing. That's why we haven't been successful, and that's why Kane wants to leave.
Yeah.
Your star player, David, wants to leave because this Levy Leach has bled him dry.
Ellie,
And
I know this. Ellie, look, I was one of the first ones on YouTube to do a stream about Daniel Levy. No one can deny it. It's out there. I was one of the first ones last season to say, once you sack Mourinho, and the fans played their part in this, make no mistake about it, even half of the Levy out movement played their part in this because they all called for Jose to sack without thinking of the bigger picture, which they're now parroting as well, the bigger picture. You know, the thing is, once you sack Jose, Harry Kane is always going to want to go. But us fans had our part to play in that, you know? So it's, look, the whole thing is a mess right now.
I love you with a passion. You know that when I talk to you privately. I love you as a man and respect you, what you do. And I love Jack as well because he's your right, I am mine. What you do, right, and what Jack does for this club is more than Levy's done in 20 years or 21 years. This is his 21st year, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm very disillusioned. Not because
I think everybody is at this point.
You know, you're not guaranteed to win trophies, regardless of how much money you've got. That's proven. But what's proven in the last 10 years, the money that's invested in clubs and the backing of a manager is very important. We didn't back our manager. Pochettino was the best thing since sliced bread that happened to this club. Then he brought in Mourinho because he's like, oh, we got Jose Mourinho. And they said that he followed him round like a little puppet.
You can see in the documentary, sure.
Yeah,
he was running into Ericsson,
like,
or he was running into Mourinho. Please, can you get Ericsson to sign a new contract? You know, just
That
unbelievable.
was horrible.
William Kelly says Levy downfall will come, Ellie. Ellie, a super chat here for you from William Kelly. Levy downfall will come, Ellie. He can't continue to lie and cheat and disrespect people. It will come back on him.
Yeah, it will do. Right. And us as fans, when I do this little mini documentary, I'm going to get a proper film crew to come down with me. Because if I do it on my camera, they won't take me seriously. I'm going to try and get tomorrow when I wake up, that's the first thing I'm going to think of. I'm thinking of it now, but I've got to organise it tomorrow because no one's going to take my call at 1:03 in the morning, are they? So, do you know what I mean? If I wake a camera crew up now, they'll say, what the hell, Ellie? Go back to sleep. If I've got George Clooney to sleep next to and then Højbjerg, I'll have to ditch my husband, won't I?
Well, yeah, I think Højbjerg would take the call.
You wouldn't be on stream right now if they were there, that's for sure. I can tell you that.
With a couple of Jerry's either side as well.
Yeah.
That'd be my perfect dream.
Oh, stop. I'm telling you. But look, Ellie, you know, it's speaking of 1:05 in the morning, I still have to have a bit of grub. So I think we're going to end it off here. Thank you so much for coming on. I really do appreciate your time and a great call as always.
Come on, you Spurs. Do you know what it is? Come on, you Spurs means something. It's not come on, you NFL, come on, you Levy. It's come on, you Spurs.
Yeah.
Danny Hansflower be turning in his grave.
Bill Nick and the rest, they all would.
And to a degree, it's come on you Spurs to bring them back to what we once were, Ellie. And so I completely agree. You know, it's kind of trying to kick them on, trying to kick them back on to what they're supposed to be.
Settling for this rubbish. I'm not saying our players are rubbish, but we're settling for a rubbish scenario where we're going to foul. You plan to be successful, and to be successful, you have to put the right cogs in place. And what Levy does, he takes all the screws out of the cogs so that it falls down.
Yeah,
doesn't he? You build up a cog. You get Pochettino in charge. It takes us all the way to the Champions League final. Falls on his knees, not in disbelief, in passion for our club, because the man loves Spurs. He lived and breathed Spurs. And then what does he do? He sacks him because he didn't win a trophy. The reason why he didn't win a trophy is because of you, Levy.
Because you didn't back him, It's
not because of Pochettino, because he created miracles.
Yeah.
His magic, you know, Maurizio Pochettino, he's magic, you know, because he is magic.
Yeah, no, he is. He is. He is. He definitely was anyway. And look, hopefully he can be again.
He's our
Ellie.
magic
Hopefully
wand.
can be
He was our
again.
magic wand. He was
But
our
look,
magic
Ellie,
wand.
I really appreciate the time. I really
Right,
appreciate
boys.
you coming on.
You're all right, Jack. You're 5 hours behind. So what is it? Dinner, like tea time?
Yeah, David, you know, but at the same time, you know, last time I ate was at, you know, noon. So, you know, it's, you know, I'm getting a bit hungry as well. I'll tell you that, you know.
Come to New York next year, Jack, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm
wanna
looking
hook
forward
up
to it,
with you.
Ellie. Love to host anybody. Love to host anybody. But actually, love to be the tour. Be, you know, instead of a stadium tour guide, I'll be the New York guide. You know, something a bit better.
Yeah, what I want you to do, Jack, show me the ropes around New York because you've got the inside track. I'd love to come with you.
Haven't been here long enough to have the real inside track, but I know someone that'll give me a lot of good recommendations.
A lovely meal as well. I'll treat you to a lovely meal. It's going to be my 60th.
Appreciate you.
All right, and it'll be a Spurs night out as well. We'll all the banner. Well, half Spurs, half New York. Yeah.
Sounds lovely. I'm celebrating also my mother's actually 60th as well, actually in Philadelphia. So there you go. Big ups, big
Meet
ups.
your mum, Jack. I'd love to meet your mum.
There it is. Maybe New York time. That maybe all be a grand reunion, Ellie.
Yeah, lovely. West
Big
Ham
up.
game, boys. West Ham game.
I can't wait.
I'm going to the United game, so I want to hook up with Brian because I told you I left my mobile phone in the toilet Spurs and I bloody didn't know, and I couldn't hook up with them because I couldn't even phone him. I only had his Canadian number. So if you can get his number for me, or Brian, I'll plead with you to send me.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll send it on to you.
All right, darlings.
Yeah.
And the and we are Tottenham TV boys. Brilliant. I love them.
Yeah.
Ben and Sim. Big up Ben and Sim.
Legends.
And
Yeah, legends.
also all the Harris Army. Fabulous. All of them. I'm not going to name individuals because we all back you, David and Jack.
I appreciate that.
You're the top men of the stream. And when you say you're humble and you say you're not the best, you are the best.
Appreciate that, Ellie. Appreciate that.
I appreciate that. I really appreciate that.
In the morning because you're the best.
I appreciate that. No,
Very nice of you, Ellie. Been very, very nice to us. Been very nice to us tonight, Ellie.
All right. You have a lovely meal, David. Jack,
I will.
You have a nice cup of American coffee.
Be a bit late for that. Maybe an espresso. Big yourself up, Ellie.
Fighting brand.
I love it.
All right, darlings.
See you, Ellie.
Get some rest, Ellie. Good luck on all the work that you're doing tomorrow. You're doing the Lord's work tomorrow.
What are we going to say, lads?
Come
on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. And a big Levy out as well.
And a big Levy out.
There you go.
I can do one.
Absolutely.
I love it. I'll see you, Ellie.
See you, darlings. Bye-bye.
Legend. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Big
up, Ellie. Well done.
Bye-bye.
Well done. Great calling.
Everybody get in the comments. Tell Ellie how much of a legend she is. Big up, Ellie. Great call. You know, an absolute channel legend. It's great to have her on. Everyone really enjoyed that. Gary Paul Speed, it's good to see you in the comments, my man. No, a long time no see. I hope things are keeping well with your brother. I really do. Hope things are well. William Kelly says, Levy downfall will come. Oh, I think we got to that one, didn't we?
No, but I can just say to William Kelly, I mean, absolutely disrespects and lies to people. He's the biggest donkey there is, as you mentioned, William Kelly, the biggest donkey there is for honestly ploying us in such a way for thinking that even he is a Spurs fan. I think, in fact, you know, he had a ridiculous Cambridge education on top of it all. He grew up in Essex. I think, you know, maybe it's all just some story of his, you know, that he's some, you know, Spurs fan. Maybe it's all just some made up background or history or something. Maybe I could be completely wrong. But as you also said, William Kelly, there's no way he could be a Spurs fan if he's going to sabotage the club in the way that he has. It just doesn't compute. It just doesn't make sense. So William Kelly, you're absolutely spot on. Big yourself up as well. Really appreciate the support, William Kelly. I mean, you saved David and I a lot. You really do help us out a lot, and big yourself up. Really big yourself up.
What a legend. And Tim Man 007 says you only have to look at the documentary and you can see Levy is a total control freak and he will never change. too close to the players. Yeah, of course he's too close to the players. Look, you could see it in the documentary, you know, sitting down in the canteen. Look, the problem is with Levy is he's just trying to be one of the lads. I think that's genuinely the problem there with some of these, with him being close to the players. He's just trying to be one of the boys, and he's just so awkward, and he's just one of them people that you can't tell him, look, the players do not want to be friends with you. You know, you're an owner, you know, they just don't want to be friends with you. You can't tell him. And then he's running in there like, you know, to Joe say, oh, well, you know, Christian, he won't sign for me. Can you speak to him? And it's kind of like, there's a reason why he won't sign for you, Daniel, you know, but we'll wait until the cameras are turned off and I'll tell you exact reasons. But just for camera's sake, I'll be like, yeah, I'll speak to him for you. Look, the guy, look, we need to get this guy out. If we can't get him out, you need to put enough pressure on that he'll sit down and listen and hopefully change his ways. That's the best we can do if we can't get him out. But we have to strive for it. We have to strive for it. But Tin Man 007, it's good to see you, my man. And thank you so much for the support, brother.
Absolute control freak.
How much it means.
And yeah, like David said, you know, he's just trying to fit in when he knows that in front of the cameras he has to fit in. The moment the cameras were switched off, Tin Man, you know, he probably never did that sort of, you know, kind of pleasantries ever again. It just was for the cameras. So Tin Man, very insightful of you, and also very good noticing that clearly David, you know, was thinking the same way about it. You know, I just saw right through it. A lot of people saw right through it, just like you, Tin Man. So big yourself up, absolutely big yourself up. And I couldn't agree more again. Like David said, he's just trying to be one of the boys, and you know, just looked like an absolute fool. Looked like a clown.
You really did. And Tuan, big yourself up. Thank you so much for popping in, my man. Look, who have we got left here with us till the death? We've got Carlos H, Tuan, Liam 1, you know, Brian Socrates, Catman
Jess, Jade,
Gary
Tells, big yourself up. Good to see you, Tells.
The hottest Spur, big yourself up. Everybody, Dermit.
Spurs squad stayed. Spurs squad stayed.
Spurs squad. You know, everybody here. Dave
John Fitzpatrick.
John Fitzpatrick, you know, William Kelly. Everybody here to the death. Really, really appreciate you guys. You have no idea. Thank you so much. Ishan Khan is still here as well. Adam is still here. Absolute legends. But look, guys, we are going to end it off there. I am absolutely Marvin. You know, I'm going to get hangry now in a minute, and I can feel it coming. So I'm going to end it off.
No, Alex Davies coming on.
You know, I can feel it coming, and I don't want to do it on air. So I'm going to go and have my little sandwich and chips now, you know, to cheer myself up. So I am. But look, guys, everybody, thank you so much. You're all legends. Thank you so much for being in the comments. Thank you so much for staying tuned and enjoying the shows. Thank you so much for the super chats. You really have no idea how much they really, really do help us out. You have no idea. Thank you so much for everything you do in terms of sharing the streams, you know, and liking the streams and everything else. It's a massive, massive help. But look, guys, as always, until tomorrow, come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Levy Enoch out.